543. There were many exotic flowers and plants in the back of the mountain, but there were no birds or insects. Moreover, Chen Pinggan discovered a small matter. When they first entered the immortal mansion, they saw the red-crowned cranes circling around the mountain. When the four of them climbed up the mountain, the red-crowned cranes were nowhere to be seen. Whether it was Chen Pinggan looking up at the foot of the mountain, overlooking the mountains and rivers in the Taoist temple, or following Huang Shi and Daoist Sun to search for treasures, Chen Pinggan did not see the red-crowned cranes again until they reached the back of the mountain. If there was really an otherworldly expert guarding this place, and the worst-case scenario was that the owner of this place had ulterior motives towards all visitors, then the other party was definitely an expert in scheming. Ordinary people and woodcutters might have entered the mountain and given up after glancing at the red-crowned cranes. Most of them were shocked by the white jade arch bridges, memorial arches, and horizontal boards, and saw this place as a paradise on earth. Coupled with the white skeletons everywhere, they would naturally see this place as an ownerless place. However, for cultivators, those inadvertent sights were the truth. Especially the first sight, it would affect one's mind even more. It was silent and undetectable. As long as one was a qi cultivator, regardless of their level, they would repeatedly ponder over the following matters. Chen Pinggan was no exception when he first saw the green mountains, clear waters, and snow-white red-crowned cranes. The first thought that came to his mind was that this was an immortal mansion with beautiful mountains and clear waters. What he saw after that was nothing more than an immortal mansion with the suffix of a historical site. Immortals were still immortals, and their fortune was still fortune. The clues were extremely complicated, as if there were mysteries everywhere. After seeing too many of them, one would feel confused and lazy to think too much. Chen Pinggan also did not have many clues. However, the sudden descent of the sword aura as if it was rising into the sky. If the red-crowned cranes were some kind of ingenious trick, and coupled with the string of bells on Daoist Sun's waist that exploded for no reason, then he could barely draw a line, or rather, the worst possibility. This kind of meticulous mind of looking at the best and the worst of both ends of the line was the key to Chen Pinggan's ability to walk out of the Ghost Valley alive under the watch of Jingguan City's Jiao Cheng. The affairs of the world are complicated. To see or not to see, to think or not to think, is learning. It is the work of one's temperament. Of course, there were also those who stumbled upon it by accident. They either died in a daze or stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. The three of them continued to tour the back of the mountain. Compared to the life and death battles in the front of the mountain, at least it looked much more leisurely. As for Di Yuanfeng's life or death, Chen Pinggan didn't feel the slightest burden. If he was not a father, mother, or ancestor, Chen Pinggan might have interfered and done a fair business or something like that if he was a kind-hearted person. At this moment, there was a green bamboo on the side of the road. It was quite eye-catching. In the eyes of the three, it was lonely and the shadow of the bamboo swayed. The bamboo pole was as thick as the mouth of a bowl, and the bamboo leaves were verdant. It was not a rhetorical statement, but verdant in reality. Many bamboo leaves had water droplets on their tips. When the wind blew, they swayed. As the three of them stared at the bamboo, a drop of green water droplet fell to the mud and disappeared instantly. Chen Pinggan looked at it attentively. Although it did not give birth to the essence of water like the green glazed tiles and the green bricks of the Taoist temple, it had reached the exaggerated stage of condensing spiritual energy into water. When Daoist Sun passed by, he tapped his finger gently and put his ear to listen. He exclaimed and said, "There's a way." When the two of them were staring at the green bamboo, Chen Pinggan turned around and took off his bag. He first took out the blade-strengthening gourd from the items close to him. He held it in his hand and put the bag back on. He then smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble Daoist Sun to shake the bamboo so that I can collect some water from the tips of the bamboo leaves." Daoist Sun was a genuine sea-viewing cultivator after all. He could roughly see the depth of the bamboo. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Daoist Chen, I advise you not to do anything unnecessary. These bamboo leaves and water droplets are born from spiritual energy. Ordinary objects can't contain such rich spiritual energy. Even if you pick a handful of bamboo leaves and water droplets and carefully store them, As long as they leave this strange bamboo, they won't be able to retain them. Although the tall and thin Daoist said so, he didn't stop him from taking off his bag and taking out a small celadon bottle with a picture of a green pine hermit. Huang Shi disliked the two of them and kicked the bamboo pole. Suddenly, water droplets fell like a drizzle. Daoist Sun laughed loudly. His body swayed and he used the gang steps to collect water from the celadon bottle. Chen Pinggan was no exception. He didn't want any water droplets to fall to the ground and dissipate. Under the premise of not fighting with Daoist Sun, he used a water spell to gather the water droplets that were about to fall to the ground into a line and slowly collected them into the blade-strengthening gourd. Huang Shi glanced at the black-robed old man's technique and didn't find any suspicious flaws. He didn't care about it anymore. Since Chen Pinggan took out the blade-strengthening gourd, he didn't put it away. He hung it on his waist and gathered the water droplets formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The amount of 7 or 8 taels of wine was about 10 kilograms. The three of them continued on their way. Chen Pinggan looked back at the green bamboo. Was it the same as the bamboo forest that Wei Pai painstakingly planted on the Chiduan mountain? If they really wanted to recognize their ancestors, they all came from the green immortal mountain of the Bamboo Sea Cave. Otherwise, according to the immortal book that he bought from the inverted mountain, the numerous immortal bamboos in the world and dozens of different species didn't seem to be so powerful in the matter of gathering water fate. It was a pity that, like the chessboard stone table, they couldn't be carried away. Daoist Sun didn't feel satisfied. He stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "The bamboo sky is connected to the gods. It lightens the body and replenishes the qi. In my early years of cultivation, I read many books. I once saw an ancient book that made tea with bamboo leaves is the best way to quench thirst and clear the heart. In the summer, you only need to hold the bamboo leaves and a few lotus seeds on the mountain. 1 or 2 cups of tea will make you feel as light as an immortal." Chen Pinggan glanced at Daoist Sun and then looked at the slender green bamboo that didn't give him any face. In this case, he really couldn't say some words of flattery. Daoist Sun retracted his hand and said with an indifferent expression, "Forget it. I'll leave this fated chance for the future generations." Huang Shi added, "If these bamboo leaves were refined into a natal item by a cultivator of the lower 5 realms who cultivated the water element, they might be a supreme treasure. The treasure is right in front of you. Be careful that you don't take it." Daoist Sun, "Are you sure you don't want to take a few? Even if you don't use them to make tea, you can give them to the juniors of the Thunder God residents on the Infant Mountain as a gift for returning to your sect." Daoist Sun said casually, "The matter of cultivation involves the fundamentals. How can I give away fated chances carelessly? I'm not the disciple of those juniors. If the gift is too expensive, it won't be nice. Forget it." Chen Pinggan praised softly, "Daoist Sun's words are as good as pearls and thought-provoking." Daoist Sun carefully put the small celadon bottle into his sleeve and walked slowly. He stroked his beard and smiled unfathomably. Huang Shi couldn't stand this itinerant Daoist from the Wuling country. From the beginning to the end, after knowing that Daoist Sun was the disciple of the Thunder God Residence's Daoist Jingming, he had been fawning over Daoist Sunday. Huang Shi suddenly used his golden body realm movement technique and the strength of a fist of the 5th realm to show some mercy. After measuring the Qi refinement warrior's physique, he punched the black-robed old man beside him without any warning. With a bang, the old man was sent flying. He rolled on the ground and struggled to get up. He seemed to be dazed and sat on the ground. Suddenly, his throat moved slightly and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He seemed to have just regained his senses. He stood up and hid his hands in his sleeves. It was obvious that he was already holding a talisman at his fingertips. Qi ripples lingered around his sleeves as he cursed, "Surnamed Huang, are you courting death?" Huang Shi's heart calmed down. He was indeed a good-for-nothing. Daoist Sun was so frightened that he quickly ran several feet away. He also held an offensive talisman that he had just bought from Daoist Chen. The three of them were in a triangular situation. Huang Shi didn't even look at the black-robed old man. He turned his head and smiled at Daoist Sun. "Daoist Sun, we have to be careful. We are allies with young Master Qin. However, we met this person by chance. If he's a scourge who knows how to feign ignorance, wouldn't we fall into his trap? In the end, all the treasures and opportunities we have will be sacrificed for him. I don't think Daoist Sun is willing to do that, right? Daoist Sun used the Heart Lake ripples to talk to Chen Pingan. Daoist Chen, what do you say? Do you want to fight? This Huang Shi isn't a kind person. If we really fall out, we're in the same boat. Let's not hide anything. In comparison, Daoist Sun trusted the black-robed old man more. Along the way, he had some relations with good and evil, but not much. He felt that this Daoist Chen was weak and didn't pose much of a threat. Of course, if the black-robed old man's words and actions were shrewd and cunning, Daoist Sun wouldn't be willing to cooperate with him. He would risk his life to confront Huang Shi together. Although he was speaking to Chen Pingan in his heart, Daoist Sun's mouth was full of nonsense. Daoist Chen, old brother Huang's actions are a little too much. However, the situation is unpredictable. If we fight among ourselves, we'll only be helping others. Why don't the two of you give me some face? Daoist Chen, don't be impatient. I'll ask old brother Huang to apologize and we'll consider this matter over. How about it? Chen Pingan was flustered and exasperated. How about it? After taking such a punch and suffering such an unexpected calamity, my vitality is greatly damaged. If an apology is enough, why don't I let Huang Shi eat one of my lightning talismans and we'll call it even? Huang Shi's mouth twitched. He opened a corner of his bag and took out an item. He tossed it to the black-robed old man and smiled. If an apology isn't enough, I'll add on another one. The black-robed old man's eyes lit up. After a moment of hesitation, he still secretly held the talisman with one hand hidden in his sleeve. His other hand was already out of his sleeve, trying to reach out to catch the antique bronze mirror. Daoist Sun's expression changed drastically. He quickly reminded the old man telepathically, "Don't catch it." However, it was too late. Huang Shi took a step forward. With his peak 6th level cultivation, he arrived in front of the black-robed old man in an instant and punched him. The black-robed old man was dumbfounded. He stood rooted to the ground, his entire body stiff. Not only did he fail to catch the bronze mirror, he even had to take the punch. However, Huang Shi suddenly stopped punching. Only a gust of wind blew past the old man's face. The hair on his temples flew backwards. Huang Shi actually withdrew his fist. He turned around and walked away. After taking a few steps, he turned his head and smiled. "Brother Chen, I'll give this bronze mirror to you." Daoist Sun lamented in his heart. Why did he find such an idiotic ally who didn't know any better? It was tough. The road ahead was not going to be easy. Daoist Sun saw Daoist Chen smiling apologetically at him. He squatted down and picked up the bronze mirror from the ground. He placed it in a somewhat shriveled green cloth bag. Even though this old man was trying his best to hide his fear, his hands were still trembling slightly. Daoist Sun felt a headache coming on. He shook his head and turned around to follow Huang Shi. Perhaps he was angry at this old man for being so unlucky, but his words were filled with resentment. "Daoist Chen, remember your position. Don't get too close to Huang Shi. It's best if you keep me between you and Huang Shi. Otherwise, once Huang Shi gets close to you, no matter how many talisman you have, they will all be useless. Why can't even Qi refinement warriors let a pure martial artist get close to them? Don't you understand this simple principle?" "Daoist Sun, I understand the principle. However, when I really fought with Huang Shi, my mind went blank and my limbs did not listen to me. I really can't keep up with these principles." After that person obtained a bronze mirror, he quickly caught up with Daoist Sunday. He slowed down his pace and didn't walk side by side with Daoist Sunday. Instead, he simply followed behind Daoist Sun side and didn't say anything more. In any case, he was someone who had learned his lesson. He wasn't incurable. Chen Pingan walked to the back and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. When ordinary martial artists roamed the pugilistic world, if they were unlucky, they would often be beaten until their faces were covered in blood. Chen Pingan, on the other hand, had to do it himself. However, when he thought of the ancient bronze mirror, Chen Pinggan did not feel any resentment. The seal words were extremely small. On the front, it read "Don't block the army," and on the back, it read "Resist the evil and eliminate the middle." Without a doubt, it was the warding off evil mirror. Moreover, it was an antique mirror. When Chen Pinggan examined it carefully, he found the 2 words created by the Gong clan. However, this was the most valuable part. Because daring to secretly add the word created on the bronze mirror artifact was a guarantee of its quality. There were related documents about this in the Immortal Book. Among them, the created by Li Pao on the ancient great patterned mirror of the sea beast, the created by Naylan Sanshan on the Guangming mirror, and the created by Naylan Sanshan on the Immortal's Night Touring mirror were the 2 most valuable antique mirrors. As for the bronze mirrors of the later generations, they were often used to cheat half-baked chi cultivators. Even if they were very exquisite and flawless, they were still a big scam. If someone thought that they had picked up a treasure and sold it at a high price, it would be fine. However, if they excitedly refined it into their natal item, it would probably make the cultivator regret it so much that he would vomit blood. Just now, Chen Pinggan almost could not hold back. He wanted Daoist Sun to touch it first, under the pretext of helping him to take a look at it, and then he would seriously keep it in his pocket. This Daoist Sun's hands were comparable to Sui Jingqing's. They must have been consecrated, right? Not to mention this time's harvest, the small cage that was very likely to be the Dragon King's bamboo whip basket, and the string of pagoda bells hanging on the tall and thin Daoist's waist was obviously not an ordinary item. Otherwise, the string of pagoda bells would not have taken the initiative to break outside the Taoist temple on the mountain. The buildings at the back of the mountain were far fewer than the buildings at the front of the mountain. There were only 3 buildings that could be called towering and magnificent. The 3 of them went down the mountain. As far as the eye could see, the buildings were sparse. This saved them a lot of trouble. According to the old rules, Huang Shi went to a temple complex in front of him to look for treasures. Daoist Sun went to another place, which was a tall building. Chen Pinggan was assigned to a hall that was closest to the foot of the mountain. After Chen Pinggan and Daoist Sun separated, he did not walk in a hurry. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. He took off the blade strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of bamboo leaf spiritual water. It was really refreshing. It was just that the taste was a little bland and did not have the taste of wine. However, when he thought of the green bamboo leaf dripping with spiritual energy, which was precious and rare, and its price was far higher than the wine brewed by immortals, he suddenly felt that the taste was extremely delicious and the aftertaste was endless. This mouthful was not drinking tea, but a large amount of divine money. How could it not be delicious? Looking back, he did not see any trace of Huang Shi and Daoist Sunday. Chen Pinggan put away the blade strengthening gourd, bent his body, and suddenly ran forward. In an instant, he swept past the high wall and landed lightly on the ground. It was as if he was in harmony with heaven and earth. That was why he could be so silent and not cause any unnecessary ripples. At the foot of the mountain, there was a chaotic battle at the White Jade Arch Bridge. In the language of the North Continent, it was said that a true hero was someone who had smashed his brains out and drank them as wine. The battle to seize the bridge was very tragic. Even the Fu Chu imperial consecrator who was looking for treasures on the mountain heard the commotion. He had no choice but to give up the treasures that were at his fingertips and hurried to the battlefield. However, this Fu Chu consecrator was a little more cautious. He picked out a portion of the treasures that he felt were valuable and hid them on the roof of a loft. As for the rest of the items, he casually wrapped them up and moved them to a corner of another room. When the time came for him to return with Bai Bai and the young Marquis, he would not give himself away. As for how he would bring the treasures out of this place, he would just have to take it one step at a time. Gao Ling had already taken out the military armor pill and put on a deity's armor. He joined forces with the consecrator of the House of Marquis to protect Zhong Qing's safety as much as possible. Zhong Qing, a chi cultivator of the cave-dwelling realm who was taught by a nascent soul cultivator, also pretended to be in a panic. This trick of the number 1 foppish son of the Baiting Kingdom, together with the domineering words from before, was very effective. Almost no one believed that this rich and powerful son of the Baiting Kingdom would be a real cultivator of the middle 5 states who had 2 powerful attack magic treasures. The battle was originally one-sided, but with the addition of the Fufu Kingdom's consecrator, the situation was slightly reversed. Zhongqing bore the most hatred towards the female cultivator who wore a hedgerow on her head and the robe of the city above the clouds. It was this person who crossed the bridge first and spoiled his plan to make a fortune. Not only that, this female cultivator who hid her head and tail was very careful in the following battles. She did not fight with the martial artists of the Golden Body Realm, but she also did not sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, allowing the cultivators and martial artists to die. Every time Gao Ling could kill with his fist, the female cultivator would interfere. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, she used 2 defensive treasures to receive from Gao Ling and the martial artists of her clan, saving the lives of 7 to 8 people. The 2 defensive life objects of the female cultivator, one was a green jade bracelet that was swirling with light. The other was a bright yellow mattress embroidered with 5 dragons. Even if it was hit by Gao Ling's fist, it only caved in and made a flapping sound. The force of his fist could not break it. However, after a punch, the luster of the 5 golden dragons would often dim a little. Only the jade bracelet and the mattress would take turns to fight, and the mattress would fly back to her vital chi palace. After being soaked in spiritual energy, the golden luster would quickly return to normal. As for the siege of more than 40 people, everyone used their offensive treasures together. The momentum was great. If it were not for the fact that the cultivators were unfamiliar with each other, some of the pure martial artists of the 4th and 5th realms would not dare to fight too close. Most of them used bows and crossbows to attack from afar, or sent out force of their fist to disturb the other side of the bridge. They could not link up well with each other, and Gao Ling and the others would have a harder time dealing with them. However, once the cultivators of the mountains and lakes chose to fight with their lives, not to mention Zhongqing who rarely saw blood, even Gao Ling who was born as a martial artist and the clan's consecrator who was used to living like a prince in the House of Marquis would feel their hearts palpitate. The consecrator of the House of Marquis was ambushed with a secret treasure. His abdomen was pierced, and blood flowed endlessly. He could only rely on the physique of a martial artist to hold on. On the other hand, Gao Ling was proficient in battle formations and close combat. He was no stranger to being surrounded by a large army of spears and halberds. Therefore, he could be considered to be more daunting than dangerous. As for the consecrator of the Futsu imperial family, he was even more miserable. He was smashed by a wave of offensive spiritual weapons. If it were not for Gao Ling's help to disperse most of the attacks with force of his fist, and if it were not for the fact that Zhongqing used the secret treasure in her hand to summon a celestial screen depicting a snowy night, this Futsu imperial family's consecrator would have lost his life on the spot. However, the 2 martial artists of the Golden Body Realm, including Gao Ling, were not to be trifled with. Even with the help of the Sparrow Mansion's Wu Jiao to resist the force of their fist, they still killed 7 to 8 people. Their deaths were tragic. Without exception, it was as if they were being dismembered by 5 horses on the execution ground. Therefore, the Earth Immortal of the Water Dragon sect, Bai, rushed over as fast as he could. He was not the icing on the cake, but the timely help. However, just as Bai used his 2 natal magic treasures, one for offense and one for defense, the young master of the Sparrow Mansion, Sun Qing, flew into the air and chose to fight with this disciple of a large sect. Bai was surrounded by a set of 18 winnings given to him by the Water Dragon sect's ancestral hall. Bai was a genius cultivator who was born to cultivate the water spell. Those winnings were profound and contained a trace of the fate of the nation. They were once used to cast coins and open furnaces in an ancient dynasty. After that, they were scattered everywhere. They were either placed on the beams of ancient Taoist temples, buried in ancient tombs, or kept in the royal treasury of the later generations. The Water Dragon sect collected them into 2 sets and gave them to Bai when they gathered 10 sets. In fact, this set of winnings was considered a good item even in the Water Dragon sect's ancestral hall. It was both offensive and defensive. However, Bai still used a treasure from the mountain. It was the proud work of a zither master in the history of the North Continent. The zither was called Scattered Snow. After the two golden core cultivators attacked, the battle became even more intense. Once again, the hoarse voice reminded everyone loudly, "Let's kill the young duke first." Zhong Qing was furious. This guy was the one who was really difficult to deal with. The few times he opened his mouth to speak, it was very effective. However, the other party had obviously used a secret technique from the mountain. Coupled with the thrilling battle, it was a mess. Zhong Qing and the others could not clearly identify his location. The military general Gao Ling and the two high priests would not dare to watch him be killed by spells and weapons. However, if they took care of him too much, they would inevitably lose sight of him. Once there was a mistake, it would affect the whole situation. It was very easy to cause Bai Bai to be distracted. Zhong Qing dared to say that if one of the golden body cultivators on her side died in battle, or if someone was seriously injured and temporarily lost the ability to fight, they would have to retreat from the battlefield and return to the mountain. This group of wild cultivators and martial artists would definitely fight even harder. In fact, Zhong Qing had reminded Gao Ling and the two high priests in her mind from the beginning that every time they worked together to kill someone, it would be best to choose 1 or 2 people and wipe out a small mountain with 3 or 4 people in one go. Not only would it have a deterrent effect, but it would also prevent the other party from avenging their friends and becoming outlaws. However, man proposes, God disposes. Zhong Qing had many plans, but in the end, it could be because she did not check the almanac before leaving this time. It could be said that everything was not going well. As the battle progressed, Gao Ling and the two high priests could no longer act so cautiously. They had identified a target to kill, but the other party had the advantage in numbers. They did not care about the consequences. Until this moment, Zhong Qing began to regret. She should not have been so conceited. She thought that seizing all the local fated chances was as easy as taking something out of her pocket. She should have done it step by step and defeated them one by one. She should not have thought that it was not difficult for her group to kill a nascent soul cultivator, so why should she care about a group of wild cultivators? In the end, Zhong Qing swaggered and blocked everyone's path, imitating the novel of one man can hold back 10,000 men. Then, she began to chew on the Chinese gold thread. In fact, it was not that Zhong Qing's previous plan was bad. It was just that on the path of cultivation, when the situation came to a head, everything would be over. Bai Bai suddenly found that he, a dignified Jindan of the Water Dragon sect, was no match for the young female cultivator in front of him who covered her face. Bai Bai said angrily in his mind, "Sun Qing of the Sparrow Mansion, you dare to kill me? Are you not afraid of becoming enemies with the Water Dragon sect? Can the Sparrow Mansion of the Peach Blossom Mansion withstand a few slaps from the ancestors of the Upper 5 Realms?" The reason why Bai Bai did not directly announce it. After all, he was born as an immortal master. Compared to the wild cultivators of the mountains and lakes, he had more scruples and more considerations. Sun Qing controlled the offensive magic weapon and stirred the snowflakes that were produced by the zither strings. Then she replied with a smile, "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Bai Bai was extremely annoyed. "Sun Qing, do you really want to fight to the death with me?" With the 18 beads protecting the surroundings, Bai Bai wasn't in a difficult situation. Not to mention, this set of formation treasures was both offensive and defensive. It was obvious that Bai Bai hadn't used his full strength yet. Not to mention, the Ancestral Hall's immortal masters all had at least 1 or 2 trump cards that could be used to destroy jade and common stone or escape thousands of miles away. Therefore, Bai Bai's shame and anger were more similar to Zhong Qing's state of mind. He lost the great situation of monopolizing the benefits and lost the face of a Jindan cultivator of a large sect. However, compared to Zhong Qing, who was already in a dangerous situation at the end of the bridge, Bai Bai's current situation was much better. Sun Qing still did not admit it and said with a smile, "We, the wild cultivators of the mountains and lakes, pay attention to whether a person dies or not." For a female cultivator to say this, it was really too much. Bai Bai took a deep breath and suddenly his state of mind was as calm as still water. There were no more distracting thoughts, and he could even completely ignore the situation on Zhongqing's side. Since the rules and principles of the immortal masters of the ancestral hall could not be discussed, and both sides were of the same generation of Jindan cultivators, they could only fight in a battle of cultivation. Although Sun Qing had a calm expression and was far more relaxed than Bai Bai, a direct disciple of the Water Dragon sect who had just ascended to the Gold Core stage a few days ago, the truth was that the youngest Gold Core prefecture master in the history of the Sparrow Prefecture did not relax at all. Facing a young genius from a sect with a profound background, Sun Qing was waiting for an opportunity to kill him in one strike. If it did not succeed, then it would be time for both sides to sit down and discuss matters with the immortal master. If the other party was a foot too high and beat Sun Qing to death, Sun Qing also felt that it was nothing. I can kill, but others can kill me. That was why the sword cultivator who looked like a teacher, when they were traveling together, said that there was no one in the world who could not die. However, the land dragon of the North Continent actually said the second half of the sentence, but everyone in the world can be reasoned with. Sun Qing did not really listen to the second half of the sentence and felt that it was unreasonable. It was only because she liked him that she did not compete with him. Of course, if she really wanted to argue with Liu Jinglong, she would definitely be asking for trouble. She could not win against him in an argument. Back then, Liu Jinglong was only a sword cultivator of the Jindan stage. He had relied on his eloquence to persuade an old monster of the unpolished Jade stage who was about to go on a killing spree. Not only that, he had also become friends with that old monster. In turn, the old monster had protected them on their journey, which could be considered as sending all of them out of the country. The last time Sun Qing and Liu Jinglong met by chance, after some polite greetings, they did not have much to talk about, so she casually asked about this matter. Liu Jinglong said that when he went south, he met the old senior and had a good chat. He just wanted Liu Jinglong to return to the Taihui sword sect and go into seclusion to break through the realm after returning to the north, and he did not need to go to the mountain again. There were not many corpses in the place where Chen Pinggan searched. He silently apologized in his heart, then squatted on the ground and gently weighed the bones in his hand. They were still no different from the bones of the mortal world, and there was no strange phenomenon of the bones being tainted by yin qi and the white color of the corpses. It was the same at the front of the mountain. This meant that almost none of the local cultivators had truly attained the Tao when they were alive, and at least they had not become earth immortals. There was another strange thing. In the pavilion where the stone table was carved with a chessboard, the robes of the two chess players were clearly of excellent quality, but after being stripped by Master Huang, Chen Pinggan found that the two corpses still did not have the quality of golden branches and jade leaves. Wherever Chen Pinggan went, the winding path led to a secluded place, and there was still abundant spiritual energy, and it did not make people feel uncomfortable at all. Therefore, Chen Pinggan wasted another yang qi light-lighting talisman. Chen Pinggan's harvest was very little, and there were only a few badly cracked objects on the mountain. As expected, he should have traveled with Priest Sunday. He came to a dried-up pond with withered leaves. From the looks of it, if the water was full, it should be a spring. Chen Pinggan had been thinking about the handwriting at the entrance of the cave. The person who left the words must have been someone who had entered and exited this immortal ruins. Either a hidden expert left a clue to open the door for future generations, or he was afraid that the fish was too stupid to even bite the bait and be unable to take the bait. Chen Pinggan flipped over the railing and jumped into the pond. The withered leaves shattered as soon as he touched them, and there was nothing mysterious about it. The spiritual energy of water in the back of the mountain was indeed the thickest near the green bamboo. Luopa Mountain lacked a good bamboo. If it could be like the brave bamboo ancestor that Wei Pai cherished so much back then, year after year, it would grow branches and leaves, and the bamboo whip would stretch under the ground. The father would give birth to a son, and the son would give birth to a grandson, and there would be a lush bamboo forest for free. Of course, in Chen Pinggan's eyes, Luopa Mountain lacked everything. Chen Pinggan rubbed the soil slightly, and it quickly turned into debris at his fingertips, scattering in all directions. Chen Pinggan knew quite a lot about the blasphemy in the North Continent. However, he knew very little about the inside story of the blasphemy, the rise and fall of incense in the ancestral temples, and the changes in history. He only heard Wei Pai mention that there was once a blasphemy in the Liuxia continent that went from east to west, and it meandered for 30,000 miles. Every time the mountains and rivers met, a group of sages and land immortals would emerge. There was also a blasphemy in the Fuyao continent that was breached by a huge river that only had the word river in its suffix. It took the blasphemy to enter the sea, and from then on, the entire blasphemy was affected. In just a short 300 years, the blasphemy disappeared. This meant that all the water gods, river immortals, and river immortals of that blasphemy would disappear. As for the conferment of the gods along the blasphemy, the etiquette and rules were extremely complicated. It was far more complicated than a dynasty's monarch conferring the gods of the mountains and rivers within his jurisdiction. It was said that a letter was required. Chen Pinggan looked around and saw no movement. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and took a big gulp. In a spurt of energy, he drank all the spiritual water in the blade-strengthening gourd. He then immersed his mind, and his thoughts were as small as a mustard seed, patrolling the underwater residence. He saw that the door of the underwater residence was wide open, and it did not even close. There was a green stream at Chen Pinggan's feet. From all over the skeleton, water lines gradually converged and turned into a stream, slowly flowing into the pond in the underwater residence. The busy green-clothed children did not even look at the one who had done the most meritorious service. They were all running back and forth in high spirits. This scene made Chen Pinggan feel a little sad. To have someone like him as the head of the household, the little guy was probably really afraid of being poor. Chen Pinggan went to the mountain temple to take a look. In fact, in the underwater residence, there was a more slender stream, gurgling and flowing to the key aperture point where the mountain temple was located. This stream, because the essence of water had been retained in the underwater residence, was clear and colorless, without the wisps of green color. The thick water-like spiritual qi, after reaching the qi residence where the mountain temple was located, began to seep into the ground, like a sweet rain soaking the earth. Chen Pinggan thought about it and withdrew his mind. He did not stay in this mansion where there were no treasures to be found. With the cultivation and footsteps that a fellow Taoist should have, he ran all the way and secretly ran to the green bamboo that was most likely from the green immortal mountain. He pressed his palm on the bamboo pole and shook it slightly. The green bamboo swayed gently. Then he held the blade-strengthening gourd and waved his sleeves to collect the remaining drops of water from the bamboo leaves into the blade-strengthening gourd. Chen Pinggan was quite complacent. He was indeed an expert in picking up scraps. Then Chen Pinggan put away the blade-strengthening gourd and began to climb up the bamboo. However, he did not expect that the slender bamboo branches, which looked like they could be easily broken by a child, could not be broken easily. Chen Pinggan looked at the distant temple. Huang Shi was standing on a wall and had been sizing this place up for a long time. Chen Pinggan, who was slow to realize, grinned and waved his hand. Huang Shi took a step and landed on the ground. He was really a pitiful person who was crazy about money but had no way to make money. Without Huang Shi prying on him, Chen Pinggan tried bending the bamboo branch to pluck the bamboo leaves. With his current cultivation, he was barely able to do so. Thus, he plucked handfuls of bamboo leaves and stuffed them into one of the sling bags. Relying on the bamboo leaves, the abnormally shriveled bag was filled to the brim with bulging bamboo leaves. Huang Shi, the martial artist who continues to size up the man holding the bamboo in the distance, looks at him with endless admiration. If this kind of person is the legendary hidden expert, he, Huang Shi, will put his own neck on Di Yuanfeng's magical saber. It was only after Huang Shi left that Chen Pinggan began to chop down the various bamboo branches with his fingers and swiftly stored them into the items within his reach. Between the square-inch bag and the close-inch bag, the dark green glazed roof tiles and the large green bricks could not fit. These slender bamboo branches were just enough to fill up the gaps. After the job was done, the close-inch bag and the square-inch bag were filled to the brim. Chen Pinggan hugged the green bamboo and stayed there for a long time without sliding to the ground. He vaguely remembered the time when he was young, when he climbed trees to catch cicadas with two people. One was his best friend who was used to protecting him, the other was half a family member he was used to protecting. At that time, it seemed like they lived in poverty, but for years, months, years, they did not have any worries. Chen Pinggan sighed. He retracted his thoughts. Soon, a teasing voice came from afar. Brother Chen? What are you doing? Chen Pinggan turned his head and laughed. It's cool up there, the scenery is nice. It was Di Yuanfeng, who changed his name to Qin Juyuan. His face was slightly pale, he should have suffered some serious injuries. Juyuan, giant ape. Isn't the largest ape in the world the mountain-moving ape? That's why this name is a little annoying. Di Yuanfeng did not look at this black-robed old man anymore. He looked at the nearest temple building and asked, how's son Daoist and brother Huang's harvest? Chen Pinggan smiled, the three of us are doing well. Di Yuanfeng could not help but glance at the old man hugging the bamboo. The 2 bags on his shoulders were either tiles or bricks. What, are you in a hurry to go home and build a house to marry a wife? Unfortunately, Chen Pinggan could not guess what this person was thinking. If not, he would give him a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart and praise him for being a god. The old perfected master Huanyun had already returned with a full load. A talisman's Fengsuan item was already filled. The old Dragon Gate guardian of the city above clouds was also almost satisfied. He carried a big bag on his back and 2 bags in his hands. He could not hide the joy on his face. After the 2 old men met, they stood on the top floor of a pavilion and looked down at the battle at the mountain gate. The old venerable smiled. What a dogfight. Huanyun smiled and did not say anything. On the path of cultivation, 1 step slower would lead to another. If Shinzhen's 2 direct disciples did not have his protection and entered this place first, they would be later than the young Marquis of Baiting Country. Similarly, they could only risk their lives and fight below. However, Huanyun's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw through the traces of the 2 great cultivators of the Sparrow Manor. They were most likely Sun Qing and Wu Jiong. As for the young female cultivator who was flying in the air with a guqin in her hand, it was obvious that it was the scattered snow guqin. However, this guqin was the natal item of a female nascent soul cultivator of the water dragon sect. There was once an earth-shattering battle near the water. Using the guqin and the geographical advantage, she beat up an old nascent soul cultivator of the same level. In the hands of the female golden core cultivator of the water dragon sect, she could only use 50% to 60% of the guqin's unique abilities. The old venerable asked softly, next, should we take a detour to that Kasoon well and leave secretly? Or should we go to the back of the mountain to take a look? Huanyun smiled, we are the guardians. Let the 2 children make the decision. We only need to hide ourselves and not get involved. This trip should be fine. Huanyun glanced at the sky above his head and looked down into the distance. It was the border of this small world. The old perfected master had already confirmed the abnormality that Bai Bai had sensed earlier. However, he had secretly hidden a talisman underground at the Kasoon well. As long as the talisman did not make any mistakes, it meant that there was still a way out. Although there were many mysteries in this place, the atmosphere did not seem to be filthy or evil. There was not even a trace of murderous aura. This made the old perfected master feel much more at ease. The atmosphere of a place was the hardest to fake. Even if you were a nascent soul realm mountain lake demon, you would still be able to find clues in an immortal mystic realm that was full of illusions and camouflage. Huanyun was an expert in the Tao of talismans. The Daoist sects of the world had many factions in the past. It was a good time for them to be in full bloom. However, many of the powerful side branches had already withered and were no longer of any importance. Some of them had even been lost. For example, the Sword Immortal lineage of the Central Plains Dao sects was once at its peak. That was truly a phenomenon. Back then, even though the North Continent was filled with sword cultivators and sword immortals, they still did not dare claim that they occupied 80% of the world's sword Dao's light from Providence. In the early years, the sword immortals of the Daoist sect occupied one of the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain. They were known as the Sword Immortals of the world. Back then, the Sword Immortals of the Daoist sect did not consider themselves as sword cultivators. Huanyun sighed as he looked at the bloody fights at the foot of the mountain after the change in the Daoist sect. In the old perfected master's eyes, those who were fighting for the opportunity at the mountain gate should be juniors. They were children. The old perfected master suddenly thought of a poem that said, "In the eyes of 10,000 youths, their intentions are all rugged." When later generations of poets read this sentence, they would write, "Rugged is the opposite of suave." Hence, this sentence revealed the unpredictability of human emotions. The rugged path of a person's heart was far better than the steep path in the mountains. Huan Yun thought of his greed and killing intent and felt even more helpless. In the eyes of the sages of the three sects, who was not a youth in their eyes? Huan Yun suddenly said, "Go and protect them in the future to search for opportunities. I will go to the foot of the mountain to mediate. The fewer deaths, the better." The old guardian wanted to say something but stopped. His thoughts turned quickly. After weighing the pros and cons, he understood the old perfected master's intentions and nodded. Unless the group from the city above the clouds left quickly, the mess at the foot of the mountain, especially the death of the direct disciple of the Water Dragon sect, would cause the wrath of the cultivators of the upper 5 realms of the Water Dragon sect to descend from the sky and engulf the Baiting country and the Fufu country. The Sparrow residents and the city above the clouds would not be able to escape. Perhaps, the one who would benefit more today would suffer more. Furthermore, if the old perfected master could help the two parties who were in a stalemate and allow both parties to sit down and come up with a plan, this would be the favor that Huan Yun earned. The Water Dragon sect, the Sparrow residents and the Baiting country Marquis residents would all acknowledge it. Huan Yun took out a talisman and passed it to the old guardian of the city above the clouds. He smiled, "If there is trouble, take out the talisman and I will rush over immediately." The old guardian of the Dragon Gate territory kept the talisman and disappeared in a flash. Huan Yun was actually not feeling relaxed. He is going to stir up trouble. Don't try to be a good guy and end up being a troublemaker for both sides. After Huan Yun took action and attacked, he did not help either side but also helped both sides. The talisman took action and tried his best to stop the two groups from continuing to kill each other. At the same time, he moved them emotionally and reasoned with them. He said that there were many opportunities on the mountain and if they trusted him, they could search for treasures together. Why did they have to kill each other here and cause both sides to suffer? The originally chaotic situation was like a raging river that suddenly changed its course and entered a huge lake. Hence, it quickly calmed down. Especially when Huan Yun called 5 people to have a secret discussion. Among them were Baiting country's young Marquis John Qing, Sparrow Residence's Sun Qing, Water Dragon sect's Bai Bai and the 2 most powerful leaders of the mountain cultivators. As such, they came up with a plan where both sides of the bridge would take a step back. Of course, Zhon Qing and Bai Bai would take a step back. The reason was simple. As long as they continued to kill each other, the only one who would survive to the end would be the Golden Core Bai Bai who was forced to flee. Of course, on the other side, only a few would survive. At most, 10 would survive. If they were unlucky, they might only be able to survive. Hence, Huan Yun's appearance was great news for both sides. Otherwise, everyone would be in an awkward situation where they couldn't back down. The only way to stop was to smash the other party's head. At the same time, under Huan Yun's lead, they came up with a rough agreement on the compensation for the people who died in the battle. Under Huan Yun's secret discussion with Bai Bai through the ripples in his heart, Bai Bai even took out a sum of divine money on the spot and handed it to the other 3 so that they could discuss the distribution of the compensation among themselves. On Bai Bai's and Zhon Qing's side, one of the Marquis household's worshippers had died. Jiao Ling was also severely injured. The Dew armor on his body was already on the verge of collapse. The worshipper of the Fufu Kingdom's royal family was not much better. Zhon Qing herself could not even find the secret treasure that was not refined as her natal item. Who knows if it fell into the river or was secretly kept by some black-hearted bastard. This young Marquis White's hair was disheveled and his daoist robe was already in tatters. He no longer had any of the elegance of a noble family. However, his family had lost a mainstay of the 7th-tier martial artist. Not only did Zhon Qing not complain to Bai Bai, her expression was as usual. She did not say a word and handed over all the authority of the discussion to Bai Bai. This made Bai Bai very happy. During this time, Sun Qing took the initiative to speak telepathically to Bai Bai, who was at a disadvantage in the battle. Since this place belongs to you, the Palace of Sparrows is willing to help you hold out until the elders of the Water Dragon sect arrive. We will try our best to prevent the city above clouds from leaking information to other sects. However, if Shenzhenze from the city above clouds arrives first with other great cultivators, don't blame the cultivators of the Palace of Sparrows for leaving. With just these words, Bai Bai's impression of the mansion master of the Sparrow Mansion changed greatly. Previously, both sides had held back their strength in the battle. Other than the old Daoist Huan Yun, no one else could see it. Therefore, after they made a verbal agreement, Bai Bai had the idea of building some personal friendship with the Palace of Sparrows in the future. Huan Yun saw that both sides had come to an agreement and felt relieved. It was easy to be a peacemaker but difficult to be a good peacemaker. It was not as simple as having a high enough level of cultivation. The key was to have a good grasp of the people's emotions. At the old site of the Daoist temple, a tall old man appeared out of thin air. He glanced at the ruins of the Daoist temple and shook his head. He walked slowly to the top of the stairs and sneered. "Children, do you think this is over? Is there money in the world that is so easy to get? Humans kill the most. It's human nature. Otherwise, where's the fun in watching you children fight?" He stomped his foot lightly. When he walked to the stairs, he looked down at both sides at the foot of the mountain. After a glance, the wisp of sword chi destroyed the ethereal figure. However, the green river water at the foot of the mountain had already started to change. First, there were ripples, then it started to boil. Huan Yun was the first person to notice the change. He waved his sleeves and talismans flew out like water. In just an instant, the river water under the bridge became still and still. Then, on both sides of the white jade arch bridge, a god who was 15 yards tall in green walked out. One of them was holding a silver spear while the other was holding a metal mace. They went ashore and stood still. At the same time, the white jade bridge also started to shake. Finally, a white-robed deity condensed. She had golden eyes and an expressionless face. She held a scroll that looked like a Daoist treasure. She floated into the sky and opened the scroll. Her voice was like the sound of nature as she slowly spoke. Even the knowledgeable old perfected Huan Yun felt that the white-robed deity's words were ridiculous after hearing them. However, he had to believe them. The general meaning was that this was the place where the ancient perfected person ascended. It was once the 36th grotto heaven and the 71st blessed land. This was a tranquil place. It was both a fortuitous opportunity and a sin for them to recklessly trespass into the mansion. Before the perfected person ascended, he had left a decree for the three of them. He promised that the future cultivators would decide their opportunities based on the number of treasures they obtained. In the end, 5 of them would be left behind. Not only would they be able to leave behind all the treasures and immortal secret manuals, the leader would also be able to become a direct disciple of the ascended perfected person. The rest would temporarily be registered and would be taught a Daoist technique that would lead them directly to the immortal realm. In the next 10 years, only 5 people would be able to survive. Otherwise, everything would be useless. Not only would they lose all their opportunities, they would also be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation. As direct disciples and registered disciples, if they couldn't cleanse the filth for their master, they wouldn't be worthy of this opportunity. After the scroll was opened, it suddenly became as big as a waterfall and fell from the sky to the ground. There were 5 portraits on the scroll. They were the 5 people who had obtained the most treasures and were the most fortunate. In addition to this water screen, there was also a small water screen hanging in the air somewhere on the mountain or behind the mountain, as long as there were people. The white-robed deity's voice wasn't loud, but it resounded through the world. Everyone in the secret realm heard it. The young male cultivator who carried the white jade brush from Shenzhenze in the city above the clouds was dumbfounded. He was on the list and his ranking wasn't low. He was ranked 2nd. The female cultivator beside him was both worried and happy. The person at the bottom was a young man with a saber. Di Yuan Feng. This handsome young man with a slightly pale face was dumbfounded. The person ranked fourth was a sloppy man who stood in front of the stone tablet with his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed. The third person was a tall and thin Daoist who was carrying what seemed to be a Daoist robe. It was Daoist's son who claimed to be the immortal master of the Thunder God residence. At this moment, the tall and thin Daoist was already sweating like rain. The first person. It was a black-robed old man who was holding a bamboo and hanging in the air. Chen Pinggan. Everyone saw that the guy on the scroll was still unwilling to land. He stretched out his hand and scratched his head hard. Then, he looked at the landscape scroll that was hanging in the air and said sincerely, "What are you doing? I made a mistake. I really made a mistake." 544, author's note, uploaded a bit late. The white-clothed goddess and the two blue-clothed gods had already disappeared. Half a day later, the water screen would appear again. If it came again and there were more than 5 people left, the heavenly tribulation would descend and kill everyone. Huan Yun found that the talisman he buried at the Kasoon had already shattered. Clearly, the mountain and water gods had already closed the exit of the immortal residence. On the White Jade Bridge, the cultivators and martial artists from all walks of life looked at each other. The scattered people that Huan Yun had helped to win over were instantly beaten back to their original state. They returned to a state of disunity. Even the 6 of them retreated at the same time and distanced themselves from the people around them. Only Bai Bai and Zhong Qing stood side by side and communicated silently. For a moment, the world was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The young man and woman in the city above clouds felt heavier and heavier. The young woman asked, "Senior brother, can old perfected Huan protect us?" The man smiled bitterly. "Maybe old perfected Huan didn't want to kill us. He's already very kind." The woman's face turned pale. The man said helplessly, "Huan Yun is not one of us after all. The only person we can trust now is Honorary Elder Shu." After a while, the two of them pondered over their predicament and tried to break the deadlock. Unfortunately, they still couldn't come up with a solution. The worshipper from the Dragon Gate realm, who had rushed over, was their true protector. He floated to their side and said with a grave expression, "Why don't you give me the white jade brush? I'll draw everyone's attention away." The man handed over the core item without hesitation and said gratefully, "Thank you, Honorary Elder Shu." The Honorary Elder carefully put the white jade brush into his sleeve and left. The young woman was surprised. The man shook his head and signaled her not to speak. Although the young woman wasn't as calm and careful as her senior brother and had been taught a lesson by City Lord Shinjunza, she knew that handing over the core item now wasn't a good thing. The man said telepathically, "If we didn't hand it over, we would be 2 corpses now. Half a day later, if Honorary Elder Dao and we can survive until that day, the core item will be returned to its rightful owner." The woman said sadly, "Wait until the water screen disappears and then take it away." The man smiled. "What else?" The girl's face was covered in tears. The man gently wiped away her tears without saying a word. It wasn't that he didn't want to say anything, but he had nothing to say. Under the green bamboo tree at the back of the mountain, Di Yuanfeng looked up with a solemn expression. He had no intention of finding trouble with the black-robed old man. He planned to hide as far away as possible. Without the slightest hesitation, Di Yuanfeng flew down the mountain and bypassed the temple. Chen Pinggan slid down the bamboo pole. When he passed by the temple, he noticed that there was no movement from Huangsha's side. He wondered what Huangsha was thinking. Daoist's son took down the big and small packages and placed them beside his feet. He didn't dare to throw the bag away and run away. He was worried that the old master would be beaten to death by others. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. He was just a sea-viewing realm wild cultivator. He was really not enough. Daoist's son could only bet that the next group of people would stop when they saw him and only take the money and not their lives. At this moment, even if he really was the immortal master of the Thunder God residence on Infant Mountain, would it be of any use? What use was that? When Chen Pinggan saw this scene, he thought that this old Daoist was finally smart for once. He didn't throw away the treasure and run away. Daoist's son's tearful eyes looked pitifully at fellow Daoist Chen standing on the wall. He then waved his hand. Go, go, go as far away as possible. Chen Pinggan nodded, take care. But before he left, he threw over 3 talisman. All of them were steely carrying talismans that could conceal one's body. Giving them to the killing talisman didn't have much meaning. After telling Daoist Sun the use of this talisman through his mind, Chen Pinggan also flew down the mountain. After Daoist Sun caught the talisman, he raised his head again. There was already no trace of fellow Daoist Chen on the wall. He sighed with emotion. A true heart is revealed in adversity. Chen Pinggan only hoped that Daoist Sun could save his life temporarily by giving up the treasure. After that, there was actually a glimmer of hope for survival. The lotus flower-blessed land was in a similar situation back then. After the murderous battle, the armed Saint Cheng Yuanshan didn't fight at all. Not only did he survive to the end, if it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't reach the top of the city on time, he would have gained the blessing of ascending to the vast world for nothing. As for the 5 people who could survive in the end, there was still a great blessing coming, and they were accepted as direct disciples and registered disciples by some ascendant realm master. Chen Pinggan didn't believe it at all. On the path of cultivation, it seemed like a blessing, but because it was linked to magic weapons, it was often the most tempting and intuitive. It seemed that whoever had a greater blessing would have a better foundation for cultivation. But Chen Pinggan was roughly clear that the higher the realm, the more important the disciple's foundation, aptitude, temperament, and opportunity were. None of them could be missing. When an ancient ascendant realm cultivator accepted a disciple, especially a direct disciple, how could he only look at how many treasures the descendant had in his mountain? This time, there was hidden killing intent everywhere. If it was said that seeking treasures and fighting for opportunities before was like everyone on the path of cultivation, it was reasonable. Therefore, Chen Pinggan couldn't determine whether the environment here was right or wrong. But now, the situation was completely forcing everyone to kill according to their intentions. It was simply a situation where everyone around them could die. The guy who was in charge of this place was obviously not a good person. It was very likely that he deliberately bewitched people's hearts and let the remaining 40 or so people kill each other, so that that person could sit and reap the benefits. Moreover, with the sudden shattering of Daoist Sun's pagoda bell as a foreshadowing, Chen Pinggan even guessed that the person behind all of this might be a greater demon. However, due to some old rules, it was unable to act as it pleased. For example, the existence of that strand of fierce sword chi was extremely likely to be a type of restraint and restraint. Chen Pinggan suddenly remembered the conversation with Kui Dong on the steps of Luopa Mountain. Kui Dong was incomparably certain about the general trend of the world. At that time, Chen Pinggan wanted to ask the Dali Imperial tutor why he didn't tell this matter to some people, or directly announce it to the world. It was just that Chen Pinggan didn't ask at that time, and then he had the answer. If he said it, no one would listen, no one would believe it. Chen Pinggan didn't go too far from Daoist Sun's building. However, he had a plan. Should he immediately break the sky curtain with Sword Immortal? This was a choice that was very likely to determine life and death. Because Chen Pinggan's understanding of this ruin, after the scene of pretending to be a ghost, raised the level of the local god hidden behind the scenes by a level. At that time, he was able to successfully escape from the Ghost Valley without warning. Jingguan City's Jiao Cheng was somewhat caught off guard, but the person here may have begun to stare at him, Chen Pinggan. Therefore, he had a compromise. Like the Lotus Flower Blessed Land's armed sage Cheng Yuanshan, he had to hide until 10 days later. At that time, whether it was a blessing or a curse, whether the person behind the scenes had good or bad intentions, everything would be clear. Whether he had to use his sword or not, it would be very clear. Huang Shi walked out from the corner and asked curiously, "You care so much about Daoist Sun's life and death? So worried that I would kill this so-called Thunder God House's immortal master with one punch?" Chen Pinggan laughed. "Take a guess." Huang Shi's mouth twitched. "Why don't you and I work together to repel the enemy?" Chen Pinggan asked. "You're not afraid that I'll be a burden?" Huang Shi became more and more suspicious, and finally couldn't help but ask, "What realm are you at? A Dragon Gate cultivator proficient in talisman, or a Jindan Earth immortal?" Chen Pinggan asked back, "What about you?" Huang Shi laughed frankly. I'm still a passable Jindan martial artist. I still have a great enmity to take, so I can't die. Chen Pinggan said, then you can treat me as a Jindan cultivator. A passable Jindan earth immortal. Huang Shi pondered for a moment, then said, let's retreat from this mountain first, and try not to be surrounded and killed. How about it? This is naturally the worst-case scenario, but it's not wrong to think of the worst-case scenario in our current situation. Chen Pinggan asked, why don't you learn from Daoist Sun and hand over the treasure directly? Huang Shi sneered, why? Do you want to bet that those immortal masters have the heart of a bodhisattva? Or do you want to hope that those immortal masters will change their hearts and become good people? Chen Pinggan rubbed his chin, as if he was considering if he should sincerely cooperate with Huang Shi to get through this crisis together. Huang Shi urged, opportunity knocks but once, it won't come again. If the two of us continue to waste time, we'll be in danger. Chen Pinggan said, forget it, I'm afraid that you'll secretly punch me again. My old bones can't take the torture. Huang Shi shook his head, you'll definitely die before me. After saying that, Huang Shi took a few steps back and disappeared around the corner. Chen Pinggan pasted another steely carrying talisman and found a secluded place to put on an ordinary green robe. 3 Daoist robes and an ordinary green robe made him look a little bloated. However, it was winter and the mountain was even colder, so it was reasonable to wear thicker clothes. Chen Pinggan changed the old man's face into a young man's face. Then, using Zhu Lian's monkey fist, he bent his body slightly and became a little shorter. He took off the 2 sling bags on his body and buried them in the ground. As for the sword immortal on his back, he took off the blade strengthening gourd and placed it into the square-inch item. At this moment, in addition to the imitation swords of the hateful sword mountain, which Chen Pinggan had to buy in the future, he wanted to buy another Fengsuan item. Next, Chen Pinggan planned to follow the river at the foot of the mountain back to the front of the mountain. Then, he would find an opportunity to go to the White Jade Arch Bridge at the foot of the mountain. There was no need to rush. The outstanding tree comes out of the forest, and the outstanding tree returns to the forest. They were 2 different principles. Since Chen Pinggan could tell Ji Yukan this principle at the Bookslip Lake, Chen Pinggan would naturally be more adept at it. Choosing to travel together with Daoist Sun, or what he was going to do next, was all because of this principle. Kui Dongshan once said something very chewy. The principles at both ends of the line were smoothly broken down and understood. It was as if after 2 sides finished fighting, they finally landed in the middle. That was a little bit of true knowledge. Otherwise, the principle was not the principle. Once it was in the stomach, the world outside was all bullshit. Back then, when the 2 of them traveled together in the Great Sui Kingdom, Kui Dongshan actually said a lot of such unintentional jokes. However, perhaps Kui Dongshan's words were too frivolous and careless, so Chen Pinggan did not really listen to them. Afterward, he remembered. It turned out that the student was teaching the teacher the principle. A tall old man was strolling along the border of the small world. The ethereal figure that was shattered by the sword Qi time and time again gathered again. One was not tired, and the other was indifferent. Of course, the old man knew what was so wonderful about his plan. Every person's heart, which perhaps even those little fellows themselves could not understand, was at the critical moment of death and the great opportunity to obtain the immortal's inheritance. Great disasters and great blessings depended on each other. Then, everyone's words and actions would extend to all kinds of accidents and possibilities. They would form alliances, plot against each other, be difficult to distinguish between friend and foe, endure and lie dormant, rise to kill, flee with their hands covering their heads, have a compassionate heart, and have a heroic temperament. Just who to find first, who to kill first, and how to kill were all delicious side dishes to accompany wine. If not for the fact that there were too many remnant rules in this small world, and one of them was more like an insurmountable lightning pool, perhaps he would have refined the entire mountain and water long ago, and not approach that green mountain and water time and time again, and always be restrained. Once he really took charge of this small world, he would probably have cultivated a Dao fruit with a square sky and a square earth. However, after so many years of hardship and wandering, it was not entirely a bad thing that he could only choose some low-level ants to fill his stomach. He used the thoughts of others to sharpen his Tao heart, and after each time, he benefited greatly, and became more and more knowledgeable about the word truth. After this meal, he had to move again, to prevent the neighboring sects of the North Continent from finding any clues. He could not go to the Middle Continent, as there were too many experts, and the northernmost snow peak continent was a good choice. As for the Aquarius continent in the south, from the idle chatter of the cultivators outside, unless he took a detour, he would have to pass through the North Peak continent. Once the North Peak god entered the Jade Pure realm, he would be equivalent to an immortal cultivator. It would be more troublesome. Especially when the other party was a mountain god, it would be harder for him to completely hide his tracks. He could not possibly become a small consecrator of the Song clan, right? If he knew the news earlier, and the new 5 peak mountain gods of the Aquarius continent had not been confirmed, it would be a good choice to become the mountain god. The old man was probably tired of the sword chief's incessant pestering, so he retreated into the white fog and sat cross-legged, with origami cranes circling around him. At the entrance to the ruins, the cave room with the 4 heavenly king statues was actually a remnant of a broken mountain elsewhere, which he had refined into a mountain and piled up together. In reality, he had refined more than one famous mountain, so the next time another opportunity appeared, it would be a different scene. Once a suitable ant cultivator entered the mountain and accidentally broke it, he would deliberately set up a low-level restriction, so that the Earth Immortal cultivator would not be too interested. At most, it would be Sun Qing of the Sparrow Residence, Bai Bai of the Water Dragon sect, or Huan Yun, who was just a Tao protector. It was not that the old man could not eat 1 or 2 Yuaniing cultivators who were rolling around in his stomach, but it was better to be safe than sorry. So the poems and writings on the walls were all written by the old man. It was used to deal with smart people who thought they were infallible. The 50 people who came later were too stupid, far inferior to the first 3 groups of cultivators, so he removed all the restrictions and used a small trick. As a result, when someone fought to be first, everyone fought to be first. The human heart had never surprised him. When the first group of people entered the immortal cave, they looked up and saw the immortal cranes circling around, which was also a small trick. The cultivators in the world all liked to be suspicious. If he did not play a trick, they would either be too stupid to take the bait, or too afraid to take the bait. It was laughable. If the people who entered the mountain were all righteous and did not kill each other, each taking their own treasures, he really could not do anything. At most, he would just close the door and let those cultivators die of old age. The 2 corpses playing chess in the pavilion were like this in their early years. It was not that he could not kill them, but that the gains did not make up for the losses. Once the true body was revealed, the remnant sword aura would not be polite anymore, and could even follow the traces and kill its way into the white fog. In the long 1,000 years of hibernation, the old man had suffered greatly twice. Moreover, relying on his cultivation level and strength to kill people was like a child smashing an ant's nest with a piece of wood. When the old man was in a foreign land, he had done many things and finally met the person who was worshipped by the Daoist temple, which was why he was reduced to such a state. There were many palaces and pavilions on the mountain, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and immortal secret manuals, but to the old man, they were no longer significant. He was more prepared to wait until his cultivation level was high enough to protect himself in any continent in the vast world, then he would establish his own sect. By then, all the treasures and opportunities would be the foundation of his own sect. The old man really did not care for those of poor quality. After they were broken, they would return to the world and turn into spiritual energy, which was not a problem. The spiritual energy here was rich, especially the water fate. It was not the universal phenomenon that existed in the beginning. The people that the old man really paid attention to were not the 3 Earth Immortals of the Golden Core realm, but the other 3. One of them was too lucky, which was why his luck was bad. He had somehow obtained 3 of the opportunities of the Daoist temple on the mountain peak. A broken wooden idol, dark green glazed roof that was secretly refined by immortals, and green bricks that contained water fate. There were 2 others. One of them was the first one that he had the thought of taking in as a disciple, and indeed had some connection with the Daoist fate of the mountain. If they really became master and disciple, the disciple's cultivation level would improve by leaps and bounds. In the future, when he was running around outside and working with his master, it would save him a lot of trouble. Perhaps he could also eat the nascent soul. If his master attained the fruit of Tao, the disciple would take the golden core, nascent soul, and treasures, and everyone would be happy. Together, they would ascend to the top of the vast world. One day, they might even be able to return home in glory and shock those arrogant old Taoists. The last one was the most interesting one, which was why he had to die. Most likely, he would not have to do it himself. When the time came, there would only be 5 people left. Killing a few more would just be a matter of course. In fact, if those people could sincerely cooperate, abandon their prejudices, and choose to break the situation together, in addition to the existence of that wisp of sword aura, he would be in a lot of trouble. He could only hold his stomach and start to travel far away, slowly waiting for those guys to gradually die of old age in this cave in his stomach. Their cultivation would turn into spiritual energy and return to the small world. However, was it possible? Absolutely impossible. Even if they were so loving and there was a nascent soul who had the potential to reach the Jade Pure Realm in the end. When that time came, he would have to pay a price and kill him personally. The world was connected, and a great calamity was imminent. It wasn't a joke that he had asked the 3 paper gods to make up. If anyone could gain the recognition of that wisp of sword aura, it would be the biggest trouble. Huge trouble. Fortunately, there was no such person who was blessed by the heavens. Since he had nothing to do for the time being, the old man opened a book with pages that were as thin as cicadas' wings. The content was written in tiny characters that were almost indiscernible. There were also pages of cultivator portraits in between. Apart from that, there was a chapter that returned to the body. Every chapter described the life and death of a cultivator in this place. Everything, big or small, was described in detail. Everyone's words and deeds in this place were accurately recorded, word for word. However, the length of each story varied. It seemed that everyone was the main character, but everyone would die. This was the most important cultivation path that the old man had been secretly refining famous mountains and rivers for countless years. In the vast white fog, the mountains and rivers could be seen clearly. This was the true top-notch God observing mountains and rivers. The current saint overseeing the small world was not a path that the 3 religions and 100 schools of thought had figured out in the early years. It was also learned. The tall old man wanted to visit the most was not the saint of the 3 religions, but the cultivators of the 100 schools of thought, the white paper-blessed land that they oversaw. They would definitely benefit from each other's great Tao. What a good way to learn from each other. The scholars in this world were particular about what they said. The tall old man raised his head and looked in the direction of the Daoist temple at the peak of the Green Mountain. He sighed. Back in the day, he followed that person to cultivate. There were few people in the mountain, but there were many books. The collection of books was very plentiful. He could be considered to have read all the books. This time, that person rarely spoke and asked him how he was doing with the books. He replied that reading Daoist books, there is death in life. It was a little cold. Reading Buddhist scriptures, there is joy in bitterness. It was a little hot. Reading Confucian scriptures, there was a lot of discipline. It was a little annoying. That person laughed and said that he had read a little, but was far from finishing. It was not good to be in the depths of the mountain and not see the mountain but not the person. However, before he could read more, there was that shocking change in the situation where the sword was thrust out and the sword chi was like a storm. Even now, when he thought about that sword, he felt a chill run down his spine and his liver and guts were torn apart. Before that person died, in order to break open the sky, he sent this small world, whose owner had changed many times, out of his hometown with him. In reality, he was already powerless to restrict him, so he could only make a 3-point agreement with him. As time went by, the so-called 3-point agreement was no longer a restriction. Now, only that wisp of sword chi was left to hold on bitterly. As the cultivators of this world broke into this place, each one of them, like that martial artist Huang Shu, acted more and more unscrupulously. He broke the wooden statue again and again, and after that, he patched it up and put it back together again. What little reverence he had for that person disappeared along with it. The old man casually glanced into the distance. If someone dared to ruin his observation plan, such as daring to suppress everyone with brute force, then they could die first. It was a good opportunity to make an example of them, so that those little bastards would believe that this place was the cultivation place of some ancient ascendant realm cultivator. Paying a price was nothing more than wearing down the superficial cultivation that he had accumulated for decades. For an existence like him, time was worthless. What was most valuable was to sharpen his Tao heart and cultivate Tao techniques. Those who had the chance to do so did not do so. Those who did not have the ability to do so just wanted to puff themselves up at their own cost. For example, that young marquis named Zhongqing was a joke. One wrong step after another, she was destined not to live long. Moreover, she might die more sadly and hurt her lungs. For example, dying in the hands of some ant. Or should he arrange for this little fellow to die in the hands of his beloved big sister Bai? There were no more fights near the White Jade Arch Bridge. It had turned into a chaotic battle that was even more dangerous in terms of mental state. Huan Yun surrounded himself with talisman formations. Bai Bai held the Guqin scattered snow in her arms. She had no intention of putting it away. All of a sudden, the energy ripples here were extremely chaotic. However, it also blocked off the prying eyes of all the other cultivators and martial artists. After the 6 of them stood still, they all communicated mentally. Huan Yun, Sun Qing of the Rainbow Sparrow Manor, Bai Bai of the Water Dragon sect. For the time being, they only had the chance and strength to survive until the end. However, the 3 of them all had their own concerns. Sun Qing was Wu Jiong and that disciple. Bai Bai was Zhongqing. Huan Yun needed to protect Shenzhenze and the other 2 direct disciples. Their sect's inheritance, their future Tao companions on the Tao, and their own conscience. Therefore, this was an extremely difficult situation for the 3 of them. They would not lose to anyone else who lived for the sake of survival. It wasn't that Huan Yun didn't think of uniting everyone to go against the strange rules of this small world. However, if they took too much risk, it would be easy for them to die early on. It was the same for Sun Qing and Bai Bai. They had the will but not the power. Moreover, they might not even have the will. Bai Bai spoke first. Let's find those 5 first. Sun Qing smiled. What should we say after we find them? Bai Bai changed his suggestion. We have to find that black-robed old man first, right? Sun Qing shook his head. Do you think you can kill this kind of person just because you found him? When the time comes, will you be the one leading the charge or will our young marquis be the one doing it? Soon, 2 people agreed with Sun Qing. Zhongqing smiled bitterly. In the first battle, after he was killed by everyone wanted to kill him. However, an old man with funny words and actions made everyone wary. It seemed like they wouldn't hunt him down for a while. Huan Yun hesitated and suggested, we won't kill anyone. We'll only take the treasures. Moreover, we won't take any of the treasures. We'll leave them at the Daoist temple on the mountain peak for now. A leader of the rogue cultivators sneered, isn't this the same as taking off your pants to fart? In the end, there will only be 5 who can survive. Let's raise our hands and cut them down. We'll be able to die a quick death and save them some suffering. Another old martial artist nodded, we'll die sooner or later. Why don't we get rid of a group of people first? With the 6 of us, each of us can protect 4 or 5 people in half a day. How about that? These 2 people were the ones who agreed with Sun Qing. Zhongqing said, 5 people is too many. The rogue cultivator clicked his tongue. You and your wife don't have anyone by your side anyway. There's only 2 left. Of course, you think it's too many. According to the young marquis, isn't it just right to leave 2 people alive? Zhongqing shook his sleeves and said nonchalantly, then you guys can continue talking. Pretend I don't exist. Originally, Zhongqing wanted to suggest that everyone stop fighting first and deal with the 5 people together before discussing anything else. It seemed like it was wishful thinking. No matter what Zhongqing said now, it would be useless. Not to mention the 5 who got the most treasures. Currently, there were 42 people who were still alive. Bai Bai said, then we'll leave 3 people each. But I'll say this first. Zhongqing and I can rope in 2 more people to protect their lives. Huan Yun did not speak. Because only 3 people came from the city above clouds. He, Huan Yun, was only a temporary Dao protector. He was not even the Dao master of those 2 young children. He was not even a cultivator from the city above clouds. As for the life and death of others, he could not care less. Although Sun Qing was unwilling to get involved with this group of people, she did not speak. Other than her, Wu Jiong and her disciple, Liu Guibao, had an extra spot. The young girl had already used her voice to beg Sun Qing to save one person. It was a stranger they met on Vishan Mountain. Love at first sight was just like that. Sun Qing did not feel that there was anything wrong. Back then, when she met that young scholar, it was the same. If the master was already like that, he had no right to complain to his disciple. But suddenly, someone used the martial arts technique to communicate with Sun Qing. I know your manor lord son of the Sparrow residence. Brother Chu and I don't trust the young duke's group. Why don't we work together and persuade old immortal Huan Yun to not do anything? We'll kill Zhongqing and the others together. This group of people is the most unruly. They're even more unruly than wild cultivators. After killing them, manor lord's son, you'll be our leader. Finally, Brother Chu and I will work with your Sparrow residents to kill Huan Yun's group. What do you think? In the end, only the 5 of us will survive. Wouldn't that be safer? Sun Qing frowned. She did not agree nor reject. That martial artist was not in a hurry. To him, the old perfected master Huan Yun's Dao skills were high and should be the best partner. Unfortunately, he was too bashful and was destined to not be able to achieve great things together. As for Zhongqing and the golden core female cultivator, they were all bad people. They were not as reassuring as Sun Qing of the Sparrow residence. Moreover, Sun Qing, who was recognized by him, had a sufficient cultivation base. His 2 followers were also shrewd. As for Bai Bai, who came from the Fuchu kingdom, she had already revealed her identity. But so what? She was a direct disciple of the Water Dragon sect's ancestral hall. So what? To hell with the immortal master of the archives of great sects. If he really had the ability, why didn't he kill all of them in one go? Zhongqing had actually roughly guessed the situation on her side. Her intestines were green with regret. It was only at this moment that she truly realized what a true immortal master of the archives was, and the inherent weakness of Shanzai's cultivation style. Sister Bai had clearly been implicated by him. However, there was one outcome that made Zhongqing feel slightly better. It was that 18 people would die soon. In any case, not only would he and Sister Bai not have any more deaths, they would even have 2 more temporary guest elders. In that case, every person that was lost in the group would increase his and Sister Bai's chances of victory. On the other side of the White Jade Arch Bridge opposite the mountain gate of the Immortal Residence, a young man whose shoulder had been grazed by Jiao Ling's fist aura sat by the river. His face was pale, and he was in a daze. The brocade robe on his body had already been torn to shreds by the impact of the powerful fist aura. A burly wild cultivator and his Dao partner sat side by side near the young man. The burly man cupped some water to wash his face and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He turned his head and consoled him with a smile. Young Master Huai, don't worry. There's always a way out. I feel that you're a good person. Haven't we been able to avert danger all this time by following you? In my opinion, you should have a share of such great fortune. The 2 of us, husband and wife, should just follow you and share a share of the profits. The young man spoke the North Continent's language that he was not very familiar with. He muttered, those small skirmishes before were only caused by 4th or 5th realm demons. If I didn't know you guys, I reckon I would only take a detour. How would I dare to fight? Originally, I only wanted to go to the academy to study. I didn't expect such a bleak situation. We'll die. We'll all die. The woman frowned. He was really an embroidered pillow that looked good but was useless. He only knew how to say unlucky things all day long. She could bear with it earlier because this scholar from another continent revealed that he had some relationship with a teacher in the academy. He could reluctantly enter the academy to borrow books and copy books. A cultivator of the lower 5 realms who was only at the bottleneck of 4th realm was hot-blooded when fighting earlier. He first took a blow from the young Duke of Baiting Kingdom and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. After that, he rushed forward recklessly and almost crashed into Gao Ling's fist aura. If he was not slapped away by a young girl, he would have died without a complete corpse. He was indeed a scholar. A slender young girl wiped her face. Along the way, she tilted her head and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood on the ground. Finally, she sat beside the young scholar and said, "Young Master Huai, you'll follow me from now on. Don't worry about anything else." The young man looked confused and asked in a low voice, "There's going to be another fight?" The young girl smiled and said, "Are you going to do what you did on the bridge earlier and risk your life to save me?" The young man was a little embarrassed. It was hard to say who would save who. The young girl took off the wine pot from her waist and handed it to him. "Drink some wine to boost your courage." The young man shook his head and blushed slightly. "Miss Liu, I can't drink wine." The young girl drank the wine herself. She wiped her mouth and looked up at the top of the mountain. She smiled and said, "Huai Qian, if you want to say it's inappropriate for me to drink wine, just say it." The young man was speechless. The young girl was Liu Guibao, the most valued direct disciple of Sun Qing, the Jindan of Sparrow Mansion. Everyone in Sparrow Mansion, including Wu Jiong, thought that the young girl would become the next mansion master without any doubt. The young girl was still young. Although she looked older than her youthful face, she was already a well-deserved cultivation genius among the cultivators on the mountain. She now had the cultivation of cave-dwelling realm. Moreover, before Wu Jiong took the initiative to attack Gao Ling, she spoke twice and directly decided the direction of the whole battle. It could even be said that the person who Zhongqing and Bai hated the most was this young girl with a low cultivation. The young scholar who came from another continent to study, surnamed Huai Qian, was inexplicably involved in this disaster. Liu Guibao liked him a lot, especially when he tried his best to pretend that he was an experienced cultivator. That pretense of being smart and cleverness was really cute. Perhaps Liu Guibao was too precocious. She liked Huai Qian, who did not fake his cultivation at this cultivation level. Just like what her master said, if you like someone, you have to reason with them. If you have too many reasons, then it's not true love. You should quickly change your love. Every time her master was drunk, he would confide in his disciple about Mr. Liu's various deeds and unintentionally say such things. In Liu Guibao's eyes, it was actually very cute. Her master had come to a conclusion again. Liu Guibao felt quite bored. They had discussed who to kill. Now, they were deciding how to kill and who to kill. Those who were a little smarter should be able to detect the signs. Liu Guibao turned around and looked. It seemed that there were still very few smart people. On the other hand, the 6 people on her master's side were still focused on scheming against each other. A man sat alone by the river, his hands and feet cold. He was some distance away from everyone. It couldn't be helped. He was alone. It was already a miracle that he didn't die in the previous chaotic battle. The man was wearing a pair of badly worn boots. Someone took the lead and shouted in their mind, saying that the 6 people had agreed with young Marquis Zhongqing's suggestion and decided to kill all the wild cultivators. No one was too sure, but no one dared to not believe it. After a moment of sluggishness, they started to either run or ride the wind in 2s and 3s, retreating from the White Jade Arch Bridge. The person who spoke obviously did not have Liu Guibao's exclusive secret technique and underestimated the keen consciousness of the 6 people on the other side. He was immediately targeted. And he probably didn't want to give himself away too obviously, so he didn't take the initiative to move. He waited until most of the people started to disperse before he was about to turn around. In the end, Gao Ling used the tip of his foot to pick up a sharp knife and threw it out. It pierced through his head and killed him on the spot. Zhongqing wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. For this kind of despicable framing, the truth was actually no longer important. He felt that this treasure-hunting trip that he had been so confident in was really one accident after another. At this point, he was a little numb. Wu Jiong's expression was desolate, but he hid it very well. The person who died was the backbone of a small mountain immortal family. He was one of the few elderly cultivators who hoped to rely on the ruins of this immortal residence to prolong their lives for a few years. So Wu Jiong made a deal with this old cultivator who knew that he was going to die. Wu Jiong naturally kept his promise. In the future, the Sparrow Manor would secretly sponsor his small mountain. He also promised to nurture at least 3 cultivators of the middle 5 realms, including the old cultivator's last disciple, within 100 years. This was the reward the old cultivator exchanged with his life. Among the 6 people on the other side, many people were somewhat puzzled. But it was no longer important who secretly incited him, or if the old cultivator had gone mad, or if he had an old grudge with the Marquis of Baiting Manor that he wanted to drag the young Marquis down with him. But those people scattered and fled in all directions. This still made the 6 people somewhat helpless. What else could they do? They could only split up and chase. They believed that Gao Ling would be the one who spared the most effort. Because this martial artist of the Golden Body Realm was the most furious, his killing intent the heaviest. He had long suppressed a stomach full of evil fire. Even if his injuries were not light, the physique of a martial artist was originally known for its tenacity. Killing small groups of 2 or 3 was still an easy task. But people like that young girl Liu Guibao and the young scholar Huai Qian did not flee. Wu Jiong also walked to their side and began to treat their injuries. There were also 2 groups of people who were trembling in fear, but also did not move. They were the family of the 2 Dragon Gate wild cultivators and the martial arts grandmaster on the other side. Among the fleeing people, the wild cultivator who wished he could grow 2 more legs gradually distanced himself from the others. After all, he did not trust anyone, and it seemed that anyone could kill him. Previously, when he used 8 snowflakes to buy that expensive thunder talisman, during the battle on White Jade Arch Bridge, it really was equivalent to saving his life. Only, right now, he really didn't have any special skills or treasures to rely on. Suddenly, he heard an unfamiliar voice behind him. Butcher! The man turned his head in horror, his footsteps did not stop. Seeing a stranger, he asked tentatively, 2 mother asterisk curs? That person smiled and nodded. The man almost burst into tears on the spot. Good fellow, finally there was a fellow sufferer who sympathized with him. The man slowed his footsteps. You won't kill me, right? As for before this, he did not seem to have seen this person's figure. The man already did not have the energy to think too much. For some reason, that Bag Zhai of the city above Cloud's Market had turned into the face of a green-robed youth. He shook his head. Can killing you earn money? Even if I can earn money, can I compete with those big shots? The man let out a sigh of relief, no longer speaking. The 2 people buried their heads and ran madly together. Suddenly, someone in front caught a glimpse of the vast expanse of white fog, extremely shocked. Could it be that we have reached the end? The vast expanse of white fog at the border rapidly retreated like the tide. The mountain range rose and fell, like the woman who was still hugging the peeper covering half her face, gradually revealing her true appearance. The territory of this immortal mansion rapidly expanded. Huan Yun did not have the intention to kill, saying that he would go first. Then, he rode the wind to the mountain to find the 2 direct disciples of Shenzhenzi. Sun Qing did not either, but let Wu Jiong and the other 2 go to the south to take a look. Bai Bai and Zhong Qing let Gao Ling kill without restraint. As for that Fu Chu imperial consecrator, he was called to his side by Bai Bai. Gao Ling actually directly took off the Jew armor and hid it in his sleeve. He picked up a long saber whose owner was already dead, held it in his hand, and flew away. In the white fog, the tall old man had already put away the book, standing in the same place, but his figure slid backwards along with the white fog, so he was like a dragon hiding in the sea of clouds. The old man put his hands behind his back and smiled. If the territory is too small, I'm afraid that you will die too quickly, and you will miss out on a lot of good shows. After half a day, he would announce a few extremely interesting new rules to everyone. For example, from now on, the person who killed the most people would become the 2nd direct disciple of the immortal mansion among the last 5 people. Then, you, Huan Yun and Sun Qing, 2 kind-hearted cultivators who were not willing to start a massacre, would still kill people. Should he just kill to his heart's content, without any restraints? The old man turned his head to look at a young man with a saber who had already hidden at the border and dug a hole to bury himself. He said, at the same time, "Let's see if you have the luck and fate to become my first direct disciple." Di Yuanfeng, who was wearing straw shoes, bamboo cane, and white clothes, cursed when he realized that the situation at the border had changed. He had no choice but to break out of the ground. He did not even have time to shake off the dust on his body as he continued to run towards the depths of the mountain. Then, Huang Shi suddenly stopped and changed his route. He came to the hole and squatted down, picking up the soil. He raised his head to look at a distant figure the size of a mustard seed and smiled. Killing that black-robed old man, fellow Daoist Chen, might be a little risky, but killing a fifth-realm martial artist like you, Di Yuanfeng, was really not difficult. The 5 people at the foot of the mountain gave their orders and climbed the mountain together. They agreed to meet at the peak of the mountain, and then they would search for the other 4 people besides the male and female cultivators from Cloud City. Find them first, then decide whether to kill them. In the depths of the forest, Chen Pinggan brought the man called Jin Shan and fled for their lives. On other routes, Gao Ling's saber was extremely sharp. As long as he caught up, one slash of his saber would often result in a corpse being decapitated. As they had to take care of the scholar Huai Qian's leg strength, Wu Jiong and Liu Guibao did not walk quickly. On the other hand, the 2 groups of people under the wild cultivator and martial artist had already gathered together and worked together to kill those who were escaping alone. They were very enthusiastic. Huan Yun told the young man and woman who were waiting for death not to worry about their lives. They could stay where they were or continue to search for treasures. Then, Huan Yun discovered the hidden Dragon Gate realm worshipper, but the old spiritual master pretended not to discover him and continued to climb the mountain. On the white jade square at the peak of the mountain, the ruins of the Taoist temple, the green glazed roof tiles and the green bricks on the ground that contained the essence of water made by Bai, who was from the Water Dragon sect, feel extremely shocked. However, at the same time, Bai smiled bitterly. This mountain of gold and silver was right beside her feet, but she did not dare to take too much. She only dug out a green brick and held it in her hand, silently absorbing the essence of water to replenish the spiritual energy in her qi dwelling after the battle. Then, under the lead of Huan Yun, the 6 of them quickly found the tactful priest Sunday. As for whether they should keep him alive or not, it was 3 against 3 and they were in a stalemate. Priest Sun sat on the ground paralyzed and accepted his fate. In the end, the old martial artist made a joke and asked Priest Sun to casually throw out a celestial coin to see if it was right or wrong. If it was right, he would live. If it was wrong, he would die. However, at the same time, the old martial artist secretly whispered to the other 5 that if this fellow dared to use spiritual energy to control the celestial coin, he would kill him. Priest Sun was extremely lucky. Not only did he not show off his little tricks, he even threw the celestial coin that rolled down the stairs to the front. The 6 of them asked him to take the initiative to send the 2 bags to the Taoist temple at the peak of the mountain. Then, they could walk around freely. Priest Sun's eyes were dazed and he even forgot to be happy. Bai said telepathically, "If that black-robed old man who obtained the most treasures is still at the top of the list after half a day, we will find him even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground and kill him together." This time, even Huan Yun and Sun Qing had no objections. After the 6 of them left, Priest Sun carried the 2 bags and walked up the mountain while wiping his tears. When he passed by the green bamboo, he actually missed fellow Daoist Chen. As for fellow Daoist Chen, after confirming that there was no one behind him, he leaped onto a thick branch of a towering ancient tree and looked in all directions. That man did not dare to go up at all, afraid that he would be attacked for no reason. Chen Pinggan looked down and said to that man, "I can only send you up to here. If you continue to stay with me, it will only harm you. Remember to make good use of the 2 concealment talisman and stick them on your body. Find a secluded place where you feel safe and don't move around too much." Without waiting for that man to ask him to stay, Chen Pinggan had already left and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The man had a panicked expression. He did not expect the 5 talisman that floated down from above to be one of each of the 3 offensive talisman. There were also 2 that he did not know the origins of. The man gripped the 5 talisman tightly and suddenly burst into tears. However, he stopped crying very quickly and continued on his way. Chen Pingan found a mountain peak with a wide view and stuck a talisman carrying talisman on it. He stood still and surveyed his surroundings. This trip to the mountain to search for treasures was full of twists and turns. There were many people he knew. Other than the wild cultivator called Jin Shan, there was also the old man who helped him open the door for his bag shop. There was also the female cultivator Wu Ying, the martial ancestor of the Rainbow Manor who drank tea with him at the Peach Blossom Crossing tea house. Actually, he had a good impression of both of them. However, it was hard to say what would happen next. This was because no matter what kind of character they had, what kind of status and cultivation they had, whether they were good or bad in the eyes of the world, no matter what they did, others would not find it strange. Even those who were killed might only feel grief, resentment, and hatred, but not too much surprise. Chen Pingan was in a daze. Why was the human heart so fragile? However, what really made Chen Pingan uncomfortable was not the human heart of others, but his own. Since he had such thoughts, it meant that he had such thoughts. Now that Chen Pingan had arrived in the North Continent, he had been cultivating and trying to become a cultivator on the mountain. He had been silently cultivating his heart. Chen Pingan suddenly thought of a sentence from a Taoist classic. After that, a certain military sage who wrote a book and published a biography had his own unique explanation and extension. These 2 sentences were engraved on the bamboo scroll by Chen Pingan with a carving knife. The latter was the sentence, "The people on the boat are all enemies." It was to remind the monarchs of the secular dynasties that the affairs of the country were important and that the dangers of the mountains and rivers were not the real barrier. As for the words of the Taoists, the literal meaning was greater. Moreover, Chen Pingan felt that the current situation of everyone, including himself, was extremely compatible with this saying. The boat is hidden in the gully, the mountain is hidden in the swamp. It is said that the strong will carry it in the middle of the night, and the ignorant will not know. Chen Pingan could not help but think, now that I'm in this extremely dangerous small world, or even in the vast world protected by rules, are they essentially the same? No one knew that the boat was moving stealthily. Chen Pingan suddenly understood how difficult it was to achieve the state of tranquility that the Taoists pursued. Just like the void boat, there was no one in front or behind, no one left or right, no rules binding it, and no karma entangling it. Chen Pingan sighed softly. Some knowledge, when studied in depth, would really make one feel lonely and at a loss if one did not truly understand it. Chen Pingan started to breathe in and out, quietly accumulating strength. Once there was a fight, the first person to find him would definitely be the talisman expert. Half a day later, 18 people who were destined to die, apart from an unassuming wild cultivator, were all dead. Then, when the white-clothed goddess and the 2 green-clothed gods appeared once more and opened up the mountain and river screen, many more people died. That was because the warning clearly said that the person who killed the most people had a chance of becoming the second direct disciple. Therefore, the Dragon Gate wild cultivator and the martial arts grandmaster among the 6 of them killed their friends and family without hesitation. They were going to die anyway, so rather than die in the hands of others, they might as well do it themselves. Liu Guibao's face was covered in frost when she saw that. The young scholar hiding beside Wu Jiong and the young girl sighed. Why do they all have to act so violently? Indeed, just as the young male cultivator from Cloud Above City expected, before the time was up, his family's consecrator appeared punctually beside the 2 of them. After knocking the girl unconscious, he used a body immobilization technique to immobilize him, making him unable to speak or move. Then, he placed the Fengsuan item in his hand. Only then did the old consecrator leave the house, concealing himself not far away. As for all the treasures from before, they were temporarily hidden. But this was not the part that made the young man feel the most disappointed. It was that the old perfected being, Huan Yun, did not appear at this time. He might have actually appeared somewhere, but the old perfected being chose to watch coldly from the sidelines. Hence, This young male cultivator from Cloud Above City was still the second person on the list. The person at the bottom of the list was the old perfected being, Huan Yun, who did not care if he was on the list this time. The fourth person was a white-robed young man with a bright smile. However, his white robe was stained with blood. He seemed to be in an elegant study room. In the study room, there was a yellowed gourd hanging on the wall. This person did not forget to wave his hand towards the painting scroll. He smiled and said, "Everyone, have a safe journey. Go to hell." Then, he said, "Huang Shi, Brother Huang, are you going to be my door guard outside? It's been hard on you. I wish you a long life." The third person on the list was a sloppy man who had hidden himself in a large pit deep in the mountains. He sat cross-legged and covered his head with branches and vegetation. Then, he covered it with soil. However, in the painting scroll, it was as bright as day. Huang Shi glanced at the painting scroll and raised his middle finger. Not only that, he suddenly stood up and jumped out of the pit. It seemed to be the entrance of a cave. There was a five-colored fog blocking the entrance of the cave, not dissipating for a long time. It turned out that when Huang Shi chased Di Yuanfeng all the way here, not only did the heavily injured Di Yuanfeng not die, he even managed to escape into this place. When Di Yuanfeng barged into the colorful fog of the cave dwelling, Huang Shi was unable to break the restriction. Therefore, Huang Shi planned to trap this little king. As for Di Yuanfeng's guess, it was within Huang Shi's expectations. The person in the lead was still that old black-robed old man. He seemed to be hiding in a cave. Similarly, on the same painting scroll, his figure was clear. Compared to before, he was still carrying a sword on his back. There were still 2 slanted bags. It seemed that there was no change at all. The black-robed old man looked at the painting scroll and seemed to be angry from embarrassment. He said with a hoarse voice, "Ma ma ma ma, is there no end to it? Whoever dares to find me, this old man will kill them. This old man's swordsmanship is divine. If I'm ruthless, I'll even chop myself." Over at the ruins of the Daoist temple, Daoist Sun, who was already prepared to die, saw this scene and sighed. He had been waiting at the top of the mountain for the past few days. He only went to the back of the mountain once. Unfortunately, he returned disappointed. In the past half a day, there were all kinds of people moving heavenly materials and earthly treasures to the top of the mountain. Outside the ruins of the Daoist temple, there was another small mountain. Daoist Sun was too lazy to take another look at that genuine treasure mountain. It was all a disaster. Daoist Sun shook the celadon bottle that contained the condensed water droplets at the tip of the green bamboo leaves. He drank sparingly, but there was still a surplus. Previously, he braced himself to walk to that green bamboo. In the end, he found that not a single drop of water was left. Daoist Sun admired fellow Daoist Chen. Along the way, not even a blade of grass grew. It would be a pity if such a wild cultivator really became an immortal master of records. Beside the young girl Liu Guibao stood the young scholar Huai Qian. The two stood beside the stone railing at the edge of the mountain peak. This was the second time Huai Qian noticed the black-robed old man. He said to himself, "This guy is quite capable." Liu Guibao's ears were sharp. She asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" Huai Qian thought for a while and said with a smile, "Literally." Liu Guibao was stunned. "Huai Qian, are you hiding something?" Huai Qian said carefully, "Yes. In my hometown, there was a marriage arranged by the elders of my family. I actually ran away from the marriage this time." Liu Guibao said with a smile, "What about that girl?" Huai Qian said helplessly, "I only met her once. I have a vague impression of her. I only feel that her temper is not bad. But she is a girl who practices martial arts. She is more ruthless than me. In order to run away from the marriage, she ran to the Jinjia continent early on." Liu Guibao made a no sound. Huai Qian was at a loss. His gaze wavered. "Miss Liu, can I tell you something else?" Liu Guibao laughed. "No need. You like me. What are you afraid of? I like you too." Huai Qian was speechless. After chatting about these small things that would not make Liu Guibao feel too conflicted, Liu Guibao began to think about the next situation. Sometimes, the brain was more useful than the fist. That young Marquis of Baiting was not smart enough. His fist was even worse. When the young girl in Huai Qian was concentrating on something, he glanced at her side profile and smiled. He leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. Actually, the thing he wanted to talk about was to tell her what it meant to be fated but not fated. Because the two of them were too different in status, they could not talk about the same thing. They could talk today because he was accommodating her. The difference between the two of them was too great. It was so for cultivation and even more so for scheming. As for family background, it was needless to say. Therefore, he had always pitied this silly girl. He should be the one who knew best about the size of the opportunity here. It was that wisp of sword chi. That was the reason he had come here. He had also played around and teased the people around him. However, this wisp of sword chi was indeed a pleasant surprise. He had originally planned to make another trip to the north to meet that great sword immortal Bai Shong before returning to his hometown. If nothing unexpected happened, this number one sword immortal of the north should come out to welcome him. When Huai Qian thought of his hometown, he felt increasingly bored. He watched this group of ants swaying left and right like puppets. After half a day, he would get tired of seeing them. As for the person behind the scenes, how high could his realm be if he could be suppressed by that wisp of sword chi? Even if he did not bring out his background, he could still have a good discussion with the person behind the scenes. He had obtained that wisp of sword chi, and the other party had lost the long-term suppression that had lasted for thousands of years. It was the best of both worlds. He turned and glanced at the silly girl who was still frowning in thought. Huai Qian leaned on the railing and turned to ask with a smile, "Miss Liu, do you want to become the manor lord of the Sparrow Manor today?" Liu Guibao immediately flew out. "Who are you?" Huai Qian stretched out a finger and put it to his lips, shushing her. He said telepathically, "Before coming to the North Continent, the elder ancestor warned me that the sword immortals here are too unreasonable and especially like to kill the geniuses of other continents. Therefore, I must tuck my tail between my legs and behave myself." Liu Guibao's eyes were cold. Her mind was spinning rapidly, but she realized that she could not communicate telepathically with her master, Sun Qing. Huai Qian sighed. "Miss Liu, if you continue to be like this, we can't be friends anymore." This young, scholarly foreigner shook his sleeves and looked up at the sky. "I won't waste my time with you. This little trick of the white paper talisman god made me feel nauseous. I have to teach this country bumpkin god, and of course, that old perfected Huan, what a real talisman is." He held an item in each hand. One of them was a golden armor pill. It was the highest grade incense divine spiritual armor. This armor was one of the few ancient items among the incense divine armors. Huai Qian hung it on his back. In his other hand, he held two green talisman. He threw one out and smiled. "Tai, send Fengdu with the iron scroll. Drive the thunder god, control the thunder and lightning, and let the old man walk between heaven and earth." A 2-meter-tall god in golden armor appeared out of thin air. Dazzling snow-white lightning intertwined all over his body. When his feet landed on the ground, the mountain shook and affected the fate of the entire mountain. After the second talisman was thrown out, a man in white with a sword hanging on his waist hovered in the air. His expression was wooden, but the sword aura around his body was surging. The surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth turned into dust. Finally, Huai Qian held up a small golden hollow ball in his hand. Inside, streaks of sword aura flew out at lightning speed. When they collided with the small basket, sparks flew everywhere. This time, he came to the North Continent, where sword cultivators were as common as clouds. He wanted to rely on his own ability to eat a few more golden core sword cultivators' natal flying swords for this puppet that could advance. He also wanted to borrow the sword Dao fate of the North Continent to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Huai Qian shook the golden ball in his hand lightly and then threw it to the middle-aged man. "Eat slowly." The ball sank into the sword cultivator puppet's acupuncture point. That wisp of sword aura that had patrolled this world for countless years actually stopped and seemed to be looking down at Huai Qian. Huai Qian smiled and said, "I knew that you would definitely choose me. Then, Huai Qian looked at a certain spot in the sky. Such a special demonic aura, and it likes to refine mountains for food. Our vast world doesn't have such a beast. The world was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Huai Qian narrowed his eyes and said, "Let me discuss with you. After the battle, if I can't kill you, you can't do anything to me. You can follow me to the middle continent. I guarantee you a good future." The sea of clouds hung low. A tall old man sat at the edge of the sea of clouds and said with a smile, "Little kid, you talk big." He waved his hand. A painting of mountains and rivers covered the sky. Anyone who raised their head could see it. Since the other party was so sincere, the old man intended to show his sincerity as well. Huai Qian nodded and smiled. "I have no choice. My family's patriarch is one of the 10 in the middle continent. In fact, the yellow-purple noble celestial master of Longhu Mountain and Liu Yuju of the snow-capped continent were his very good friends." The old man above the sea of clouds fell silent. Huai Qian continued, "To be honest, even if I stretch my neck and let a beast like you do it, do you dare to kill me?" Huai Qian sneered and said with a heavier tone, "Do you dare?" The old man still did not speak. Huai Qian looked around. "Do you want to kill these trash, or should I? If you do it, I'll take a few of them with me." Chen Pinggan, who was deep in the mountains, was also shocked by this scene. When the water curtain disappeared, Chen Pinggan immediately changed into a young man's face and a green robe. This was an eye-opener. Could it be so torturous? He looked at the high-spirited young man. Could this be considered as pleasure? Chen Pinggan smiled. If such a person went through the same situation as him, even if the other party's cultivation level was higher, how many times would he have died? But the logic could not be explained like that. With such words, and to be able to stand here and say such things, there must be something good about him, as well as some unknown outstanding qualities. But at this moment, Chen Pinggan only saw one side of him. If Chen Pinggan was that person, he would not have been able to reach this stage. However, Chen Pinggan had a nagging feeling that with the other party's temper, as well as his limited patience and shrewdness, if he was unlucky, he might not be able to leave the North Continent alive. At the end of the day, he had not met the Sword Immortal of Ape Chatter Mountain, Gu, yet. But since that person had chosen to show himself in public and not hide anymore, he must have weighed the pros and cons. From the looks of it, not only did he have a chance to leave this place alive, but he could also bring the tall old man back to the central divine continent. It was undeniable that he was quite a powerful person. As expected of someone who came from the central divine continent to the North Continent to kill sword cultivators. Chen Pinggan was not so bored as to curse him to fail in the North Continent. All the roads had their own paths. Looking left and right, it was inevitable that some were higher and some were lower. For example, Cao Ci was still on the same path as Chen Pinggan on the martial path. Chen Pinggan was just trying to catch up. Was he going to make a scarecrow and hope that the other party would die a horrible death? Chen Pinggan stroked his chin. He felt that it was not right for him to let his imagination run wild, but it seemed quite interesting. As for Cao Ci, Chen Pinggan's only regret after fighting 3 rounds on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not that he did not say anything harsh. He did not lose face in front of the old sword immortal Chen and the female martial god. It was that Cao Ci was asking for a beating no matter how he looked at him. Not only was he handsome, but he also seemed to always be calm and composed. He was always arrogant, and all he could see was the legendary peak of martial arts. This was actually quite infuriating. It was even more infuriating that he could not defeat him for the time being. Take your time. But the next scene made Chen Pinggan's scalp tingle. He saw Priest Sun, who had fallen to the ground in fright, suddenly stand up. Then this Priest Sun fell to the ground again. However, Daoist Sun's figure was faintly discernible, as if his yin spirit had left his body and traveled far away. Priest Sun reached out and grabbed the remnant sword Qi that was trying to escape. He held it gently in his hand. The tall old man on the sea of clouds sensed that something was amiss. Even though he did not know why Priest Sun had become like this, he only cared about stirring up the sea of clouds to conceal himself and escape. Priest Sun was expressionless. A puny demon dares to refine this mountain and attempt to taint the Daoist temple. Priest Sun glanced at the ruins and seemed a little sad. He looked at a certain place in the sea of clouds. Do you think you can rest easy after coming to this vast world? Do you think my lineage is dying and can't lift a sword? Priest Sun clenched his fist and crushed the wisp of sword chi. Then, he put 2 fingers together and gently swiped forward. The sea of clouds was split in half. A mustard seed figure was also split into 2. Huai Qian was about to say something. Priest Sun turned his head and laughed. What is this? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue by saying such big words at such a young age? If there is an intrinsic lamp wick left in the ancestral hall, tell your patriarch to come to the green netherworld to seek revenge on me. Huai Qian wanted to say something again and report the life of his patriarch. Priest Sun swiped down with 2 fingers again and killed the young scholar on the spot. When the nascent soul sword cultivator puppet fell to the ground, it turned into 2 pieces of talisman. Priest Sun finally lowered his head and looked at the ruins of the Daoist temple. The person consecrated in the Daoist temple at the top of the mountain was his junior brother. Together with him, they were the cornerstones of the green netherworld sword immortal lineage. Unfortunately, his junior brother was a genius. He climbed the mountain quickly but died early. He can't blame the Beko Kekyung building. He can only blame himself for being sloppy. As his senior brother, I can't take revenge for him. There are thousands of ways to die in the world. Only the way to die is to seek one's own death. On the mountain peak in the distance, Chen Pingan had already taken out all the wooden statue fragments. Daoist Sun smiled and said, "Little fellow, you're still so quick-witted. You didn't waste my time and saved yourself." Priest Sun reached out and grabbed Di Yuan Feng, the young Marquis Zhongqing and the girl from the Sparrow Manor, Liu Guibao, who were hiding in the study room deep in the mountain. Priest Sun said with an indifferent expression, "Are the 3 of you willing to follow me to the green netherworld world?" He roamed the world and accumulated enough merit to take the 3 of them away. While waiting for the 3 answers, time seemed to have stopped flowing. Only Priest Sun stroked his beard and smiled. He said to the young man in the distance who was also fine, "Fellow Daoist Chen, for the sake of the 3 incense sticks, you can keep the broken wooden statue." Chen Pingan blinked his eyes. "Priest Sun, it's actually 6 incense sticks." Priest Sun laughed out loud and waved his sleeve. It was as if he was gathering and dispersing something. "Fellow Daoist Chen, just pick up your trash. It's enough for that sword of yours to eat and drink." On the mountain peak hundreds of miles away, a ball of broken sword chi appeared in front of Chen Pingan. 5:45. After the flow of time stopped. The mountains were high and the waters were deep. Huang Shi hid in the depths of the mountains. He dug a narrow cave on a cliff covered by ancient pine trees. It was just enough to fit him and his luggage. He was frozen in the river of time, sweating profusely. The 4 of them came to the mountain to search for treasures. Huang Shi always thought that he could kill the other 3 easily. He never thought that he was the small fry that could be killed easily. The sloppy man called Jin Shan hid in the reeds beside a lake. He had a steely carrying talisman on him. He had a blank expression. The 2 direct disciples of the city above clouds, Shenzhenze, held hands. Their veins were bulging, showing that they were uneasy at this moment. Not far from them was the Dragon Gate cultivator Shu. His face was pale and his gaze was a little dazed. Among the people on the mountain peak, the old Daoist Huanyun closed his eyes. He was exhausted and did not know where his thoughts were. The military general Gao Ling was wearing the Jew armor. He clenched his fists and looked like he was in pain. Wu Zhong's gaze was blank. He held his chest with one hand. He must have been shocked by the accidents that happened one after another. There were all kinds of people. After Huai Qian's death, the golden-bodied deity and the nascent soul puppet, who had blocked the sword with 2 fingers, changed from 2 green talisman papers to 4. The small golden hollow ball that contained many sword cultivators' natal flying swords finally leaned against the railing quietly after rolling on the ground. It was even stained with blood. That strand of sword chi was too fierce, to the point that Huai Qian's soul, golden core, and nascent soul were instantly shattered. Even the 2 priceless treasures in his possession were destroyed on the spot. All the treasures in them naturally vanished into thin air, transforming into dense spiritual energy that fused into the mountains and rivers of this world. The stagnation of the river of time would occasionally emit 7-colored ripples. It was like a small stone thrown into the river. The movement was not big, but there were still small splashes. Only the green glazed tiles in the ruins of the Daoist temple were left on the mountain peak. They seemed to be grinding against the stagnant river of time, emitting circles of light that were unique to the immortal's secret glazed tiles. Chen Pinggan was used to such a situation. It was not a bad thing. It could train the body of a martial artist. He had even seen the old monastery master of the East Sea Monastery pick up golden pieces the size of rice grains from time to time during the 300 years of time in the lotus blossom blessed land. However, Chen Pinggan did not directly catch the sword chi. Daoist Sun laughed. "Why, are you afraid?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "I am still a little." Daoist Sun said, "This is a fortuitous opportunity that you deserve. It has nothing to do with whether the Daoist Sun you know is kind or evil towards you. Just accept it. Everyone in the world who didn't seek death didn't deserve to die. At the very least, that's the case for me. As for those who seek death, they can only blame their backers for not being powerful enough, and their ancestors for not having a frightening enough reputation." One of the top 10 in the Central Plains. Was it comparable to the top 10 of the entire Green Pitch world? If you really want to arm wrestle with me, I am afraid your ancestors' small arms and legs will not dare to hand it over. However, Daoist Sun's magic sword and true life form were left in the Daoist temple in the Qingming Tian. Moreover, the vast world was suppressed by the Confucian rules. Therefore, Daoist Sun was far from his peak state. Chen Pinggan took out the blade strengthening gourd. He carefully kept the sword chi into the blade strengthening gourd. The blade strengthening gourd suddenly became extremely heavy. Chen Pinggan laughed. "I dare not refuse an elder's gift." Daoist Sun laughed and retracted his gaze. Without any movement, Di Yuanfeng, Zhong Qing, and Liu Guibao instantly woke up. They were in the stagnant river of time. They were a little dizzy, especially Zhong Qing. She felt that her internal organs were shattered. She was on the verge of collapsing. She gritted her teeth and did not let herself fall. Not only that, but Daoist Sun also healed Sun Qing and Bai Bai, the 2 golden core cultivators, back to normal. Daoist Sun said, "I plan to take the 3 of you as my in-name disciples. However, I will not force you. Whether you are willing to change your sect, you can choose for yourself. Remember, you only have one chance. Just ask your heart." Baiting Country's young Marquis Zhong Qing did not hesitate. She kowtowed and thanked him with tears in her eyes. He did not even look at that sister Bai. Bai Bai was disappointed. She could speak, but she did not. Because she did not know whether to congratulate him or to feel sad for herself. Di Yuanfeng, who had been wearing straw shoes and bamboo cane, imitated the person from the Daoist sect and bowed to this old immortal. His heart was in turmoil. He had mixed feelings. After thinking for a while, he probably felt that the etiquette was not grand enough. He kneeled on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. He did not dare to get up for a long time. Kneeling on the ground, Di Yuanfeng felt like he was in a dream. First, in the study room of the cave, the tall old man who seemed to be very skilled in spells took the initiative to appear and said that he would take him as his first disciple. Then, that guy died and was replaced by this Daoist Sun in front of him, who said that he wanted to take him as his disciple. How many good deeds did he, Di Yuanfeng, do in his previous life? However, Daoist Sun did not tell Di Yuanfeng about the Daoist fate of his lineage. It was better to tell him later than earlier. His junior apprentice brother used straw shoes and bamboo cane to travel the world. However, the Daoist path was unpredictable. He died and his Daoist Dao disappeared. He was hit by the sword of the second Daoist disciple from Beko Keikyang building. The whole Qingming world said that his junior apprentice brother died honorably. It had not happened in 3,000 years that he could make the second Daoist disciple attack with all his strength. Daoist Sun was not willing to care about these seemingly good words. The reason why the demon was willing to treat Di Yuan Feng well was because of this. It was not really nostalgic for the Daoist surnamed song, but it wanted to get a good omen. As for the young girl, Liu Guibao, she was no different from Zhong Qing. She was just a trick that Daoist Sun came up with on the spur of the moment. However, to them, Daoist fate was still Daoist fate. Furthermore, it was not small. In the future, each of their destinies would be guided by their master. Even Di Yuan Feng was no exception. In fact, the Peach Blossom Crossing and the Peach Blossom Water of Liu Guibao's Rainbow Manor were actually related to Daoist Sun's lineage as a sword immortal. No matter how small the Daoist fate in the world was, it was still Daoist fate. These three people's Daoist hearts could be slowly sculpted. Their current realms, or even their current lifetime's Daoist cultivation, might be a green brick on the steps to climb the mountain in the long run. The young girl was hesitant. Sun Qing tried to tell this disciple with his heart that the fortune of the Daoist path was so close. If she did not grab it, it might be too late to regret it in the next moment. However, Sun Qing was sent flying. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices. His mind was in turmoil and his soul was in torment. Sun Qing was in great pain. Daoist Sun looked at Liu Guibao and shook his head. Her talent is better than Zhong Qing's. Unfortunately, her temperament is not good enough. Her Daoist path is not compatible. Forget it. In that instant, the young girl's heart felt empty. She could not control her emotions and tears streamed down her face. However, she still gritted her teeth and did not say a word. She stood there without saying a word. Sun Qing struggled to get up. He wanted to persuade his disciple a little more. He wanted to tell that little fool that he was the one who expelled her from the ancestral master hall. She did not betray the ancestral master. So what if she betrayed the ancestral master? On the Daoist path, would you be able to encounter such fortune a second time even if you reincarnated 1,000 times? On the path of cultivation, there were many mysterious and profound opportunities. In this lifetime, there was only one. If you missed it once, it would be impossible for you to encounter it again in your lifetime. Daoist Sun glanced at the young golden core and was slightly surprised. He said with a smile, "Your temperament is not bad. Unfortunately, your aptitude is too poor. Even if your luck is good, you will only stop at the nascent soul realm." Perhaps his words were unpleasant. But they were the truth. Daoist Sun said, "Then I'll only take the 2 of you away. Di Yuan Feng, Zhong Qing, stand up. In the future, there is no need to pay attention to the etiquette between master and disciple." Daoist Sun thought for a moment and carried the unpolished Jade Realm demon that was slashed into 2 to the mountaintop. "You like to play dead. Shall I send you on your way?" The 2 corpses merged into one and knelt on the ground. They did not say anything and only remained silent. Daoist Sun sneered and said, "My junior brother led you on the path of cultivation in the early years. Although my lineage has always been indifferent to matters of gratitude and grudges, a beast like you doesn't even know how to be grateful. That's a completely different matter." The great demon trembled. Daoist Sun nodded and said, "I couldn't save my junior brother back then, but I can help him get rid of this entanglement of his Dao fate." Playing with people's hearts. Was it fun? He did not even know his own heart and was playing with mud in a pile of mud. Wasn't he afraid of making people laugh their heads off? He had followed his junior brother for so many years, but in the end, he had read so many books of the 3 sects and 100 schools of thought for nothing. He only knew the surface of the word truth-seeking, but did not know the essence of the word careful. Daoist Sun reached out and touched the great demon's head, patting it lightly. The latter did not even have time to struggle before his essence spirit was destroyed instantly. He did not even have the chance to cry out. Instead, 2 items jumped out and fell to the ground. One was a tattered book, and the other was a token. Daoist Sun took a glance and did not look anymore. He smiled and waved his hand in a direction. At the same time, the 5 people including Di Yuanfeng had already returned to the River of Time, unaware of it. Chen Pinggan instantly used the mountain river shrinking divine art and arrived at this mountain peak. He floated and stood still, no longer hiding anything. There was no need to. Daoist Sun was slightly surprised. You have walked through the river of time many times? Chen Pinggan answered honestly, not many times, but the time was not short. Daoist Sun smiled and said, since you have seen the scenery at a higher place, you have to cherish it. Don't learn from that Huai Qian, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even an ordinary commoner would know to put up a door god to ward off evil. This kid, on the other hand, insisted on pasting the words seeking death on his forehead. The wisp of sword chi that someone left behind took a fancy to him, but I endured it. Only when I see people like him who are determined to seek death, I will always let their wishes come true. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment. Daoist Sun said, that Master Huang? He is not seeking death, but he is struggling to live. In my eyes, you and Master Huang live the same way, but your path is different. As for whether your path is better or worse, it is not something I can say. The path is not about how high it is, but how long it is. Chen Pinggan did not have any more small questions he wanted to ask. However, Chen Pinggan had another big question that he wanted to ask. Daoist Sun said again, you place too much emphasis on the good and bad of the human heart and the karma of the world, but your view is still too shallow. That is why your mental state is so tired. There are many things that are done that are useless in the end. The world is not a dead thing, it will correct people. However, when your cultivation level is high enough, there is still a slim chance that you can change some things. Was it because if he thought a little more, he would find everything boring? That's right, life in the world is not interesting from the first day. However, there are very few people in the three worlds who are willing to remember this. Chen Pinggan's expression dimmed. Daoist Sun joked, Daoist Chen, you don't seem to have cultivated your heart enough. Daoist Sun shook his sleeves, and many heavenly treasures and immortal artifacts turned into mustard seeds and flew into the heaven and earth in his sleeves. Even a portion of the Fengsuan items in the hands of Huan Yun and the old consecrator of Cloud Above City left obediently and went into Daoist Sun's sleeves. However, the Daoist Sun that fell to the ground turned into ashes. This yang spirit body that was purposely destroyed was just a useless outer shell. The many years of entanglement in the world were all because of that outer shell. It would not be taken away. The treasure mountain beside the ruins of the Daoist temple on the mountain peak was only left with a few small bags. Then, in the next moment, everyone left the mountain peak and came to the empty space outside the white jade bridge. The green mountains and clear waters, as well as the many mountains that were diligently refined by the great demon, were all kept in Daoist Sun's sleeves. It was as if the world had suddenly become vast and foggy. Daoist Sun smiled slowly and said, other than what you have already obtained, I will stay here for the 10% of the opportunities in the mountain. When they wake up, they will be beaten or killed, sad or happy. Everything will be the same as before. Huai Qian's corpse, the green talisman and the small golden ball were all gone. A Daoist book that was overflowing with treasure light flew out and hovered in front of the young girl, Liu Guibao. Even if we can't be master and disciple, I will still give you a Daoist book. Sun Qing, the golden core of the Sparrow Manor, also had a blessing. It was the token that was close by. Chen Pinggan wanted to say something but stopped. Daoist Sun looked at the young man and smiled. Then, the two bags that Chen Pinggan buried in the mountain fell by his feet. Even for someone as thick-skinned as Chen Pinggan, he blushed a little. However, it did not stop him from bending down to pick them up and slung them over his body. Daoist Sun seemed to be able to see through people's hearts and could also be a prophet. Fellow Daoist Chen, your dual identity as a mountain and lake cultivator and a bag shop is very prosperous, isn't it? Chen Pinggan hurriedly said, thank you for your auspicious words, Daoist Sun. Who cares? The old Daoist immortals might have the ability to make prophecies come true. He would just agree to it first. There was no loss, there was definitely profit. Daoist Sun found it interesting and smiled. A cultivator's state of mind is like this. It was so broken that it was even worse than the bridge of longevity that had been repaired. Were you a farmer or a chi cultivator who practiced the art of immortality? It's not that I have to order you around just because my realm is higher than yours. It's just that the path of your heart has a great Tao. It's a pity that there are too many forks in the road and it's winding. If you continue on like this, even if you become a sword immortal, it'll be difficult for you to sever the karma line with a sword. The more you sever, the more chaotic it will be. Chen Pinggan smiled helplessly. I can only take it slow. Daoist Sun asked, do you feel unhappy? Chen Pinggan thought for a while, of course. Daoist Sun shook his head, then you should really read more Daoist scriptures and learn what it means to experience the void. Daoist Sun waved his sleeves casually and the clouds scattered before gradually calming down. Then, he asked, has the world changed? Chen Pinggan remained silent and seriously pondered about the meaning behind it. Daoist Sun stomped his feet and the earth trembled. Do you feel that the world has changed a little? Chen Pinggan recalled what Daoist Sun said before, that the world would naturally correct people. He asked, then what should we do? Daoist Sun wanted to show a great principle that was actually different from a certain fundamental idea that Chen Pinggan had always believed in. However, Chen Pinggan was willing to ask and think more. Daoist Sun had a look of admiration and nodded, that's right. Chen Pinggan was confused and did not know what he was right about. Daoist Sun had already changed the topic. Don't you want to ask who that sword came from, to be able to kill my junior brother? Chen Pinggan shook his head, I don't dare to ask. Even if Daoist Sun told me, I wouldn't dare to listen. Daoist Sun nodded, very good. If you don't ask, then I'll ask you. As a cultivator, what is the meaning of being careful? Chen Pinggan did not hesitate this time and said in a deep voice, to have a heart of reverence towards the world and to see oneself as a mortal enemy. Daoist Sun paused for a moment and laughed. All right, the great world outside and the small world of the human body are all complete for you. Who taught you such a great principle? Chen Pinggan said, I figured it out myself. Just like what Daoist Sun said, if the principle is too great, it will become empty. I'm not good enough at many small things that support this principle. Daoist Sun was a little emotional. Back then, his junior brother had similar thoughts. He always said that Taoism was far and wide and had to be started from the details. Otherwise, as the world changed and customs changed, not to mention the foundation of his lineage's Taoism, even the Beko Keikyung building would not be able to withstand scrutiny. The higher it rose, the more trouble it would cause after it collapsed. No matter what this junior brother thought, with the foundation of the Taoism of cultivating Taoism and nurturing virtue, no one could criticize him, so it was not troublesome. The key was that his junior brother, as a key figure of the Taoism's sword immortal lineage, had done many things on paper that he should not have done. Other than the great deeds that his junior brother had done in the eyes of the world, there was actually a small matter that he had been doing all along during this period. The demon that liked to refine mountains was actually being possessed by an otherworldly demon without knowing it. His junior brother tried to convert this otherworldly demon into Tao. It was a pity that someone with a bad temper in the Beko Keikyung building wore a Daoist robe for the first time and visited the Daoist temple with a sword. Not only that, Song Maolu, the last disciple that his junior brother secretly took in the early years, was a person who came out of nowhere. Even in the eyes of his senior uncle, he was an amazing existence. He built a Daoist lineage that was similar to the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the central mainland and had a great reputation, but in the end, he did not have a good ending. Fortunately, when Daoist Sun left the Qingming world, the disciples of this martial nephew were doing well, and each of them had a Daoist lineage that was passed down. In the Qingming world in his hometown, the three leaders of the Beko Keikyung building were responsible for taking turns to take charge of the Beko Keikyung building. Usually, when the eldest disciple of the Daoist ancestor was in charge, the world was peaceful and there were not many disputes. When the youngest disciple of the Daoist ancestor, Lu Chen, was in charge of the Beko Keikyung building, the world was full of heroes and chaos. However, although it was chaotic, it was full of vitality. When it was the second Daoist ancestor's turn to return from the heavens beyond heaven, well, the cultivators of the upper 5 realms died very quickly. Not only was there chaos outside the Beko Keikyung building, There were also deaths inside the Beko Kekyung building. Daoist Sun looked around and stretched out his palm. From all directions, a green firefly flew out from between everyone's eyebrows, like the legendary fire in the water. Except for Chen Pinggan, Di Yuanfeng, and Zhong Qing, even Liu Guibao, Sun Qing, and Bai Bai were no exception. Daoist Sun smiled and said, "Some things are not good to know. When Huai Qian asked for death, these people will forget their memories. Next, I will leave you with the treasures and opportunities, no more, no less. Take it as these people's opportunities. I think there will be another competition between the hearts of people." Daoist Sun asked, "Do you want to stop them? Help everyone to seek for peace and wealth." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "I'm just looking, because there's no need to stop them." Daoist Sun nodded, and the tattered book on the ground floated to Chen Pinggan. "Then let's look at the hearts of people more. Stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade. This book, in the hands of others, is just a pastime, but for you, it will be of great use." Chen Pinggan put the book into his sleeve and thanked him. Daoist Sun smiled and said, a cultivator, who in the world is more qualified than a Daoist? Young man, your Daoist skills are very high, it's worth looking at more." Chen Pinggan nodded. "I will." Daoist Sun stroked his beard and smiled. "Fellow Daoist Chen, do you still want to explore the mountains and diligently pick up scraps?" Chen Pinggan's expression did not look too good, and he wiped his face hard. "I don't have such thoughts for now." This time, it was Huai Qian who met Daoist Sunday. Who knows, it might be Chen Pinggan who met someone next time. Daoist Sun said, "After I leave, there's no need to think too much. Do what you need to do, whether it's a wild cultivator or a bag shop, rely on your own abilities. Fortune and misfortune will follow." Chen Pinggan began to consider how to wrap things up. Daoist Sun smiled and looked at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan was a little confused. Daoist Sun said with a slightly teasing tone, the words he said before. "Fellow Daoist Chen's Daoist heart is not firm enough." Chen Pinggan immediately understood, and blurted out, "Daoist Sun, Daoist Sunday, the same long word, a different meaning." Daoist Sun stroked his beard and smiled, nodding gently, very satisfied. He reminded, after half an hour, the long river of time will flow again. Daoist Sun kept Di Yuanfeng and Zhong Qing in his sleeve, and then turned into a rainbow, breaking through the sky. This was probably the so-called chicken and dog ascending to heaven. After being hit by the resplendent rainbow light, a large door appeared in the sky dome of the entire immortal abode. Then, the hole slowly expanded, and the mountain and water restriction gradually dissipated. However, after the white rainbow left the small world, it instantly disappeared without a sound. Chen Pinggan was stunned for a moment, retracted his gaze, and began to run. He temporarily left the troublesome place. As for the packages on the ground that contained treasures, Chen Pinggan did not even look at them. However, after the dust settled, he could actually carefully plan again. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Chen Pinggan was long gone. The mountain range rose and fell, returning to normal. He just did not know where Huangshe and Jinshan were. However, Chen Pinggan went to the Kasun midway on the way and actually stayed in the same place. The spiritual energy was still abundant, but unfortunately, it was an item that could be moved but could not be taken away. Wait a minute. It was not the stone table and green bamboo from before. Now that the restrictions of the small world were gone, why could he not take it away? He just had to spend more effort. Chen Pinggan dug the ground, and finally carried the Kasun that looked like a huge millstone, and ran away, not forgetting to stick a steely carrying talisman on his forehead. It was hard to avoid obscuring one's vision by sticking it straight on his forehead. It would be better if he stuck it horizontally. This was something he learned from his first disciple. In the vast sky, Priest Sun looked back at the mountains and rivers below, and clicked his tongue. Not a single blade of grass grows, not a single blade of grass grows. An old Confucian dressed in a Confucian robe, with a golden jade token hanging from his waist, said calmly, "Monastery head, you can leave now." Priest Sun smiled, then opened the door and sent him off. On the mountain land of Baiting country, Huan Yun, Sun Qing, and Bai Bai were the first to wake up. They were all dazed for a moment, and then tried their best to stabilize the spiritual energy in their qi abodes, and carefully checked the movements of their natal items. However, Sun Qing immediately kept the token in her sleeve. Seeing that her disciple Liu Guibao was still in a daze, she kept the book for safekeeping. Although she did not know what had happened, but if she did not dare to take something that was within her reach, how could she be a cultivator? Huan Yun frowned. We should have already left the ruins of the immortal residence. The old perfected master was shocked. Why was there only a few treasures left in his Fengsuan item, which was originally full of treasures and immortal items? Liu Guibao realized that the bastard Huai Qian had disappeared. Good fellow, he even lied to her the whole way. The young girl gritted her teeth in hatred. Bai Bai also felt that something was wrong. What about Zhong Qing? However, Liu Guibao's temperament was good. She was the first to discover the few bags on the ground, and saw it as an opportunity to fight for it. However, Bai Bai also discovered this, and Gao Ling, the Golden Body Realm martial artist, had also woken up. Liu Guibao, her master Sun Qing, and Bai Bai immediately joined forces with Gao Ling, and each of them snatched a heavy bag full of treasures. Both sides were wary of each other, and thus they did not interfere with each other's business. As for the other bag, it was targeted by the Dragon Gate Realm martial artist and martial artist who were standing side by side. In the end, they got it at the same time. They tore the bag apart, and the treasures inside fell to the ground. There were more than 10 treasures. The two of them picked up 3 or 4 each, and the rest were taken away by Huan Yun, Sun Qing, and Bai Bai. It was another very tacit split of the treasures. If it was a martial artist from the mountains, their first thought would probably be to hurt others and then snatch the treasures. Wealth came from danger, and they would try to take advantage of the situation. As for those who survived after half a day, they did not dare to stay any longer, and all fled. Staying in this damned place for even a moment longer would make one's heart turn cold. Huan Yun's expression changed slightly, and he knew that something was wrong. He quickly flew up, and the double-sleeved talisman flew out quickly to track down his colleagues. He also had to confirm the safety of the 2 direct disciples of Shenzhenze in the city above clouds. Once the Dragon Gate Realm martial artist with the surname Shu realized that the restriction had suddenly disappeared, he would definitely escape with the Fengsuan item, the white jade brush tube. He would probably not return to the Futsu country or the city above clouds in this lifetime before he reached the Golden Core realm. Fortunately, the young male and female cultivator who were more than 10 miles away were safe and sound. At the same time, one of the 1,000 miles flying sword talismans that was more than 100 miles away was shattered. The old perfected one laughed coldly. In the end, he stopped the martial artist from the city above clouds. The latter said angrily, Huan Yun, are you really going to kill all of us? Huan Yun said, return to the city above clouds with me, and let your city lord, Shenzhenze, deal with you. The old martial artist raised his hand and gripped the Fengsuan item tightly. Do you believe that I won't shatter this item directly? Huan Yun said indifferently, the 2 opportunities inside are not small. Even if the Fengsuan item shatters, it still won't destroy the immortal's shed skin and robe. But listen to my advice. If you really do that, I'll let you die on the spot. Then, I'll go and apologize to Shenzhenze alone. The old martial artist's expression changed. Huan Yun, I'll definitely not go to the city above clouds with you. I know what kind of person Shenzhenze is. If I fall into his hands, I'll only suffer a fate worse than death. Huan Yun said angrily, if you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. If you didn't covet the treasures in the mountain and bully the 2 juniors because of their low realms, you would be the hero of the city above clouds right now. The old martial artist said, I can give you the Fengsuan item. Huan Yun, take out all the length withdrawal talismans in exchange. Lastly, I have a small request. When you see the 2 little fellows, tell them that you've already killed me. Sure. Without hesitation, Huan Yun took out a stack of length withdrawal talismans and spread them out slightly. Without exception, they were all length withdrawal talisman. Among them, there were 2 talisman made of golden material. Huan Yun said in a low voice, exchange items. Shu, if you still dare to play tricks, don't blame me for killing you. The two of them threw the talisman and the white jade brush in their hands at the same time. The Dragon Gate martial artist grabbed the talisman and took out one of the golden talismans. In an instant, he was hundreds of miles away. Huan Yun sighed and turned back. He found the two youngsters and handed over the white jade brush. According to the agreement with the Dragon Gate martial artist, he said, Master Shu is already dead. The youngster took the white jade brush carefully. It seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. His fingers trembled as he kept it in his sleeves. Then, he bowed to the old martial artist and said in a sobbing voice, I have no way to repay you for saving my life, protecting me, and robbing me of the treasure. The young lady cried even harder. She held her face with both hands. As the old saying goes, those who survive a great disaster are bound to have good fortune in the future. She could not help but feel emotional. The tragic experience of searching for the treasure was going to give her nightmares for the rest of her life. Huan Yun smiled and said, the two of you are further away from the others. Take this opportunity to leave this place quickly. When you return to the city above clouds, don't tell anyone about this. Huan Yun obviously wanted to walk around again to see if there were any treasures that he had missed. After the two youngsters from the city above clouds left, Huan Yun felt that something had gone wrong. It was just that he had not noticed it. That consecrator from Cloud Above City must have forced out the secret technique of the Fengsuan item. This wasn't strange. However, Huan Yun was sure that the other party couldn't have taken out the remains from the Fengsuan item and hidden it somewhere. He also didn't wrap up the robe and hide it on his body. Huan Yun still had a good eye for things. Therefore, the helper's trip to the mountain this time was not worth it. He only got the talisman but lost his position as the head helper of the city above clouds. Huan Yun suddenly sighed and laughed bitterly. The old martial artist finally understood something. He finally understood why that young man was behaving strangely. He, Huan Yun, had lost most of the treasures and items in his square-inch item. Then, what was the situation with the white jade brush? What if the Celestial's mortal shell and the robe were gone? Or one of them was left behind? What would Shenzhenze of the city above clouds think? Huan Yun was a little emotional. That young cultivator was really a good seedling. What a pity. He was killed by Helper Shu. Huan Yun was not able to protect him and could only bring back a square-inch item for the city above clouds. Huan Yun's eyes were cold as he chased after them. The old martial artist started to hope that there was still an celestial treasure left behind. If there was none, he would send it back to the city above clouds. If there was really one, then it would be Huan Yun's own opportunity. Bye-bye, Gao Ling, and the helper of the Fuyo country left together. They all had heavy hearts. The young marquis of the Baiting country and the helper of the family were either gone or dead. It was not easy to explain. It was not easy to explain to the Baiting country's marquis residents, Zhon Qing's nascent soulmaster, and the Water Dragon sect's ancestral hall. Bai could only hope that those treasures could make up for it. Gao Ling said, those two can be killed. Bai smiled. Indeed. The two of you can split the opportunity on them equally. Gao Ling used his martial arts technique and asked the Water Dragon sect's Golden Core cultivator, Her Majesty will ask more about it. After that, Immortal Master Bai's sect might think more. Bai said, then we'll kill another one. Gao Ling did not speak anymore. Bai said again, Gao Ling, I guarantee that you can become the most powerful general in the Fuyo country. Gao Ling hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, I want to change to a chair that Qi refinement warriors can't sit on but martial artists can. After I sit on it, it might not just be the Fuyo country. It might even be the Water Sky country and the Baiting country. Immortal Master Bai can take whatever you want. Bai smiled and agreed. Your appetite is not small, but I think Gao Ling can sit on that chair steadily. The next moment, the helper of the Fuyo country was hit by Gao Ling's fist and his head rolled far away. Bai's expression was normal as he immediately used his techniques to destroy the corpse. There was no need for words. The Sparrow residents seemed to have become the biggest winner, or at least one of them. 3 people came and 3 people left. They were neat and tidy. Moreover, they were not injured. They had taken many treasures and opportunities. Wu Jiong suddenly said, "Will the black-robed old man who has topped the scroll twice come and find trouble with the Sparrow residents?" Wu Jiong recognized the other party's daoist robe. Sun Qing smiled. A person who can be friends with Liu Jinglong would not be so despicable. Wu Jiong was still a little worried. Just now, Sun Qing had roughly confirmed the rank of the daoist book and the token. He only said that the latter was a treasure that only ordinary cultivators of the upper 5 realms could possess. After this disaster, other than Sun Qing and Liu Guibao, Wu Jiong did not trust anyone else. In the end, what Wu Jiong did not trust was the way of the world and the people's hearts. Not only that, Wu Jiong had a thought in her heart. It was a thought that even she was afraid of. When Wu Jiong asked herself, if she had the skills and cultivation of that young sword immortal, would Sun Qing and Liu Guibao, who were envied by their cultivation talent and fortune, be able to return to the Sparrow residence alive? Wu Jiong did not know the answer. She did not dare to think too much. Chen Pinggan hid the Kassoon at the bottom of a deep pool deep in the mountains where there was no one around. He changed his attire and took off all his daoist robes, changing into an ordinary green robe. He carried a large bamboo box with 4 bags inside. After walking for more than 10 miles, he saw an old acquaintance standing on a tall branch beside a mountain path with a large bag on his back. It was the martial artist of the Golden Body Realm, Huang Shi. Huang Shi smiled and said, "I know it's you." Chen Pinggan said, "Then why didn't you hide as far away as possible?" Huang Shi smiled and said, "It's funny. Even I can't figure it out. After leaving that strange place alive, I feel more at ease staying by Brother Chen's side." Huang Shi no longer had any confidence in judging other people's cultivation and the depth of their daoist techniques. He only had some confidence in judging people's good and bad. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "Don't provoke me. Let's go our separate ways and cherish our blessings." Huang Shi shook the eye-catching bags on his back and said, "Brother Chen is an expert. With so many tricks, I'm still far behind. Soon, bye-bye, Gao Ling, and the other 2 might come looking for trouble with me. If they splash some dirty water on me, I might not even be able to walk out of the Baiting Kingdom with so many things on my back." Chen Pinggan asked, "I heard that you wanted to take revenge. What revenge?" Huang Shi's expression was indifferent as he said, "Back then, I was at fault for being impulsive. However, I didn't expect that I didn't die. My family of more than 40 people, old and young, were all skinned by cultivators and replaced with human skins for the dead to wear." This pure martial artist's tone was calm, as if he was talking about a story from a book. The true suffering of the world would not be the heart-wrenching and lung-tearing that others would see. Even if there were, after 1 or 2 times, they would become even quieter. Chen Pinggan did not say anything. Huang Shi's mouth twitched. "No matter who you are, I still trust you. Or rather, I'm taking a big gamble while my luck is good. I'm willing to sell most of the items in my bag to you. I only accept immortal money. Once you have enough, you can buy a military armor pill. Of course, it's not the deity armor, but a golden crow warp armor. Then, you can buy a dharmic saber that I've long taken a fancy to. Then, I'll be able to do what I need to do." Chen Pinggan took out a few steely carrying talismans from his sleeves and threw them to Huang Shi. "This talisman is best at concealing one's aura. You're a martial artist at the Golden Body Realm, so you'll be able to hide your tracks. As long as you're careful, you'll be able to sneak out of the Baiting country." Huang Shi was stunned. He did not immediately catch the talisman. Back at the mountain behind the ruins of the immortal residence, he used the same method to make the other party vomit blood with a single punch. However, back then, he was more interested in probing the other party's strength. When the few talisman floated into the distance, Huang Shi controlled the talisman in his hands. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What are you after?" Chen Pinggan had already continued on his way. He left behind a sentence, "When the world is suffering, we dare to speak up." She was just a stranger and an outsider. Her words were understated. However, Huang Shi was a cold-hearted and ruthless martial artist. His lips trembled and his fists clenched tightly. Huang Shi loosened his fists and took a deep breath before wiping his face. Suddenly, Huang Shi shouted, "Hey, old brother Chen, please stop." Chen Pinggan turned around and scolded angrily, "I don't have many talisman left either. I'm just someone who gets up early and works late every day to earn some hard-earned money. I'm not a child of wealth. Damn you, how dare you ask for a yard after getting an inch? You're so unkind. You haven't even settled the old scores on the mountain. You punched me so hard that my old bones almost fell apart." The corner of Huang Shi's mouth twitched. He was about to go back on his words when he suddenly laughed. He opened his luggage and tossed 3 items over. "I, Huang Shi, can't be considered a good person, but I don't want to owe anyone a favor." That young man immediately changed his expression. He chuckled as he received the 3 items and placed them into the bamboo box. Chen Pinggan rubbed his chin. He felt that it was time for the two of them to sit down and have a drink while discussing business. Huang Shi laughed, "With these talisman, why would I sell them to you? With your business acumen, how could I not make a loss?" Chen Pinggan smiled, "You flatter me." The two of them parted ways just like that. Huang Shi suddenly asked, "What's your name? Can you tell me?" That person didn't turn around. He raised his arm and clenched his fist, "I'm a good person, Chen." Huang Shi couldn't be bothered to speak anymore. "To hell with your good person, Chen." However, this person was really a good person. That person suddenly turned around. With a light flick of his sleeves, 2 thick stacks of talisman appeared in his hands. He said in a serious tone, "Actually, I still have some offensive talisman here. To be honest, every single one of them is a treasure. They're cheap and of high quality." Huang Shi had already pasted the steely carrying talisman. Without waiting for that person to finish speaking, he raised his middle finger at him. Then, with a tap of his feet, he flew away. Chen Pinggan said regretfully, "They're all cunning. It's hard to do business." Chen Pinggan was walking alone in the mountains when he suddenly raised his head to look. A man and a woman were desperately traveling with the wind. Then, the two of them suddenly shot into the forest like arrows and disappeared without a trace. They were the 2 direct disciples of Chen Zhenze in the city above clouds. The young man was cautious and changed his route with the woman. This was to avoid that what if. Previously, when he received the Fengsuan item from the old Zhenren and left with his junior sister, he immediately immersed himself in it. In the end, he discovered that there were a few unfamiliar celestial items inside. It should be that Consecrator Shu had treated the Fengsuan item as his family's treasure. This vicious senior must have found it himself. However, the most important celestial remains and the robe were gone. Old Zhenren said that Consecrator Shu had died. Did he force out the secret method of the Fengsuan item from Consecrator Shu and take away the 2 priceless treasures? Why did Huan Yun do this? Why did he return the white jade brush to him? Was he certain that he wouldn't dare to reveal the secret to his master? Once suspicion arose, he would be suspicious of everything. Wasn't the old Zhenren Huan Yun the same? In reality, both of them were smart and good people. During this visit, even though Huan Yun did have some thoughts, he didn't do anything that went against his conscience. However, in the end, the direction of his heart took a turn for the worse. Huan Yun chased after them and landed on the ground. He stared at the 2 juniors and said indifferently, "What is the secret of the Fengsuan item?" The young man pulled the girl behind him and said, "Why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Huan Yun said angrily, "If that's the case, why do I have to do something unnecessary?" The young man smiled bitterly. "How can I guess the thoughts of you celestial masters?" Huan Yun told him what had happened. The young man was stunned and said bitterly, "If that's the case, why do you want to know the method of opening the Fengsuan item?" Huan Yun said, "I want you to know why you died." The young man asked, "We can betray the city of clouds and cultivate with you." Huan Yun looked behind the young man and said expressionlessly, "You have to prove yourself." The young man suddenly laughed and spat. "Damn you, Huan Yun, you're worse than those wild cultivators." The young man felt a chill on his back. A small sleeve knife was stabbed into his back. He staggered forward and then slowly turned his head. His face was blank. The girl behind him had already retreated more than 10 steps. Her entire body was trembling. However, for some reason, she held her wrist with one hand as if she was injured. Huan Yun smiled. Very good. The heavily injured man kept turning his head and looked at the pale woman whose eyes were filled with guilt. Tears streamed down his face, but there was no anger, only disappointment and heartache. He softly said, "Are you stupid? We're all going to die." Huan Yun sneered. "You're smart." Huan Yun turned his head. "Since you're willing to save them, why do you have to be so sneaky?" Chen Pinggan came out from behind a tree. He glanced at the girl who was filled with regret and hatred. At least she was still in time. The young man didn't die. Chen Pinggan looked at the old man. Seeing a ghost in broad daylight is an eye-opener. BQ. "546. An old Zhenren of the Talisman sect. Xu Xingjiu of the city above clouds who was stabbed. Zhao Qingwan, who had failed to deliver a strike with his knife. There was also a young man in green who carried a large bamboo box on his back." Huan Yun said, "Why don't you be a good bag Zhai? Why do you have to get involved in this mess? Quit when you're ahead and leave when you get the benefits. Earning money steadily is the right way." Wu Jiong recognized the young man because of his black daoist robe. Huan Yun recognized him even more. It was not that Chen Pinggan was not cautious enough. It was that the smelted mountain demon's method was too unexpected. He allowed the white-clothed goddess and the green-clothed deity to open the painting so that everyone who came for the treasure could see it clearly. However, Huan Yun could only guess the identity of the young man in front of him. He was the Bag Zhai Yi who sold talismans in the city above clouds. He dared to save Huan Yun because he knew his identity. Among the people who came for the mountain, only the mysterious old man in the black robe had the guts and ability to do so. Once the cultivators on the mountain had their own guesses, it did not matter whether they were telling the truth or not. Chen Pinggan laughed. "Mountain Zhai Yi, Mountain Zhai Yi, Mountain Zhai Yi. Isn't he just busy walking through mountains and rivers every day? What's so strange about that?" Xu Xingjiu suddenly said, "Zhenren Huan, there's still room for negotiation." Huan Yun shook his head. "From the moment I chose to kill you, there was no turning back." Xu Xingjiu, "You're very smart. Smart people should not say stupid things." Xu Xingjiu was well aware of this. If Huan Yun had been honest from the beginning and did not have any selfish desires, he would not have chased after her and Zhao Qingwan. A person with great desires would be narrow-minded. He was so narrow-minded that he could only walk on a narrow path. He could only walk on it alone. To be honest, Xu Xingjiu knew that her previous choice was also a big mistake. When Huan Yun handed over the white jade brush, she shouldn't have guessed Huan Yun's intentions. When she found out that the immortal molting and the daoist robe had disappeared, she shouldn't have hidden anything. She should have been honest with him. If Huan Yun had explained everything to her back then, they wouldn't be in this situation now. However, things in the world were not as simple as that. Xu Xingjiu was not only in a state of panic due to Xu Gongfeng's vicious schemes. In fact, Huan Yun, as their path protector, had chosen to watch from the sidelines. This was a hidden killing intent, a hidden killing intent. Perhaps it was a method to get someone else to do the dirty work. If Xu Gongfeng killed them and stole their treasures, then Huan Yun would be able to act as the Oriole behind and his hands would be clean. Huan Yun wasn't in a hurry to attack. Chen Pinggan was not in a hurry. There were many things and many people who thought that there was no turning back. In fact, there was a way. Huan Yun was actually the most awkward one. Xu Xingjiu and Zhao Qingwan of the city above clouds had to get rid of them. However, it was dangerous to deal with this person who liked to change his appearance. This was because Huan Yun was not sure of his cultivation level. He was not even sure if he was a Qi cultivator of the Talisman sect or the most difficult swordsman to deal with on the mountain. Once he was sure, it would be either Huan Yun's death and he would know that his opponent's cultivation level was high, or he would die in his hands and all the treasures would be in his pocket. Huan Yun would be lucky for once. Chen Pinggan suddenly said, "If I remember correctly, you Taoists always say that cultivating one's life and not one's nature is the #1 disease of cultivation." Huan Yun smiled. It's easy to say. Chen Pinggan said, it's because it's easy to say that it's difficult to do it. Once it's done, it means that you have treasures and morals. Dual cultivation of life and death was the decree of the gods. Dual cultivation of life and death, the person who succeeded was the so-called seamless tower of Taoism and the leakless fruit of Buddhism. Huan Yun shook his head. I know that you're not old and you're not a Daoist. Don't play games with me and use those catchphrases. Why don't the two of us talk about something more practical? Let's do a deal like in the city above clouds market. Chen Pinggan shook his head as well. As long as you still want to kill the two of them, we can't do this deal. I've already said it. Old Daoist, other than your greed and killing intent, you haven't really caused any harm. Can the treasures and opportunities in Xu Xingjiu's functional item compare to the Daoist heart that you've worked hard to accumulate for your entire life? Huan Yun couldn't help but laugh. He sighed. What? You want to persuade me to stop and turn back with just your words? Xu Xingjiu said, Daoist Huan, I'm willing to take out all the treasures in the functional item as payment for my life. Please leave one for us after you've chosen, so that we can answer to Master. Also, I can use the secret technique of the ancestral hall to swear that I won't say a word about what Daoist Huan has done. In the future, Daoist Huan will still be an esteemed guest of the city above clouds. If possible, you can even be the honorary guest of the city above clouds. Xu Xingjiu had already pulled out the sleeve knife that was still a token of love. She wiped away the bloodstains and kept it in her sleeve. Then, she casually bandaged her wound and swallowed a precious pill from the city above clouds. The wound wasn't on her back, but on her heart. But Xu Xingjiu didn't care. Chen Pinggan sighed. The smarter Xu Xingjiu appeared to be, the more she was able to judge the situation. But in Huan Yun's eyes, she was only a hidden danger. There was no other way. Then, he would change his method and do it in a more North Continent style. If not, Huan Yun would have gone all out to kill him and bet on his victory. Two flying swords that had yet to be completely refined into natal items flew out of the two Qi residences and hovered on Chen Pinggan's left and right. One was a thin white rainbow, while the other was a dark green. Chen Pinggan said, Huan Yun, are you going to continue making mistakes? Huan Yun's sleeves fluttered and countless talisman floated out. They formed a formation to protect him. He said in a trembling voice, is it the person who worshipped the sword with Liu Jinglong in the Fuchu kingdom? Chen Pinggan asked, what do you think? Huan Yun sighed deeply. No wonder, no wonder. Chen Pinggan turned to Xu Xingjiu and said, what do you say? Xu Xingjiu said, Senior, I will bring my junior sister back to the city above clouds. Zhao Qingwan cried, I won't go, Xu Xingjiu, just kill me. Xu Xingjiu smiled bitterly. Let's not do anything stupid. There's nothing we can't overcome. Qingwan, if you trust me, then leave with me. We'll still be how we were before. I don't have a knot in my heart. As long as you untie it yourself, nothing will change. You can even change for the better. Qingwan, everyone makes mistakes. Don't be afraid. We'll change our mistakes. Zhao Qingwan looked like she was possessed. Her face was pale but her eyes were red. We can't go back. We can't go back. Either you kill me or I kill you. Otherwise, we'll die together. In our next life, we'll be husband and wife. I promise we'll love each other for the rest of our lives. Xu Xingjiu, what do you say? Xu Xingjiu was expressionless. She took out the hidden blade and tossed it to Zhao Qingwan. She looked around and found herself in the dense forest. She said self-deprecatingly, husband and wife are birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. However, we're already like this even though we haven't become Daoist companions. Qingwan, just give me another blade. Otherwise, I'll tie you up and go back to Cloud City with you. We've agreed to become Daoist companions for the rest of our lives. I, Xu Xingjiu, will do what I say. Zhao Qingwan held the blade and stared at Xu Xingjiu in a daze. She suddenly smiled. Her face was still like a pear blossom in the rain. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. She seemed to have said 3 words. Xu Xingjiu's eyes were hazy with tears. She had always been like this. He liked her eyes that could talk the most. Back then, his master brought a little girl to Cloud City. The youth looked at her. She tilted her head and stared at him with her round eyes. The youth made a face. The little girl was so scared that she started crying. Year after year, there was a family high up in the sea of clouds. Zhao Qingwan abruptly stabbed his saber into his heart. In the next moment, Xu Xingjiu came in front of her. She held the hidden blade in her hand, which was dripping with blood. Xu Xingjiu said softly, "Qingwan, we've both died once. Can we start all over again in this life?" Zhao Qingwan let go of her hand. She squatted on the ground and held her face with both hands. Xu Xingjiu threw the blade away. She squatted down and hugged her gently. Just as she was about to pat her back, she remembered that her palms were covered in blood. She turned them over gently and rubbed them with the back of her hand. Her movements were gentle. She murmured, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Didn't you always complain that I didn't like you? Don't ask me again in the future. How can a man say that he truly likes someone? He always talks about it." Huan Yun's expression was complicated. Chen Pinggan asked, "Huan Yun, you seem to have left a child in Cloud City." Huan Yun was furious. "It's not my family's fault," Chen Pinggan said. "I'm going to learn from you and get rid of the source of trouble." Huan Yun said, "Are you forcing me to die together with you?" Chen Pinggan said, "Are you worthy?" Huan Yun seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. He looked old. "Forget it. My reputation is ruined. From now on, I won't step into Cloud City. No matter how Xu Xingjiu and Shen Zhenze target me, it's my own fault." Chen Pinggan shook his head. "It doesn't matter if you think I'm a good person or a bad person. But I advise you not to treat me as a fool." Huan Yun gritted his teeth. "What do you want? Why? Do you really want to kill me, Huan Yun, and then my grandson? I don't believe that you can do it." Chen Pinggan interrupted Huan Yun and said slowly, "I'll accompany you on the Mianxin Road." Huan Yun was stunned. Chen Pinggan said, "Do you have a talisman boat? It's best if we take a ferry back to Cloud City." Finally, 2 talisman boats as big as mortal boats slowly rose into the air and headed for Cloud City. One boat carried 4 people. The other carried a huge piece of seaweed that someone had taken out from a deep pool. The 2 talisman boats were priceless. Huan Yun had cast a camouflage talisman on them. Xu Xingjiu and Zhao Qingwan sat side by side at the 2 ends of the talisman boat. Chen Pinggan and Huan Yun sat facing each other with their backs to the wall of the boat. Chen Pinggan sat cross-legged with his back against the big bamboo box. He turned to the girl and said, "Cherish this hard-earned good karma. In the future, when the 2 of you get along, you can't ignore this incident. But you can't avoid today's incident either. Otherwise, something will happen sooner or later. It's a sad thing to die sooner rather than later. If the 2 of you can overcome this obstacle, you and Xu Xingjiu will be a true Daoist couple. There are thousands of ways to cultivate the great Dao. Examining the heart is the most difficult. Perhaps this is the cultivation heart that the 2 of you should have. Whether or not you can benefit from this disaster depends on whether or not you are willing to consider the gains and losses in this." Chen Pinggan then said to Xu Xingjiu, "Even if you really don't mind this matter, to her, a mistake is a mistake, and a big mistake is a big mistake. So, don't comfort her with empty words. You, Xu Xingjiu, have to be clear about this first. Otherwise, it will only make her feel more guilty and ashamed, and she will feel that she is not a good match for you. When the time comes, you will either turn against each other or become strangers. In the end, it's because you didn't do well enough. There's no other way. Since you have become a good person, you have to pay the price." Xu Xingjiu held Zhao Qingwan's hand and nodded with a smile. In her state of mind, she felt that there was light at the end of the tunnel. Her heart was clear after the rain. Vaguely, she felt that she was about to break through that bottleneck. After hearing these words, Zhao Qingwan seemed to have untangled some of the originally dead knots in her heart. She tightened her grip on Xu Xingjiu's hand. Huan Yun did not say a word. He closed his eyes and rested. Since Chen Pinggan had revealed his identity as the sword immortal who ascended with Qi Jinglong, he did not hide it anymore. He took off the youth's face and returned to his original appearance. He wore the 100-eyed Daotai again. The black robe was filled with spirit energy. Chen Pinggan was just right. Then, Xu Xingjiu came up with a plan. She would not let her master down, nor would she harm the interests of the city above clouds. She could also protect the old perfected master Huan Yun's reputation. Even Xu Xingjiu's injury had an unexpected but reasonable explanation. It was flawless. It was reasonable. Chen Pinggan did not object. Although Huan Yun still did not open his eyes, he still nodded lightly. The two talisman boats entered the city above clouds. Shen Zhenze welcomed them personally. Xu Xingjiu told him what happened. She described how Xu Xingjiu set her up with evil intentions. The old perfected master Huan Yun protected her time and time again. Then, she met this fellow cultivator. He was the senior who sold the talisman in her family's market. They went through the difficulties together in the ruins of the immortal abode that was full of traps. Shen Zhenze was startled when he heard this. What a dangerous situation. As for how they escaped, not to mention Xu Xingjiu, even Huan Yun was kept in the dark. Therefore, Shen Zhenze felt that his two disciples were really lucky to be able to return safely. Not only did they not die, but they also brought back the treasures in the white jade brush tube. It was not easy. Shen Zhenze did not say anything. He divided the 4 treasures in the Fengsuan item into 4. He gave 1 each to Huan Yun, the senior cultivator, Xu Xingjiu, and Zhao Qingwan. Huan Yun could not refuse. He could only choose first. He chose the item with the worst quality and lowest rank. Chen Pinggan did not stand on ceremony. He generously chose the item that caught his eye. It was a couplet with golden words on a blue background. Outside the mountain, wind and rain are 3-feet swords. If something happens, take the sword down the mountain. Flowers and birds in the clouds, a house of books. Worry-free, the sage comes. Xu Xingjiu let Zhao Qingwan choose first. Zhao Qingwan's eyes were full of resentment. Xu Xingjiu remembered the teachings of the sword immortal senior. She did not hesitate and chose first. As the matter was of great importance and involved the betrayal of the head consecrator of the city above the clouds, this celebratory banquet with only 5 people left very quickly. Of course, Shen Zhenze still had to discuss this matter with Xu Xingjiu. It was not that he did not trust this disciple of his, but he was worried that Xu Xingjiu did not think of any crucial links. As her master, Shen Zhenze naturally had to help her. To be honest, Shen Zhenze often felt that as the city lord of the Golden Core City, he was not worthy of Xu Xingjiu. However, he could not say this out loud. He could only keep it in his heart. In the secret chamber of Shen Zhenze's cultivation grounds, Zhao Qingwan sat quietly to the side as usual, watching her senior brother Xu Xingjiu talk to her master. However, when she thought of how Xu Xingjiu, who respected her master the most, had used so much effort to deceive her master today, even though she didn't have any bad intentions, it was still something new that she didn't even dare to think about before. Zhao Qingwan couldn't help but smile. She lowered her head to hide her smile, but as she smiled, tears quietly slid down her cheeks. Shen Zhenze sensed her abnormality and asked softly, "Qingwan, what's wrong?" Zhao Qingwan was a little flustered and did not know what to do. Xu Xingjiu smiled and said, "Master, before we left the mountain, Qingwan always said that she was a burden. However, at that time, she said it as a joke to me. In the end, when I looked back, I realized that it was true. Therefore, on the way here, she cried and laughed. Master, don't worry about her. When we return, I will scold her for not cultivating enough." However, after scolding her, Xu Xingjiu smiled to herself. Shen Zhenze asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Xu Xingjiu stood up and bowed. She said solemnly, "Master, please allow me to become Dao companions with Qingwan." Shen Zhenze laughed and said, "Is it useful if Master doesn't agree?" "You guys won't agree either." Zhao Qingwan raised her head. She was both sad and happy. She prostrated herself on the ground and cried loudly. Shen Zhenze looked at Xu Xingjiu. This golden core cultivator's expression was somewhat solemn. Xu Xingjiu shook her head at him. Her eyes were clear. Shun Zhenze did not ask any more questions. Every golden core cultivator in the world might have different realms and cultivation levels, but their wisdom was definitely not something an ordinary person could compare to. Perhaps it was rare for a golden core cultivator to kill a nascent soul cultivator. However, golden core cultivators could use schemes to harm nascent soul cultivators. Not only golden core cultivators, but all cultivators in different realms were like this. How could one not be careful on the path of cultivation? Chen Pinggan temporarily stayed in a residence in Cloud Above City. It was the private residence of the old Dragon Gate cultivator, Honorary Elder Shu. This important person in Cloud Above City was only below Shenzhenze. He did not have any relatives or disciples. Hence, Chen Pinggan stayed there quietly. At this moment, he and Huan Yun were in a pavilion on the peak of a fake mountain. The two of them sat opposite each other once again. Huan Yun asked, "Ask yourself, when will we reach the end of this journey?" Chen Pinggan bent down and took out an item from the bamboo box. It was given to him by Huang Shi because he did not want to owe him a favor. It was a temple token with dragon horns and cloud patterns. It was jade green, 1 inch wide and 2 inches long. It could be worn on one's chest. It seemed to be made of the same material as the glazed tiles of the Daoist temple on the peak of the mountain. It was just a slight difference. It was just a feeling. Chen Pinggan could not describe it. There was an ancient seal on the front, heart. On the back, there was a poem. The ditch by the fields was dim and misty. The sun and moon at the door scattered the essence. It's a Daoist temple token. It's just that it's not commonly seen nowadays. Huan Yun glanced at it and said calmly, "Since ancient times, we Taoists have a saying that only Taoists can gather the void. In fact, Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism all have similar knowledge." Chen Pinggan held it in his hand and rubbed it slowly. He smiled. "Don't you know the principles too? You'll only know more than me." Huan Yun smiled. "It's a pity that my cultivation is not as high as that of a sword immortal." Chen Pinggan asked, "It's only right that my cultivation is high. Or is it because my cultivation is high because my principles are right?" Huan Yun said, "The realm of a cultivator usually has nothing to do with principles." Chen Pinggan nodded, "That makes sense." Huan Yun said, "I still have to thank you for not going to my residence directly." Chen Pinggan placed the temple token on the table gently. He took out the other 2 items that Huang Shi gave him. One was a jade bangle with a palindromic poem engraved on it. Within the jade bangle, there were specks of fireflies. An ancient-looking tree-gall pot was slowly absorbing spiritual energy. They were all good items of good quality. It was just that Chen Pinggan couldn't tell how good they were. The reason why Huang Shi's luggage looked so big was because he was carrying a huge item on his back. When Huang Shi was moving the luggage around to retrieve the item, Chen Pinggan could tell that Huang Shi must have obtained a great fortune. Other than the biggest item, there were at least 7 other miscellaneous items. However, in the end, he gave Chen Pinggan 3 of them. Even so, Huang Shi still received many treasures. However, Chen Pinggan felt that no matter how good Huang Shi's items were, they wouldn't be better than Liu Guibao's Daoist book and Mansion Master Sun Qing's token. The reason why Chen Pinggan knew this was purely because of his nature. It didn't matter if he didn't know. Anyway, he wouldn't fight with Huang Shi. Was there a difference between knowing and not knowing? Of course there was. It was a world of difference. A person's heart and meridians were like flowing water and riverbed. Small things were the water and the world was ever-changing. One's nature was the riverbed. If one could control it and rein it in, it would be the image of a great river. In the end, one could be like a flood dragon walking through the river and entering the sea. Chen Pinggan was walking along the river for the green-robed child. But in reality, along the way, wasn't Chen Pinggan's own cultivation heart also like a dragon in the well, quietly moving like a dragon in the river? Killing Huan Yun or Zhao Qingwan with 1 or 2 swords or 2 punches. Was it difficult? What was so difficult about it? He only did simple things. It probably wasn't considered cultivation. Huan Yun continued, the jade bracelet itself is made of good materials. Moreover, a talisman expert used poetry as a formation talisman. Over time, it became like fire in the water. This kind of tranquil pot can help chi cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, it can be refined into spiritual energy suitable for wood-type spiritual treasures. It's not a magic treasure, but in the hands of chi cultivators who focus on wood-type spells, it's something that even magic treasures wouldn't trade for. This saved Chen Pinggan a lot of trouble. He would definitely not sell this tranquil pot. As for the jade bracelet, even if he wanted to sell it, he would have to offer a sky-high price. But Chen Pinggan still asked, how much do you think this bracelet can be sold for? Huan Yun said, why not a few grains of grain rain money? Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, old perfected being, you really don't know the joy of counting money. Huan Yun offered a price of 2 grains of grain rain money. Even for golden core cultivators like Sun Qing of the Sparrow Residence and Bai Bai of the Water Dragon Sect, 1 grain of grain rain money was not a small amount. Many of the middle 5 realms cultivators below the golden core level, especially those of the cave and sea viewing levels, might not even have a single grain of grain rain money on them other than their natal item. Even the rich mountain and lake cultivators would not easily carry a few grains of grain rain money with them and run around. Most of them would keep some small summer money in case of an emergency. If they really needed money, the conversion of small summer money to snow money was very simple. Any immortal fairy in the world would do. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, old perfected being, you have a good eye. Huan Yun's expression was bleak. Good eye, but useless. I can't compare to a sword immortal. Chen Pinggan said, old perfected being, you have to change your bad temper. Huan Yun laughed coldly and said, I, Huan Yun, a mere golden core cultivator, dare not to listen to a sword immortal's words. Chen Pinggan glanced at him and said, I'm just afraid that even if you listen to some of his words, you won't be able to take it. Huan Yun fell silent. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, but I'm better than you. I love to hear people speak calmly and rationally. Old perfected being, why don't we talk about talisman knowledge? We can learn from each other and benefit from each other. Huan Yun looked at this person. This person's personality was really unpredictable. He could not sit still and was unhappy. Huan Yun could not help but mock, why don't I just take out a few talisman manuals? Put them on the table and spread them out. If Sword Immortal Chen says I need to turn the pages, I'll turn the pages. Chen Pinggan turned a deaf ear to him. He only put away the jade bracelet and the tranquil pot and carefully put them into the bamboo box. Then, he chuckled and opened a package from the bamboo box. He took out an item and slammed it on the table. It was a green brick from the ground of the Taoist temple. Huan Yun closed his eyes and started to rest. This green brick could be used as a treasure to guard the mountain of an immortal. Chen Pinggan thought for a while and took out a brush and paper. He started to draw the architectural style of the immortal residence, especially the white jade bridge. Only the Taoist temple at the top of the mountain would not be drawn on a piece of paper casually. After Chen Pinggan finished drawing 2 pieces of paper, he said, old perfected being, can you help me? Can you draw the few big buildings at the back of the mountain? Huan Yun suppressed his anger and took out a brush and paper from the square-inch object. He started to draw. Chen Pinggan stood up and walked around the stone table. He looked at the old perfected being drawing and exclaimed, your drawing is better than mine. You are indeed a talisman expert. Huan Yun was about to stop drawing. That person was about to raise his hand. Huan Yun could only continue to draw. He had no choice. That person was praising him, but he was holding a green brick in his hand. The next day, Shenzhenze of the city above clouds was determined to buy the Kasoon in the immortal residence in the courtyard. This golden core city lord seemed determined to get it. His words were sincere and he said that even if he had to sell everything he had, he would buy this immortal treasure that could stabilize the fate of the mountains and rivers. He was willing to pay with all the shops and mansions in the streets of the city above clouds. Chen Pinggan did not agree immediately. Huan Yun actually had some thoughts about this priceless Kasoon. But he did not dare to speak. Shenzhenze wanted to ask Huan Yun to help him, but Huan Yun had a headache when he thought of the green brick in that person's hand. He rejected Shenzhenze. Shenzhenze laughed in anger. Old perfected being Huan, you can't be thinking of fighting with me for this item, right? Huan Yun did not feel embarrassed and simply said, it's a rare opportunity. Let's fight for it with our own abilities. Shenzhenze was helpless. He could only say that since this item was in the city above clouds, it should stay in the city above clouds. Huan Yun smiled. Take care. I won't send you off. Shenzhenze left in a huff. Chen Pinggan went to the market outside the city above clouds again and started selling goods. But this time, he only sold talisman and nothing else. He squatted by the side of the road with his hands behind his sleeves. He did not sell anything and just answered people who asked. Previously, he had seen the news in the Mountain and River Palace Bulletin. The wild cultivator Huang Shi and the martial artist Xiu Niang were going to fight at Julie Mountain. Chen Pinggan naturally would not miss this opportunity. After Huan Yun left yesterday, Chen Pinggan started to calculate his gains from the treasure hunt. Apart from the broken pieces of wood from the Daoist statues, 36 green bricks from the Daoist temple. There were a total of 122 dark green glazed tiles. Water dripped from the tips of the green bamboo leaves in the blade strengthening gourd. Of course, there were also many bamboo leaves and branches. For the time being, there was still a ball of broken sword energy stored in the blade strengthening gourd. There was also the book that Chen Pinggan had not read yet. The 4 items that Master Huang had given him twice were the bronze mirror, the vegetarian tablet, the jade bracelet, and the tree-gall pot. Actually, he also had to consider the dense spiritual energy that was absorbed into the robe. He also made an extra trip to the River of Time. The old Daoist Huan Yun had actually entrusted the child to Shenzhenze early this morning and had a guest send him back to his mountain. Chen Pinggan naturally would not stop him. If he did not have peace of mind, how could he calm down and cultivate? Calming down at night was the Daoist's peaceful state. Just like the Buddhist's first incense, it was everywhere. Chen Pinggan suddenly smiled and raised his head to greet her. Xu Xingjiu squatted opposite the stall. She had so many things to say but did not know where to start. Chen Pinggan asked, "Are you all right?" Xu Xingjiu smiled brightly. "I'm all right." Chen Pinggan nodded. "That's good." Xu Xingjiu asked, "Can I buy some talisman from Senior?" Chen Pinggan said, "Of course, you're a guest. However, a talisman is worth as much as it should be. Don't take out the treasure that you obtained earlier. In any case, I don't accept it." Xu Xingjiu's expression was awkward. He actually did have treasures on him, and 2 at that. As for the divine money, he did not have a single one. He had miscalculated. After a heart-to-heart talk with Zhao Qingwan last night, they all felt that they should hand over their treasures as a thank-you gift. Chen Pinggan smiled. "If you feel guilty about not being able to attend your wedding banquet, just treat that treasure as a red packet from me." Xu Xingjiu said, "Then I won't disturb Senior's business." Chen Pinggan waved his hand. "If you really want to thank me, help me pull over some rich spendthrifts." Xu Xingjiu smiled bitterly. "I'll try." Chen Pinggan smiled. "You believe a joke. If you can avoid doing things that go against your conscience, then don't do them." Xu Xingjiu was speechless. Chen Pinggan rubbed his forehead. "I was just saying it casually. Don't always take it to heart. Aren't you tired?" However, Xu Xingjiu said, "Senior's words and actions are in line with the Great Tao." Chen Pinggan was almost covered in sweat. "My sect is temporarily not accepting disciples." Xu Xingjiu was baffled, but she still respectfully bade farewell and left. What a sword, Immortal Senior. His words were full of mysteries. Far away on the street, there was a slender young woman. She did not dare to meet the bundle shop. Chen Pinggan looked up and nodded with a smile. Zhao Qingwan curtsied. Xu Xingjiu held her hand while Zhao Qingwan lowered her head. Xu Xingjiu looked at her and spoke softly. Chen Pinggan held his hands in his sleeves. Looking at this somewhat familiar scene, he felt that although people's hearts had changed, there was still a reunion of mountains and rivers. It could not be better. However, his bundle shop's business was not as good as before. It was a bit lacking. After a day, he only sold a few talisman and made a small profit of 30 snowflakes. They arrived at the residence left behind by consecrator Shu. Chen Pinggan squatted in the courtyard and was carefully wiping the kassoon that leaned against the wall. From time to time, he would breathe a mouthful of mist into the kassoon. His head was almost touching the surface of the kassoon. Huan Yun had a strange expression. Was this really a sword immortal who could travel the world with Liu Jinglong? Huan Yun finally asked, "Why did you want me to send a message to the ancestral hall of the Sparrow Manor with a talisman? Why did you want Sun Qing to come and see this item?" Chen Pinggan turned his back to the old perfected person and said, "If in your heart, Xu Xingjiu and Zhao Qingwan were accidents, then Sun Qing and the other two from the Sparrow Manor are also accidents. Moreover, they are accidents that can easily attract disaster. Since you think so, I want to try and see if I can turn accidents into good things while earning big money. Whether or not the kassoon is sold to the Sparrow Manor in the end, Sun Qing and the others should remember your relationship with them. Also, you said that Sun Qing, especially her disciple Liu Guibao, are smart and straightforward people. This is all the more reason for you and me to try." Huan Yun asked, "Why are you helping me like this?" Chen Pinggan used his sleeve to wipe the intricate patterns on the kassoon gently. He did not turn his head and said slowly, "I am helping the old man who opened the door for me." Huan Yun sighed, "It's hard to break through the heart." Chen Pinggan smiled, "It's hard to break through the new year in the marketplace at the foot of the mountain." Huan Yun started to fall silent. Chen Pinggan said, "I can't help buy from the Water Dragon sect. I'm just a small cultivator from the sect. I feel guilty when I see a disciple of a big sect." Huan Yun said, "They are actually having a headache now. I can find a chance to meet Bai secretly and solve this problem. After all, Sun Qing of the Sparrow Manor and Bai of the Water Dragon sect did not seem to know anything about Xu Xingjiu and Liu Guibao's plot. What they did not know was what happened later. It was fortunate that the two golden core cultivators did not know. It was only this young sword immortal who knew." Chen Pinggan said, "I think we can let the great cultivators of the Water Dragon sect come to find you first. This kind of favor is what people like Bai mean. Otherwise, if you are wary of me talking too much and I am worried that you will leak the secret, I will kill the other party when I have the chance. I believe that as long as you stay in the city above clouds and show your face a few times or go sightseeing in the Baiting country or Water Sky country, the Water Dragon sect will come to find you. It's better than you and Bai having a secret meeting behind closed doors." Huan Yun was stunned and smiled, "That would be best." At dawn the next day, Sun Qing of the Sparrow Manor brought her disciple Liu Guibao to visit the city above clouds. Shenzhenze almost cursed, but he had no choice. When the two talisman boats entered the city, the huge kassoon was forced to reveal its true appearance for a moment due to the mountain restriction and the protective formation. He believed that there were secret pawns of the Sparrow Manor at the market and immediately sent a message to the Peach Blossom Crossing. This was normal. The city above clouds also had secret pawns at the Peach Blossom Crossing. Shenzhenze was not so narrow-minded as to not let Sun Qing enter the city. However, he still went to the mansion shamelessly. If Sun Qing offered a higher price than him and Shenzhenze could not afford the kassoon, he could just raise the price to death. He did not need to spend a single immortal's money. At that time, Sun Qing would not buy it in a fit of anger. At most, he would really have to sell everything he had. Even Shenzhenze could directly give him a large piece of land in Above Cloud City. If that was not enough, he could buy it on credit or shamelessly borrow a sum of money from Huan Yun. In the courtyard, Chen Pinggan looked at the ashen-faced Sun Qing and Shenzhenze who was leisurely raising the price. Huan Yun was not sure about the value of the kassoon either. He only said that the price was 80 pieces of divine rain money. Chen Pinggan kept a straight face, with a hint of innocence and helplessness. In fact, he almost could not resist giving Shenzhenze a thumbs up. Shenzhenze had already raised the price to 86 pieces of divine rain money. Based on this, Shenzhenze could raise the price to 1,000 pieces from morning to night. Sun Qing said coldly, "Shenzhenze, that's enough." Shenzhenze smiled and said, Manor Head Sun, are you willing to part with your treasure? Then I have to thank Manor Head Sun on behalf of the city above clouds. Liu Guibao did not speak. There were 2 young men and women who came with Shenzhenze in the courtyard. They were familiar faces. Xu Xingjiu and Zhao Qingwan. Liu Guibao was not too curious about the black-robed man who did not carry a sword on his back today. There were many experts on the mountain, and there were even more strange things. Besides, after taking off the old man's skin, he was not very good-looking. There was nothing to look at. Instead, she secretly sized up Xu Xingjiu and Zhao Qingwan, trying to find some clues. Could it be that old man Huan Yun had looked on coldly and deliberately turned a blind eye to the actions of the city above clouds guardian Xu because he had a card up his sleeve? Could it be that he wanted to use someone else to do his dirty work? Did he want to protect his reputation and obtain the treasure, killing 2 birds with 1 stone? If that was the case, then this old man Huan Yun had really impressed her. In fact, Chen Pinggan still hoped to sell the Kassoon to the Sparrow Manor deep in his heart. Although Daoist Sun had already left this vast world, from Daoist Sun's words and actions, Chen Pinggan could clearly see that Daoist Sun actually felt quite sorry for Liu Guibao. Although the conclusion was that the Dao was not compatible and he did not accept the girl as his disciple, he still gave her that Daoist book. For Chen Pinggan, since he could not always carry such a big millstone around, he might as well take advantage of the situation and sell it to the Sparrow Manor. After all, Daoist Sun had given him so many opportunities. Chen Pinggan felt that he had to do something to repay Daoist Sun so that he could feel at ease. Even if they might not meet again in this lifetime. Unless Chen Pinggan really became an Ascendant Realm Sword Immortal, he would have the opportunity to go to the Green Netherworld. There were some things that could be done or not done. If he did it, he would feel more at ease. Then, he would not hesitate anymore. Anyway, it did not affect his earning. Sun Qing suddenly spoke to Chen Pinggan telepathically. Child Chen, I will give you 30 pieces of grain rain money, and I will give you something close to you. What do you think? Give me a straight answer. If you don't agree, I, Sun Qing, will leave immediately. Don't worry, Child Chen is still an honored guest of the Sparrow Manor. I, Sun Qing, will never beat around the bush. Of course, the item close to him was extremely precious. However, for Sun Qing, the owner of the Sparrow Manor, the algae well that could stabilize the fate of the mountains and rivers was the most precious treasure. Chen Pinggan was obviously very surprised. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment before saying, then I'll take 30 pieces of grain rain coins. You can keep the item near you. As for the rest of the grain rain coins, you can owe me the same amount of grain rain coins as the price of the item near you on the mountain. Sun Qing actually refused. The item close to me is of little value for the time being. It will be so for the next 100 years or even hundreds of years. However, every piece of grain rain money earned by the Sparrow Manor, Wu Jiao, Liu Guibao, and so many other cultivators all need this divine money. I, Sun Qing, cannot delay their cultivation. So, Child Chen, just tell me, are you selling it or not? Furthermore, I obtained the item that was so close to me out of nowhere and I never closed the door. Just as I was about to refine it, I received a secret letter from Immortal Huan. Thus, I erased the restrictive spells on it so that Mr. Chen can use it. Finally, Sun Qing said casually, even if the deal is not done, we can still be friends. An honored guest is still an honored guest. However, the next time Child Chen comes to the Sparrow Manor, it's hard to say whether you will drink ordinary tea or that small wall. Chen Pinggan held back his laughter and replied with heart ripple, then it's settled. 30 pieces of grain rain money and the item close to you. Sun Qing laughed and said, deal. He did not hide the fact that he had made a deal with this Child Chen. Shenzhenze was a little regretful, but it was still okay. It was my fortune to get it, but it was my fate to lose it. Sun Qing turned to Shenzhenze and said, no matter what, I bought the treasure in the city above clouds. Take it that I, Sun Qing, owe you a favor. Shenzhenze smiled and nodded. He left with Xu Xingjiu and Zhao Qingwan. Huan Yun gave the Sparrow Manor a talisman boat. Sun Qing did not reject it and accepted it generously. Otherwise, He would ask her to carry the kassoon and travel with the wind. Was that reasonable? Was there such a shameless cultivator in the world? Then, Sun Qing glanced at the kassoon and turned to look at the young sword immortal surnamed Chen. Sun Qing quickly felt relieved. She thought that the other party must have had something to do with the item close to him. Chen Pinggan guessed her thoughts and responded with a smile. He was very calm. Sun Qing was actually a little guilty. F*ck, wouldn't I owe him a huge favor again? The other party already has something close to him. If that's the case, the thing that I have to give away before it even warmed up to him is actually not that valuable anymore. This made Sun Qing feel a little helpless. Forget it, he's Liu Jinglong's friend anyway. There's no need to be courteous with him. Huan Yun left tactfully. Sun Qing handed over the token and the item close to her and 30 pieces of grain rain money. Then, she took Liu Guibao and the kassoon and left the city above clouds on a talisman boat. The Sparrow Manor Lord was grinning from ear to ear. He started drinking when he got on the talisman boat. He did not forget to look down and laughed loudly at Huan Yun. Perfected Huan, the city above clouds is boring. It's just the size of a palm. If you fart in the east, you can hear it in the west. So, if you have time, you should come to the Sparrow Manor as a guest. It's even better to be a guest. Shen Zhenze laughed and scolded, nonsense. Perfected Huan is already a guest of the city above clouds. Huan Yun smiled and shook his head. But he was in a good mood. Chen Pinggan stood in the courtyard. After having the item close to him, he seemed to have solved his urgent problem. He began to move like ants, reorganizing all the old and new items. After half an hour, Huan Yun returned. Chen Pinggan was already sitting in the pavilion at the top of the fake mountain. He tilted his head and listened to the sound of the 2 pieces of grain rain money knocking against each other. Huan Yun sat opposite him and sighed with a smile. A small room is big and the world is big. I used to think that I understood it very well, but now I know that I don't. Chen Pinggan was still knocking on the grain rain money. He nodded and said casually, I know that I don't know, but I do know a little. As a matter of fact, Chen Pinggan was still somewhat lacking in confidence when he tried to reason with a golden core earth immortal from the Daoist sect who was proficient in talismans. However, it did not matter. He could simply borrow many words from his student, Kui Dongshan. Huan Yun smiled. If you trust me, I'm going to tour the mountains and rivers of the Baiting Kingdom. Chen Pinggan kept the 2 pieces of grain rain money and sat up straight. He said, I hope that you can get through this. Huan Yun said, it's still early. When I can tell Shen Zhenze about this matter and sincerely apologize to the 2 juniors, then I'll truly be free of the knot in my heart. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. You're still as good as before. Huan Yun stood up and bowed. Take care, fellow Daoist. Chen Pinggan stood up and cupped his fists. Take care. Huan Yun left with the wind. But there was a talisman paper Fengsuan item left on the table. Chen Pinggan put it away as a temporary safekeeping. He didn't even know how to open it. Chen Pinggan then started to think carefully about the other treasures he needed to refine the wood-type natal item. In fact, before he left Luopa Mountain and rushed to the North Continent, Kui Dongshan had helped to give him a list. Metal, wood, and fire were all different. He had also made it clear that these were only the basics of refining the different life source items. Once he had them, there would be no mistakes. However, it was far from enough. After all, almost every life source item of the 5 elements in the world had its own rules. Teacher needed to carefully explore after obtaining the opportunity before he could truly refine it successfully. Chen Pinggan was not in a hurry to leave Cloud City. Anyway, the ferry to the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven would stop at Cloud City. Besides cultivating every day, Chen Pinggan would still go to the market and be a shopkeeper. One day, Chen Pinggan met a familiar person, Jin Shan. When this wild cultivator saw Chen Pinggan, he almost knelt down and kowtowed. But he was stopped by Chen Pinggan. In the end, the 2 of them squatted together at the stall. The man planned to return the offensive talismans that he hadn't used, as well as the steely carrying talisman that had yet to run out of spiritual qi, to the senior. However, Chen Pinggan did not accept it. He shook his head and said, "Keep it. It's not worth much." The man refused no matter what. He was even choking. It was a treasure hunt that he thought would not be too dangerous. There were so many people with high cultivation realms, but how many of them survived in the end? The man felt that he had to have a conscience. That was why he had to make a trip to Cloud City to try his luck. He wanted to see if he, a butcher, could meet those two again. Chen Pinggan accepted the talisman. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "When we're done with the stall, shall we go for a drink?" The man smiled and said, "Senior, I'll pay the bill. Is that okay?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Sure, but you won't be able to drink good wine." The man grinned. That was true. In the end, the man treated the senior to a drink. He had to puff himself up at his own cost. However, he did not feel any heartache about spending this money. There were small immortal ferries coming and going from Cloud City. The man spent a snowflake. After boarding the ferry at the ferry port, he cupped his fists and bade farewell to the senior. The senior was still so polite and easy to talk to. He actually cupped his fists and bade him farewell. The ferry slowly left. After drinking earlier, on the way to the ferry port, the senior returned the talisman to him. He could only carefully hide it in his sleeve. He also told him to hurry back home. The area around Cloud City was still not peaceful. The man did not dare to not take it seriously. When he was drinking earlier, he talked a lot with the senior. He talked about how virtuous his wife was and how good she was at home. He also talked about his two children. Although they were still young, they were promising and were good at studying. It would not be difficult for them to pass the exams in the future. Now that the man had sobered up, he felt even more ashamed and slapped himself in the face. After getting off the ferry, the man wanted to hide the talisman in his boots and sleeves in a secluded place. He was still a little worried. Unexpectedly, when he took it out, he found that there were two pieces of golden talisman. It was not the yellow paper from before. The man stood there in a daze. For some reason, he remembered the senior's words when he was drinking. When swordsmen do things, they only want to be straightforward and not reasonable. 547. Chen Pinggan reeked of alcohol as he returned to his residence in the city above the clouds. There was a circle of snow mud talisman on the wall of the residence. It could prevent thieves but not immortals. However, it was better than nothing. After entering the courtyard, Chen Pinggan gently shook his green robe. The smell of alcohol dissipated from his body. He walked to the place where consecrator Shu cultivated all year round and sat on a futon that could gather the chi of heaven and earth. Chen Pinggan had already hung the couplet on the wall behind him. With this couplet, the originally empty house had a hint of a study room. Chen Pinggan planned to hang this couplet on the first floor of the bamboo building when he returned to Luopa Mountain in the future. He would definitely not sell it. He would keep it as a family heirloom, just like the cursive handwriting that the county magistrate wrote after drinking. Chen Pinggan took out the vermilion Taoist jujube wood token. He had to refine it successfully first. Otherwise, any chi cultivator could open the door and enter casually after they got their hands on it. It was meaningless to just refine the emptiness and keep it in the chi residence. When refining things in the world, the small refining emptiness was like the immortal money in his hand. It was inevitable that there would be a return and a return. The medium refining was like the ancestral hall that was built on the top of the mountain. It was truly rooted in the chi residence. The large refining was the natal item of the cultivator. Before refining the item in front of him, Chen Pinggan took out 3 more treasures. He wanted to look at them and nourish his heart. Back in the water hall, Chen Pinggan used talismans. He had made 3 deals with Priest Sunday. There was a wooden carving of the primordial lady. It was lifelike and had the beauty of wind and water. There was a round fan. The most interesting thing was that the round fan itself was embroidered with a picture of a lady in a boudoir holding a round fan. The slender lady was playing with a sparrow on a branch in the picture. There was also a pair of Dragon King baskets. They were inscribed with Fighting Dragon and Chen Pan respectively. Chen Pinggan planned to give the wooden idol to Li Huai. As for the round fan, he gave it to the girl in pink. On Luorpa Mountain, the busiest person every day was not head butler Zhu Lian, nor was it the diligent center Yuanji, nor was it Zheng Dafeng, who was basking in the sun and moon every day. It was only Chen Ruchu, the little girl. Chen Pinggan even believed that as long as Luorpa Mountain existed, Chen Ruchu would continue to be so busy. She carried buckets of water, held wiping cloths, and a bunch of keys at her waist that jingled softly. Every day, he would tell Kui Cheng that he was safe, give Pei Qian a handful of melon seeds, water the plants, and clean the bamboo house until it was bright. Periodically, he would go to the small town and the county capital to buy the things he needed. In Chen Pinggan's eyes, how could this not be a big deal? It was very big. Anyone who wasn't blind would be able to see it and keep it in mind. Let alone other cultivators outside Luorpa Mountain in Longquan County, even on his own Luorpa Mountain, who would dare to bully the girl in pink? This was not Chen Pinggan being biased. Instead, in Chen Pinggan's eyes, the girl in pink was the one who would not make the slightest mistake. No one could compare to her. He, Chen Pinggan, was no exception. That was why he chatted with Daoist Sunday. He heard that wild cultivator Jin Shan talk about trifles. Chen Pinggan felt very happy. It was two types of comfort. Chen Pinggan picked up a small bamboo basket. The other basket that was connected to it began to shake gently. At that moment, 2 mountains of gold and silver were dangling in his hands. Chen Pinggan was actually unsure of what to do with the Dragon King baskets. Firstly, the Dragon King baskets were severely damaged. Repairing them would definitely require a huge sum of money. Secondly, although the Dragon King baskets were extremely useful, being able to capture flood dragons in the world and possessing the innate ability to suppress opponents, there were many things that needed to be paid attention to. It was different from many offensive Dharma treasures that could be used immediately. If the Dragon King baskets did not have a unique immortal art to complement them, it was very likely that they would never return. Chen Pinggan thought about it and decided to take it one step at a time. Now that he had an additional item close at hand, there was no need to pay extra. Then, he would definitely have to get his hands on 2 of the Sword Immortal's natal artifact forged by Sword Hatred Mountain. If the price was cheaper than expected, 3 would do too. When he reached the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, he would first confirm the price of the Dragon King baskets before seeing if there were any spendthrifts. Why talk to me about repairing an item that only appears once in 100 years? However, he would not sell the Dragon King baskets if he could. After all, it was not a good idea to always use quantity to fool his first disciple when it came to gifts. Chen Pinggan began to calm his mind and condense his qi to refine the item close at hand. This matter was not urgent and could not be done overnight. After 4 hours, Chen Pinggan stopped refining at a checkpoint. He put on a Dharma robe and turned to refine the spiritual energy contained in the Dharma robe. His mind was silent. Unknowingly, it was midnight. Chen Pinggan opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. He stretched out his hand and gently dispersed it. According to Kui Dongshan's mysterious theory, in a small world with a human body, many ordinary people in the world had exchanged their lives. The cultivation of qi refinement warriors was extremely particular about getting rid of the impurities and retaining the essence. They used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper their muscles and bones, expand their qi residence, and temper their soul. These were all meticulous skills. Therefore, people who cultivated Tao were no longer human. It was not all a scary saying. Chen Pinggan turned and used his mind to patrol the qi residence. The door of the underwater residence was still open. The water that contained the spiritual energy of water was still flowing. This was only the scene after Chen Pinggan drank all the water droplets condensed at the tip of the green bamboo leaves. He had not yet absorbed the purer and richer water energy of the green bricks. The boys in green were even more busy. The murals of the rivers and rivers in the underwater residence were painted more and more brilliantly by the boys in green. The small pond that was suspended under the stopping water seal seemed to have expanded a little. The water was also deeper. Chen Pingan was hesitating whether to refine the green bricks of the Daoist temple and then lay them on the floor of the underwater residence. Even if the green bricks of the Daoist temple had lost the wisps of water energy, the material of the green bricks itself was very valuable. At first, Chen Pingan planned to bring it back to Luorpa Mountain in the future. The 36 green bricks that had been drained of their water fate could be used to pave 6 paths for practicing the mountain quaking fist's 6-step pile walking. He himself, Pei Qian, Zhu Lian, Zheng Dafeng, and Center Yuanji. Of course, there was also Lu Baixiang, whom he hit it off with. Forget about Wei Yixian. Forget about Sui Yu. He had already changed from a pure martial artist to a cultivator in the Jade Gui sect of the Tongyi continent. He wanted to become a female sword immortal that could ascend with a sword in the vast world. However, if the green bricks could add to the splendor of the underwater residence, then the 6 green bricks that belonged to Chen Pingan could all be refined. The stopping water seal hung in the sky, the ground was paved with green bricks, and there were murals on the walls. Chen Pingan felt that if this was the case, his underwater residence could be said to be quite impressive. As for the 122 green glazed tiles, he would keep them for now. Their origins were unknown. At the time, Huan Yun did not dare to make a conclusion. He was only sure that they were priceless. If they were of the same origin as the colored glass pavilion in the White Emperor city of the Central Plains, then it would be even more frightening. It was said that the most precious item in the colored glass pavilion, other than the 12 pillars, was the glazed tiles on the roof. Chen Pingan collected his thoughts and left the house to practice the 6 steps in the courtyard. He did not expect another guest to hurriedly arrive. Was it Sparrow Manor Patriarch Wu? She could not hide the joyous expression on her face. So Chen Pingan was carrying a martial artist? She went to the pavilion at the peak of the artificial mountain. Wu! For this trip, she brought Chen Pingan a first-class robe from the Sparrow Manor. Wu! It was said that after the Manor Patriarch moved the Kasoon Well to the Sparrow Manor, it was extremely compatible with the mountains and rivers. Not only could it stabilize the mountains and rivers, but it could also gather the qi from all directions. This was even before it was refined. It was only temporarily placed in the Patriarch Hall, and it already showed such miraculous signs. If it was refined, it would be even more impressive. It would be a foundational item that only the Patriarch Hall of the Immortal Sects could possess. Therefore, she, Sun Qing, had earned too much from this transaction in the city above clouds. She felt guilty and had to give him a robe as compensation. If Sword Immortal Chen did not accept it, that was fine too. After all, she had already been courteous. If Sword Immortal Chen was also courteous, then she would not be courteous. Chen Pingan repeatedly said, "You're welcome. I won't be courteous." Woo! He took the luxurious robe from the Manor Patriarch and kept it in his token. The only flaw was that the style of the Sparrow Manor's robe was too powdery. It was not as good as the snowflake robe of the Greasy City's female ghost. Even Chen Pingan could wear it. Woo! The Manor Patriarch did not stay for long. However, he left behind a few cans of tea leaves, saying that these were the only Sparrow Manor's small dark wall left this year. Woo! The Manor Patriarch smiled and said, "Sword Immortal Chen, if you want to sell it, please sell it at a high price. Otherwise, you will not live up to the name of Sparrow Manor's small dark wall." Chen Pingan was a little embarrassed. He said, "Please tell Manor Patriarch's son that I will leave a can of small dark wall as a gift." Woo! The Manor Patriarch smiled, nodded, and left. Woo! As soon as the Manor Patriarch left, Shenzhenze arrived. Chen Pingan had just sat down and had to stand up to welcome him. The Manor Patriarch of the city above clouds smiled and said, "Wu? Don't tell me you're inviting Mr. Chen to be a guest on the mountain. You can't go, you can't go. You'll only delay your cultivation." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "The Sparrow Manor has no such intention." Shenzhenze sat down and said, "Mr. Chen, since the Sparrow Manor doesn't have such foresight, why don't you join us? Aside from the divine coin that is given to us every year, this mansion and the entire Shuyu Street in Above Cloud City, all 32 mansions and shops of various sizes belong to Mr. Chen." Chen Pingan said, It's not that I don't want to accept your offer, but I can't. The journey to the North Continent was full of worries. Skeleton Beach, Jingguan City's Jiao Cheng, the person who hired the assassins from Deer Mountain, and Huai Qian's death. Chen Pinggan did not want to drag more people into this. He traveled alone. Only his fists, swords, and wine accompanied him. It was more refreshing. Shun Zhenze did not say anything else. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, City Lord, although I can't promise you that I'll become a consecrator of cloud above city that collects rent and earns money while lying down, I appreciate City Lord's good intentions. When the time is right, I'll take the initiative to ask for a Shuyu Street from the city above clouds. Shun Zhenze nodded and said, then it's settled. Even if he could not wait until that day, it was fine. The city above clouds still had Shu Xingjiu. Shun Zhenze was a very straightforward person. He did not linger and left as soon as he finished talking. Chen Pinggan also asked for some mountain and river newspapers from the city above clouds. It did not matter if they were old or new. Shun Zhenze agreed and said that he would ask Shu Xingjiu to send it over later. Chen Pinggan walked around the stone table in the pavilion and practiced his fists. He seemed to be asleep, but his fists flowed all over his body. After practicing for 4 hours, he returned to the house to rest for a while. Then, he sat on the cattail hassock and began to refine spirit qi. When it was close to noon, Chen Pinggan took out the spirit weapon he obtained from the linen sect's ferry and placed it on the stone table in the pavilion. A green porcelain brush washer was connected to the mountains and rivers of Julie Mountain. Therefore, once the restriction on Julie Mountain was lifted, the scenery on the mountain would be reflected. As long as the cultivators did not leave the North Continent, they would be able to see the scenery on Julie Mountain clearly. If they looked at it from afar, it would be very blurry. Although Chen Pinggan had built the water residence, he did not have any water spells. He could only take out a yellow paper talisman and crush it gently. Instantly, water filled the brush washer, and clouds surrounded it. In the blink of an eye, an extremely flat and huge green stone platform appeared above the brush washer. This was the most famous Julie Mountain in the North Continent. It was more familiar to cultivators than any other mountain in the North Continent. On the green stone platform, both parties had yet to appear. The scenery beyond the platform could not be seen. Just like the white fog surrounding the ruins of the immortal residence, there was a clear boundary. This caused Chen Pinggan to feel rather regretful. He had originally wanted to see the spectator mountain that the Qianglin sect had bought. This Shong sect, known as the Jade Forest sect with 2 sleeves clear wind and unparalleled killing power, was one of the people that Chen Pinggan wanted to make contact with the most during his trip to the North Continent. Of course, it was not because he admired the Jade Forest sect master who had admitted defeat to the 5 realms. Instead, it was because the Qianglin sect, with its endless wealth, was the largest buyer of Pearl Grotto Heaven's natal porcelain from another continent. Chen Pinggan naturally would not go looking for the Qianglin sect. Chen Pinggan's bag shop was not for nothing. He needed the other party to come looking for him on their own accord. Chen Pinggan had to carefully lay the groundwork and control the timing of their meeting. He had to think about how the 2 sides should act reasonably and when they should meet. A sect that could be mocked and ridiculed by an entire continent's cultivators meant that the other party was extremely patient. While they were patient, they might not have any bottom line when they did things. This was a truly terrifying opponent. Shu Xingjiu came to visit with a large stack of mountain and river bulletins. She smiled and said, Mr. Chen, you're also looking at Julie Mountain? Chen Pinggan took the bulletins and greeted her with a smile. If you're not busy, sit down and read with me. Chen Pinggan took out 2 jugs of immortal wine and handed one to Shu Xingjiu. The 2 sat across from each other and slowly drank. In the Battle of Julie Mountain, the wild cultivator Huang Shi and the martial artist Xiao Niang were ranked close to each other. One was ranked 4th, the other 5th. Recently, in the mountain and river bulletins, there were many new speculations about the reason for the life-and-death battle between the 2 of them. Some said that the 2 of them hated each other because of love. Some said that Huang Shi was young in this life, but he killed too many people and accidentally killed the martial artist Xiao Niang's close relative. Xu Xingjiu took out a snow coin and gently threw it into the brushwasher on the table. In an instant, it turned into a wisp of spiritual energy and merged with the luck of Julie Mountain thousands of miles away. All the spiritual artifacts and Dharma treasures in the world that could carry the mirror image had this ability to eat money. Last time, Qi Jinglong of the Tai Hui sword sect and Huang Ting of the Taiping Mountain were fighting. Both of them were nascent soul sword cultivators who were at the bottleneck. In fact, they had a great impact on the landscape of Julie Mountain. After the battle, the spiritual energy of Julie Mountain was severely depleted. If the upper 5 realms fought, it would probably devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, Julie Mountain was still so rich in spiritual energy because there were countless spectating cultivators continuously throwing in divine coins. Xu Xingjiu hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "Mr. Chen, if I have the chance to go down the mountain in the future, can I visit Mr. Liu at the Tai Hui sword sect?" Xu Xingjiu was a little embarrassed. "I've always admired Mr. Liu." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "I can help you inform him in advance, but I can't guarantee that Liu Jinglong will definitely meet you." Xu Xingjiu's eyes lit up and she quickly stood up and bowed in gratitude. Chen Pinggan said, "Remember one thing. When you visit Liu Jinglong in the Tai Hui sword sect in the future, you must bring a few more pots of good wine. If you really meet him, you don't have to say anything. Just drink first as a form of respect. Liu Jinglong loves to drink, but he usually doesn't put on airs. Someone has to take the lead. If he says that he doesn't drink, don't believe him. It must be that you, Xu Xingjiu, didn't drink enough." Xu Xingjiu sighed and said, "I see, I understand. Mr. Liu is exactly the same as the land dragon in my impression. A sword immortal who is willing to convince others with reason must be the most emotional person." Chen Pinggan nodded vigorously. "Of course." Chen Pinggan looked at the Kuli mountain on the table. With a wave of his sleeves, the green stone platform of the Kuli mountain suddenly expanded in all directions. He and Xu Xingjiu were like two towering gods who had personally arrived at the Kuli mountain and stood on the stone platform. However, the more important the mountain, the greater the restrictions. The grade of the spiritual artifact that carried the catoptric deflection would also affect the viewing effect. Chen Pinggan realized that his green porcelain brushwasher could only see the grain-sized figures of Huang Shi and Xiao Niang. Chen Pinggan had once asked Qi Jinglong if the great sword immortal's sword Qi could use this opportunity to kill people at the Kuli mountain from thousands of miles away. At that time, Qi Jinglong shook his head and laughed. He might have a chance at the immortal realm, but he could forget about the unpolished jade realm. This was because the sword Qi of a sword cultivator emphasized sword intent the most. No matter what, it would not be as pure as the spiritual Qi of the immortal money. However, this bit of intent would cause the fragile spiritual artifact that carried the catoptric deflection to shatter on the spot. However, Qi Jinglong also said that there were indeed some ancient divine abilities and unorthodox techniques on the mountain. Historically, they had used the catoptric deflection as a bridge to harm some of the mountains that profited from it. However, cultivators who used such methods had to carefully conceal their identities. Otherwise, they would easily become the enemy of an entire continent. For example, it might arouse the curiosity of those immortal realm and even ascendant realm cultivators. There was still about the time it took for an incense stick to burn before noon. Chen Pinggan suddenly discovered a fine ripple in the sky above the Kuli mountain. Then, someone laughed loudly. "Where is the invincible unpolished jade realm cultivator of the Jadewood sect?" Very quickly, ripples appeared on the Kuli mountain's painting scroll again. Someone replied, "What advice does Senior have?" The person who spoke first clearly threw down another immortal money. He chuckled, "I regret giving birth to you back then." The Jadewood sect master of the Jadewood sect truly had a good temper. Not only did he not curse back, he instead threw down another immortal money. He said respectfully, "Senior must be joking." The two stopped talking. However, someone suddenly smiled and said, "Sect master have you thought it through? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as you've agreed." Xu Xingjiu said softly, "It must be that Xu Xian." Chen Pinggan nodded. North's #1 sword immortal by Shang's disciple, Xu Xian. He was ranked second among the 10 youths, even higher than Qi Jinglong. A voice full of vicissitudes sounded, "Oh my, you want to drink Xu Xian and He Xiaoyong's wedding wine? Such a match made in heaven, this old man must drink this wedding wine." A woman said coldly, "I already have a Dao companion." A stone startled 1,000 ripples. "Congratulations, Sect Master He. May I ask, Sect Master He, who is the person who has become your Dao companion?" "Fairy He, my Dao heart has been shattered. From now on, there will be one less infatuated person in the world." Finally, Xu Xian's words caused all the clamor to stop. "No matter. Once he dies, you'll lose your Dao companion." He Xiaoyong sneered and said, "Why don't the two of us make an appointment to visit Shuli Mountain? If you dare kill this person, I'll cut off by Shang's bloodline." Xu Xian did not say anything else. Xu Xingjiu said regretfully, "I never expected that an immortal like Sect Master He would have a Dao companion. I really wonder which man is so lucky." Chen Pinggan suddenly realized that the sword immortal senior opposite him had an ugly expression. Chen Pinggan lowered his head and drank a mouthful of wine. His expression returned to normal. It was almost noon. A white beam tore through the sky and landed in the middle of Shuli Mountain's stone platform. At the edge of Shuli Mountain, a woman wearing a veil hat walked up the green stone platform. She had a long saber and a short sword hanging from her waist. Chen Pinggan controlled the rising clouds in the painting of Shuli Mountain. He tried his best to make both parties appear in the painting. As for whether their faces could be seen clearly, it was not important at all. In fact, many Qi refinement warriors who watched the battle on Shuli Mountain through catoptric deflection might not have seen the specific moves of the two parties from beginning to end. They were just there to watch the show. It was destined that many cultivators in the middle 5 realms would not even see the people in the painting more than a few times. At most, they would see the dazzling splendor of the offensive Dharma treasures and immortal spells. Therefore, there had always been a rumor in the North Continent that if one was not a Golden Core Earth immortal, one could not even hope to see the slightest bit of the fighting on Shuli Mountain. As for the female Grandmaster Embroiderer's background, especially the origin of her martial arts, no mountain in the North Continent could clearly explain it. Xu Xingjiu quickly began to feel fortunate that she had come here instead of staying by her master's side to watch the battle on Shuli Mountain. In the past, when she watched the battle on Shuli Mountain with her master, Shenzhenze would often adjust the angle of the painting and constantly shrink it. However, she would still miss many key scenes. However, in Xu Xingjiu's opinion, it was not as accurate as the sword immortal senior in front of her in controlling the battle situation. The elusive embroiderer and her punches, as well as the wild cultivator Huang Shi's overwhelming spells and offensive Dharma treasures, although it was inevitable that some scenes would be missed, Xu Xingjiu realized that this was her first time watching the battle on Shuli Mountain. It was so real that everything was linked together. In any case, she could roughly see the context of the battle between the two parties. Chen Pinggan watched the battle attentively and constantly changed the painting. The strength that the female martial artist temporarily displayed was that of a genuine far-traversing realm cultivator. Her punches were extremely fast and her physique was extremely tough. This was even before she unsheathed her sword. As for whether she was a peak martial artist or not, all they had to do was wait. Although the appearance and age of a martial arts grandmaster was not as difficult to recognize as that of a cultivator on the mountain, the higher the realm of a pure martial artist, the faster they climbed the mountain. The two would not be directly linked. This was especially true for female martial artists. Presumably, this was even more so as they could similarly delay the aging of their appearance. Huang Shi was an extremely young nascent soul cultivator. He was even younger than Qi Jinglong by a few years. The two people ranked 3rd and 4th on the ranking were both less than 100 years old. The existence of these cultivation geniuses was a kind of pressure in itself. It would indeed make those Golden Core Earth immortals, who were easily 200 to 300 years old, feel as if a large amount of their time had been taken away by dogs. Suddenly, the painting turned blurry and fluttered indeterminately. Chen Pinggan was momentarily stunned. Xu Xingjiu hurriedly threw in a few snowflakes with familiarity. The painting became clear once more. Chen Pinggan felt that this immortal mountain's mirror's moon in the water was truly a good business with little capital. However, if Luopa Mountain also had this business in the future, what would they rely on to earn money? Could it be that they would rely on Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng to tell stories? Chen Pinggan was worried that Luopa Mountain's reputation would be tarnished. In the future, when the disciples left the mountain to gain experience, perhaps the women would be fine, but wouldn't the men be guarded against by everyone as if they were thieves? Chen Pinggan really could not think of any other way. Drag Qi Jinglong to Luopa Mountain to become a teacher and discuss the Tao once or twice. Zhu Lian, the old chef, cook a large table of sumptuous dishes. Or Pei Qian practicing a set of crazy demonic sword techniques. Let Wei Pai play chess with others. Chen Pinggan abandoned all distracting thoughts and continued to watch the battle with rapt attention. For some reason, both sides did not seem to be in a hurry to determine life and death. Xu Xingjiu was already a little dizzy from watching. She drank a mouthful of wine to calm herself down. Chen Pinggan was still as unmoving as a mountain. He still had to control the mirror's moon in the water painting to rotate and move. Xu Xingjiu felt even more admiration for him. Chen Pinggan asked, "How long did the longest battle of Zhuli Mountain last?" Xu Xingjiu said, "The longest battle in history. A pure jade stage sword immortal and an immortal stage cultivator. One attacked with all his strength, while the other defended with all his might. They were evenly matched and seemed to have fought for about a month." Chen Pinggan stretched out a finger and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. If he were to watch the battle until its end, how much snow and money would he have to spend? Xu Xingjiu continued, "In history, there were also two sword immortals who fought each other. They only used an hour to directly exhaust the spiritual energy of Zhuli Mountain. No matter how crazily the spectating cultivators threw in divine coins, it was all like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Therefore, only the mountaintop mansion near Zhuli Mountain had a rough idea of that world-shaking battle. However, I heard that sword qi surged and overflowed Zhuli Mountain. In order to protect the mountain from being affected, Zhonglin sect had no choice but to activate the Grand Mountain formation. In one go, they used up more than 100 grain rain coins. They even borrowed 200 from the cultivators on the mountain and compensated them double afterwards. Ever since then, Zhonglin sect has stored 300 grain rain coins on the mountain. They are untouched all year round." Xu Xingjiu's entire body was filled with spiritual energy. She suddenly stood up, intending to bid farewell and leave. Chen Pinggan laughed, "That's good. Once the cave opens, you can go up and watch the sea." Xu Xingjiu left on the wind. Above Cloud City had already prepared the place for her breakthrough. These days, she had been on the verge of breaking through. She was only waiting for a subtle opportunity. After Xu Xingjiu left, her master Shenzhenze would naturally help stand guard. If it was short, it would be 3 to 5 days. If it was long, it would be 2 to 3 years. No one could say for sure. It wasn't necessarily that the faster one broke through, the better. It also wasn't that the slower one broke through, the more stable it would be. It still depended on each person's luck. Her bones and acupoints gave birth to a cool breeze. In the middle of the gloomy water, her true appearance could be seen. Unfortunately, Chen Pinggan had yet to experience this scene for the time being. The path he walked on as a qi practitioner of the 3 realms had taken many detours and was somewhat bumpy. Chen Pinggan continued to watch the battle. On Zhuli Mountain, both sides of the battle were filled with killing intent. However, they were still testing each other. Clearly, they were both looking for an opportunity to kill each other in one blow. Chen Pinggan had already thrown a few pieces of snow money down. He drank a few mouthfuls of wine. Usually, he would pick up the food from the bowls and plates. Who would throw it into the dishes? These two people who were fighting were somewhat unkind. 2 hours later, Chen Pinggan sat cross-legged on the stone bench, holding his chin with one hand. There was already a small mountain of snow money beside him. Looking at the two of them, it seemed like they would be fighting for a long time. After another 2 hours, The peak of Chen Pingan's Snow Money Mountain had been flattened. An expert threw down a grain rain money and scolded jokingly, "You adulterous couple. Even if you really want to kill each other, why do you have to cheat others of their immortal money? Huang Shi, since you're a sword cultivator, if you don't die on Julie Mountain, you'll have to suffer my sword sooner or later." It turned out that the rogue cultivator Huang Shi was actually a sword cultivator who hid his strength. As for that martial artist Xiao Niang, she was also very surprising. She was actually proficient in many immortal techniques. Although it seemed like they were training each other's skills, when both sides fought, they were filled with killing intent. Chen Pingan was somewhat curious about what kind of enmity had happened between the two of them that they had to put their life and death on Julie Mountain in front of everyone's eyes. At a certain moment after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Chen Pingan stood up. Suddenly, he crushed a large handful of snow money and turned it into spiritual energy. He did his best to maintain the landscape painting scroll created by the Celadon brush washer. That female martial artist seemed to have taken out an extremely high-grade mountain treasure. It was as bright as the sun, covering the entire Julie Mountain. Even if he was only looking at the landscape painting scroll, Chen Pingan felt that it was somewhat dazzling. It caused the landscape of Julie Mountain to be stirred up like turbid pond water, causing the spectators to be unable to see clearly. Chen Pingan could only vaguely see a thin black line cutting through the resplendent light that enveloped the world. A moment later, on the stone plateau of Julie Mountain, Huang Shi, whose flesh and blood had mostly melted and almost turned into half a skeleton, was actually still alive. On the other hand, that female martial artist Xiao Niang with astonishing methods had already disappeared without a trace. It was unknown whether her body and spirit had been completely destroyed, or whether she had successfully escaped on the line between life and death. Huang Shi staggered. After taking a few steps, he rose up with the wind and left Julie Mountain. Chen Pingan sighed endlessly. As long as the disparity between their realms was not too great, thousands of techniques would ultimately not be able to defeat a single sword. A single sword to break all techniques. Chen Pingan put away the Celadon brush washer and the pile of snow money. He had gained some benefits from this spectating battle. That female martial artist Xiao Niang's fist techniques and the foundation of her fist intent were very interesting. Jiu Gu's mountain quaking fist and Zhulu Kui Cheng's fist techniques were at the other extreme. In the pavilion, Chen Pingan imitated a crudely shaped fist stance. He slowly punched out using the female martial artist's fist and palm techniques. After a moment, Chen Pingan stopped and retracted his fist. As he could not learn it at all, there was no fist intent in his body. However, the benefits did not lie in the fist stance. Chen Pingan had already expected this. The real benefit was that Chen Pingan's knowledge of the world's fist techniques had broadened. In the future, when he faced enemies, he would have a better idea of how to deal with them. Chen Pingan began to close his eyes and rest. He tried to memorize more of her fist intent. Even if he could only use some of it, it was still a smokescreen. After opening his eyes, Chen Pingan began to take a stroll. After practicing a lot and having a rough idea of what to do, he suddenly thought of a sad matter. There were not many talisman papers made of golden material left. There were only 10 left. He had to be meticulous in his calculations. The ancient talismans recorded in the true alchemy works. Now that Chen Pingan was only a Realm 3 Qi refinement warrior, other than entry talismans like the Yang Energy Lighting Talisman, he could not draw them at all. Or even the talismans drawn by Chen Pingan purely as a martial artist. It was easier and of higher quality than drawing talismans with the identity of a Qi refinement warrior. Unfortunately, the talismans drawn by martial artists, they could not seal the mountain and close the door. The speed at which the talisman glows disappeared was too fast. Chen Pingan took out the 10 golden talisman papers from the Fengsuan item and counted them over and over again. Of course, there would not be an extra one out of thin air. He left the pavilion and sat on the futon in the house. He took the sword immortal from the wall and placed it on his knees. Then, he took out the blade strengthening gourd and carefully drove the ball of broken sword aura out of the blade strengthening gourd. 10 years had passed since then. He did not see that person selling talismans in the market outside the city on clouds. Young bundle shop. In the capital of Dali, the young emperor held a small court meeting in the imperial study as usual. Over 20 officials and ministers gathered together. The imperial study was not big, so it was a bit crowded when there were too many people. The oldest one was the Minister of Personnel, Master Guan. It seemed the court meeting had consumed too much of his energy. At the moment, he was sitting on the chair and taking a nap. He was holding a small charcoal cage wrapped in cotton cloth. It was a gift from the late emperor, and the eunuchs in the palace would keep it. As long as it was a small court meeting in winter, someone would bring it to the old minister without Master Guan's reminder. He was already 100 years old. At this moment, the old man was already snoring softly. However, from the emperor to the other important ministers of Great Li, no one had the intention to remind the old man. Anyway, when the conversation reached a point where the old minister felt that it was a serious matter, he would wake up and say a few words. An assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, who was in the prime of his life, was reporting the aftermath of an important matter to the various officials. The female cultivator, Shi Qiu, had been rescued. Her whereabouts were unknown. The two groups of Zhuiying dynasty's high officials and men of sacrifice had varying levels of cultivation, but without exception, they were all cautious and steady old spies. One after another, they crossed continents to North Continent and went to Mount Diao to investigate the records of everyone on the ferry back then. He hoped to find some clues to the Great Li dynasty colluding to attack Dan Mountain and frame the sword cultivators of Zhuiying. In fact, some of them had succeeded. They did not take the ferry back to the Aquarius continent. Instead, they took a long way to the sea. However, they were intercepted and killed by the Dali cultivators. The most troublesome one was the woman who went to the North Continent. Her name was Qiu. She had actually revealed the heavenly secret during a catoptric deflection. She had said that Mr. Jian Ern of the North Continent was the one who had framed the Zhuiying dynasty. This woman hoped that someone could relay this information to the heavenly lord Xie. She, Qiu, was willing to die to prove the truth. Now, the mountain where Qiu was taken in had been sealed off by the Dali Qi cultivators. The Yuan family's Shangzhu Guo was a thin old man. He rubbed his palms and smiled. What a great saying. I wonder what our imperial tutor's green wave pavilion is busy with. The burly master of the cow family leaned back in his chair and sneered. Even if something went wrong at the green wave pavilion, they should be doing more than you, Yuan Yunshui, who only knows how to spit in the court. The great master of the Yuan family curses his colleagues every day. You, Yuan Yunshui, are the best at nitpicking. The master of the Yuan family smiled. Cao Qiao, I'm still a Shangzhu Guo. As for whether you think you're a great master of the Yuan family, I'm not sure. The Minister of Rights was daydreaming. It had always been like this. The Minister of Justice, who was also in charge of many supernatural affairs, would be an inconspicuous middle-aged man if not for the conspicuous and eye-catching official robe he was wearing. He took the initiative to speak and meddled in the affairs of the two Shangzhu Guo lords. He said with a straight face, Lord Cao, Lord Yuan, in this small court meeting, every word here will determine the fate of the people of Dali. Shouldn't you put your personal grudges aside first? An old man of the Song clan who was in charge of the royal genealogy records of the Song clan laughed. Oh my, I almost thought that the surname of Dali is Yuan or Cao. I'm an old man with the surname Song. A general who was not able to lead the cavalry to the south like Cao Gui and Su Gaoshan was short and stout. He looked a little funny sitting on the chair. However, his words were not light at all. He said in a deep voice, if you have the time, you might as well get rid of the troublesome female cultivator. Since the Green Wave Pavilion likes to do nothing, then let the cultivators under my command do it. I guarantee that the person behind the scenes who rescued her will be dealt with as well. The young emperor did not sit behind the desk. He moved a chair to sit closer to the officials. He did not speak at all. He sat beside the stove and bent over to warm himself by the fire. There was an ordinary boxwood chair beside him. It had been placed in this room for more than 100 years. Several emperors of the Dali dynasty were watched by this chair as they grew up. The former emperor touched it but did not sit on it when he was young. As the new emperor, he also touched it but did not sit on it when he was young. The dragon throne had already been used by several emperors. Only this chair, which was rarely used, had never been used by a different person. In the corridor outside the royal study room, an old eunuch said in a low voice, "The imperial tutor is here." The officials of the Dali dynasty all stood up. Even Master Guan moved his butt and put his hands on the armrests. It seemed he was awake. He stood up to greet the embroidered tiger. The young emperor did not stand up to greet him, but he straightened his back. An old scholar stepped over the threshold and bowed to the emperor. He didn't look arrogant at all. Song he nodded with a smile. Qui. He sat on the chair and looked at the old minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who was still holding the armrests. He smiled and said, "Minister Guan, do you want to stand up or sit down?" Master Guan smiled and said, "Lord Grand Master, please forgive me. I am an old man. I can't do anything except squat in the latrine and take advantage of others." Qui. He waved his hand and said, "Let's get down to business." As the imperial tutor arrived, the atmosphere in the royal study room became solemn. Everyone couldn't help but raise their spirits. Qui. He said, "Today, I am going to tell you about the current situation of the Zhuang dynasty, the Book Lake, and the Qingluan kingdom. If we can set the rules for each of them, we will have laws to follow in the future in the Aquarius continent. Therefore, it can be said that today's meeting will decide the future of Great Li for the next 100 years. Everyone's words today will be recorded in the book without missing a word. Whoever coughs, snoozes, drinks a few cups of tea in the middle of the meeting, says a few words that are fatuous and empty, or says a few words that will contribute to the future of Great Li, will be seen clearly by all the emperors, kings, generals, and ministers of Great Li who are qualified to sit in this room. Qui. In the end, he said, whether or not you can become the first monarch in the history of the Aquarius continent, whether or not we can teach the people of the Dali dynasty a lesson. They have to keep their eyes open and look at the Dali dynasty. They have to remember the name of the king of the Dali dynasty. They have to remember the name of the king of the Dali dynasty. They have to remember who the king is. Qui. He stood up with a solemn face. In the court meeting, the young king slowly stood up. He was excited. The civil officials stood up and bowed. The generals stood up and bowed. In the Golden Armor continent, there was an ancient battlefield. There were broken statues everywhere. The wind in this place could make any chi cultivator below the Golden Core stage suffer, even if he just stayed there for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Many pure martial artists also liked to come here to temper their physique, but most of them didn't manage to leave alive. Those gusts of astral winds that suddenly arose were untraceable. Some were fine like a burst of sword chi, scattered like goose feathers. Some of the astral winds could envelop a radius of 10 miles. They were all like sword immortals unleashing their swords. Once these astral winds passed, even if you were a martial artist at the Golden Body Realm, you wouldn't even have a corpse left. A young lady who was once the strongest in the world broke through the bottleneck of the 5th stage. Relying on a unique talent, she was able to stay here for so many years. She was currently facing a white-robed man who was walking slowly. Her fists were like thunder. The opponent was only at the Golden Body stage. She could kill an ordinary Golden Body stage martial artist with a single punch. But facing this Golden Body stage martial artist who was younger than her, she had already thrown out thousands of fists. But without exception, all of them were negated by the opponent's fists. Simply speaking, the opponent did not even retaliate. She was a pure martial artist who had the chance to reach the Golden Body stage. But she could not even touch the corner of his clothes. This white-robed young man's Golden Body stage was indeed only at the Golden Body stage. Unfortunately, the opponent was Cao Ci, who had come here from the Central Divine Continent. Cao Ci's every realm was an unprecedented martial art realm. She, who had come here to temper herself at a young age, did not believe it at all. Then she experienced a series of complicated mental processes of eagerness to try, probing with her fists, using all her strength, gradually despair, and numbness. Just as she was about to stop, Cao Ci finally said a second sentence. Since your fists are constantly growing, why stop? After that, the young lady gritted her teeth and punched out angrily. Cao Ci's first sentence was after Liu Yuju had spoken. At that time, Liu Yuju from the snowy snow continent had relied on Cao Ci's presence to say a few harsh words to her. Huaiqian is right. In Cao Ci's eyes, your sixth stage is just a clay figurine, unable to withstand a single blow. Cao Ci did not want her to misunderstand, so she could only say the first sentence after meeting her. I did not say such a thing. At this time, Liu Yuju was squatting on the palm of a fallen god statue. A dense cluster of flowers and plants had sprouted from his huge palm. It was strange that they had not been swept away by the astral winds of the ancient battlefield. Liu Yuju could not understand. In a top sect that had people ranked among the top 10 of the Central Plains in almost every generation, and in a dynasty where martial artists were as numerous as the clouds in the sky, why did she and Huaiqian, who were so well matched in terms of social status, run away from the marriage and make such a big joke? It was not like they were going to become immortal Dao companions. It was just an additional marriage contract. Such a paper title would not have any substantial restrictions on the two of them. If it were him, Liu Yuju, as long as the price was fair, he would sell himself. Cao Ci had been touring the ruins, looking at the statues one by one. He wanted to see some of the fist's intent. In reality, he had seen quite a bit. Therefore, that woman's fists were destined to be even more fruitless. Because the growth of her fists would only be much slower than Cao Ci's. Cao Ci stopped in front of a half-body statue. Looking up, it was as though a sword had slashed him from his shoulder to his waist. The woman was barefooted and dressed in white. She stopped her fists and bent over. Her hands were on her knees as she vomited blood. Liu Yozhou's scalp went numb. It was as though all the martial artists with good aptitudes were all lunatics. Cultivation was still the best. As long as he had enough treasures on him, he could safely hide in his turtle shell. For example, he had accompanied Cao Ci on a long journey. They had gone to the drifting Dawn continent, and now they had come to the Gold Armor continent. Liu Yuju had several supreme treasures on him, and he had 2 incense divine spirit armors. However, he had given one of them to his friend Huaiqian a few years ago. Although they were friends, they were just friends. They were not friends with his temperament, but family ties, surnames had become friends. However, compared to the ordinary brothers and drinking friends who always wanted to borrow some magical equipment from the only son of the god of wealth of the snow-white continent, Liu Yuju and Huaiqian, who did not like to take advantage of him, were actually quite congenial. In fact, Liu Yuju often wanted to tell those friends who borrowed treasures but did not know how to return them. It was not because they were smart, but because he, Liu Yuju, had this bad habit of not giving away wealth or treasures. I would feel uncomfortable all over. Luckily, his parents never cared about it. There was one time when he sincerely gave a treasure to a close friend. After that, he realized that the person did not treat him as a friend. Liu Yuju, who was only 10 years old at that time, cried his heart out. After that, his father brought him to the Liu family's treasure mountain. It was truly a mountain. The richest man in the continent asked his only son, if he gave one treasure every day, how many years would he have to live to be able to give away the entire treasure mountain? Liu Yuju counted with his fingers, and reported the exact number. In the end, his father waved his sleeves and opened a secret restriction. In the end, after the treasure mountain, there was an even more magnificent and majestic treasure mountain. The rainbow-colored treasure light almost blinded the child's eyes. Liu Yuju immediately burst into tears. How could his family be so rich? That day, the child's body was covered with treasures, and swaggered out of the family's forbidden grounds. The child was beaming with joy, and did not forget to wipe his tears and snot on his father's sleeves. But that day, the god of wealth who never liked to discipline his son taught Liu Yuju a lesson from the family's ancestral hall. Earning money has always been easy, the difficult part is to keep the money and not attract disaster, how to spend it and not attract disaster. With a farting child, the man told him about the painful lessons of the family's history. Only then did Liu Yuju know that for a large family that already had a solid foundation, if they did not grow up and only focused on earning money, then there would be many times when they had money, and when they spent money, it would be inviting disaster. Liu Yuju grew up, and the only time he was slapped by his father was when a family that liked to go against their conscience and earn money had met with trouble. He helped the pitiful friend who was crying and begging him, and borrowed a sum of money to help him and his family get through the crisis. He even comforted him, and scolded the main culprit for his friend. Of course, he, Liu Yuju, did not receive a single cent. In the end, just as his friend left, Liu Youzhou's father appeared, and slapped Liu Yuju until his face was covered with blood, and asked Liu Yuju if he knew what he did wrong. Liu Yuju said that he should not have borrowed money, and in the end, he was slapped again, and fell to the ground. Liu Yuju struggled to get up, and sat on the ground, not saying a word. The man sneered, there was nothing wrong with doing business, the cleanest thing in the world was money. Liu Yuju did not get the second half of the answer from his father's mouth. Perhaps it was a piece of paper that the Shang family's ancestor had left for the Liu family's ancestors. On the piece of paper that had been enshrined in the ancestral hall by generations of the Liu family's heads, there were 8 words written: wealth grows a conscience, and nothing will disappear. At this moment, Liu Yuju was squatting among the flowers and plants in the palm of the dilapidated statue, and sighed. Every family had its own difficulties, and he only hoped that he would not become the head of the Liu family later, so that he would not have to deal with conscience like this. Liu Yuju asked Cao Ci telepathically, when do you think Huai Qian will return from the North Continent? Cao Ci grunted in acknowledgement. Liu Yuju rolled his eyes. This was Cao Ci's answer, which meant that he had not thought about it, and would not think about it. Liu Yuju would often ask him some random questions, and Cao Ci probably felt that it was impolite not to respond, so he would often respond with an acknowledgement, indicating that he had heard. The young woman felt that there was an opportunity and punched with all her strength. As a result, her wrist made a cracking sound. When she floated to the ground, her shoulder shook a bit. When she steadied herself, one of her arms was already hanging down. Liu Yuju stretched out his hands and gently rubbed his temples. He felt that it was not good to encourage Cao Ci to come here to visit the ruins, so that he could take the opportunity to see what kind of woman would look down on Huai Qian. Liu Yuju thought that this woman, who was very likely to be the strongest in the world at the 6th realm, did not need any Dharma treasures. Liu Yuju had a lot of them, and she could just take them, even if she did not need them. After leaving her hometown for so many years, would there not be a few juniors in her family after returning home? Just treat it as New Year's money for the children. As Longquan County was promoted to a prefecture. Near Luopa Mountain, there was a new provincial governor from the vassal Huangting country, and there was also a prefecture's city god. As for the mansion with the beautiful water and wind plaque, the Jiuyin god was promoted according to his merit, as if he had reached the sky in one step, and became the mountain lord of the old north peak of Dali. The ghost in the wedding dress also returned to her own mansion, and lived in seclusion, only the embroidered river god would occasionally visit. Among the 5 mountain deities of the old 5 sacred mountains of Great Li, 4 of them had been transferred away from their mountains to occupy other mountains in the Aquarius continent. Therefore, other than the unknown Yin deity of Jiyu clan, the other 3 mountain deities of Great Li had been promoted step by step due to their hard work. Even if they were not the true mountain deities of the old 5 sacred mountains, they had become the first-rate mountain deities of the Aquarius continent, second only to the new 5 sacred mountains. Wei Pai of the North Peak had already begun his closed-door training. The area around Mount Cloud was heavily guarded. The Dali imperial court attached great importance to this matter, and other than the sage Wanjiao, they even specially sent Shu Ruo to protect Wei Pai during his breakthrough. On Mount Luopa, Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng were playing chess. The green-robed child had been watching the game for a while, and the more he watched, the more sleepy he became, so he fell asleep beside the stone table, drooling all over the table. Zheng Dafeng pressed down on the child's head, and with a twist of his wrist, he wiped off the saliva on Chen Lingjuan's cheek, and then pushed the child's head away from the chessboard. Zhu Lian rubbed his chin, and said slowly, even if we include Wei Pai's breakthrough, and another night banquet, there is still a big gap. Zheng Dafeng said, if there's no other way, we can send a letter to our mountain master, and ask him to take out some treasures to supplement the family. I don't believe that after wandering around the North Continent for so long, and being able to kidnap beautiful girls to the Aquarius continent, he won't have any surplus in his pocket. Zhu Lian smiled, Brother Dafeng, your handwriting is beautiful, and pleasing to the eye. Why don't you write this letter, and my young master will be in a better mood when he sees it. Sitting side by side opposite Chen Lingjun were two little girls, the girl in black, Zhu Mili, and the girl in pink, Chen Ruchu. Zhu Mili immediately coughed. Zheng Dafeng turned to look, and pretended to be shocked. Where did this big water monster come from? Zhu Mili crossed her arms. What a coincidence, it's also from the North Continent, a place called the Mute Lake. A loud noise came from the bamboo house. Zheng Dafeng's eyelids twitched, and said righteously, let's play chess, when it comes to money, leave it to fate, leave it to fate. Zhu Mili drooped her head. Chen Ruchu gently handed over her palm, which was filled with melon seeds. Zhu Mili shook her head, she did not have an appetite. Chen Ruchu bade farewell, kept the melon seeds, and then brought Zhu Mili to the bamboo house. He estimated that in less than an hour, the commotion on the second floor would stop. It was like that every day. She had to boil water with Zhu Mili, and then go to the second floor to carry the person. That night, Pei Qian gritted his teeth in the house for a long time, then jumped up and down. After stretching his body, he pretended to be refreshed and walked out of the first floor. Chen Ruchu and Zhu Mili sat on two small bamboo chairs at the door. Pei Qian stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhu Mili's mountain traveling staff. Zhu Mili exclaimed and began to clap, her eyes shining, great success. Pei Qian nodded, the old man on the second floor thought so too. He said that if he didn't finish tomorrow, then the day after tomorrow, at most, then he might not be able to teach me more fist techniques. When he said these words, tears flowed down his cheeks. Alas, in those turbid presbyopic eyes, they were filled with the gaze of the younger generation. On the second floor, Kui Cheng chuckled, isn't it good to practice fist techniques in the middle of the night? Pei Qian said angrily, Zhu Mili, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think fist techniques can be done in a day or two? Zhu Mili frowned, feeling wronged, I was wrong. Pei Qian secretly gave her a thumbs up. She was responsible. She deserved to be the right Dharma protector of the shop in the dragon riding alley. She was loyal. The left Dharma protector, who only knew how to jump up and down all day, deserved a beating. Kui Cheng said, why don't you go and help Center Yuanji? Pei Qian said, oh, and walked to the open space. He looked up and asked, how much strength should I contribute? Kui Cheng said, it depends on your mood. Pei Qian thought for a moment, frowned, and began to seriously consider this question. This old man was really evil. Wasn't he trying to get Center Yuanji to beat him up by punching him with a hammer? Kui Cheng said, no matter what your mood is, if you don't go away, I won't be in a good mood anyway. Pei Qian sighed and made a grimace towards the second floor of the bamboo building. After a series of silent gestures, he threw the mountain walking stick to Zhu Mili. She put one hand behind her back, gently clenched the other hand, and twisted her ankle. With a bang, the dust on the ground flew up. Her figure disappeared like a puff of smoke. Center Yuanji was practicing fist techniques on the steps of Luopa Mountain. Suddenly, her heartstrings tightened. She turned her head to look. Someone's fist lightly touched her forehead, and then the figure brushed past her and disappeared in a flash. Center Yuanji was sweating profusely. She looked at the place where the figure disappeared and saw a familiar slender figure. She stood with one foot on the slender branch of the tall pine and the other on the instep of her foot. Center Yuanji knew that Pei Qian had been practicing on the second floor recently. But this little charcoal girl, how many days had she been practicing? Pei Qian said seriously, Sister Center, I was greeting you just now. I'll help you to feed your fist. You can't hit me hard. You're old and have been practicing for a long time. You're tall, so let me win. Center Yuanji took a deep breath, took a fist stance, and said in a low voice, please, as if facing a formidable enemy. Pei Qian was a little flustered. What are you doing? Let's go back and forth and learn from the big white goose. We'll just walk. Pei Qian hesitated and quickly took out a talisman. He put it on his forehead. First, he gave himself courage. It seemed that he had to be serious. Otherwise, what if he was beaten half to death by Center Yuanji? Pei Qian knew very well that Sister Center practiced diligently every day. She walked up and down the mountain day and night without stopping. Old Chef always said that this was the tenacity that a person who practiced martial arts should have. Pei Qian tiptoed. The branch under his feet bent in a huge arc but did not break. Then, when Pei Qian tiptoed, the branch instantly bounced and Pei Qian disappeared into thin air. Center Yuanji was stunned. In the next moment, she was punched in the back and fell down the mountain. In the air, she was hit in the back by an elbow. Center Yuanji suddenly fell on the stairs. Her body bounced heavily, then her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Pei Qian floated to the ground and squatted at the side. His forehead was full of sweat. He wiped his face fiercely. What was going on? Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng stood on the stairs and looked at each other. Pei Qian quickly touched the talisman on his forehead. He secretly pushed Center Yuanji with one hand and turned his head to shout, "I swear, it's really not my fault." Center Yuanji fainted by herself. I couldn't hold her. On a ferry that was passing by cloud above city and was about to reach the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. Chen Pinggan was dressed in a green robe. He carried the sword Immortal on his back and slanted his bag over his shoulder as he leaned against the railing. Soon, he would be able to punch 2,000,000 times. However, he did not know how Pei Qian was doing in the school at Dragon Rider Alley. He was helping out in the shop to earn money. Would it affect his copying of books? Also, was he getting along with the big water monster in the Mute Lake? 548. Along the way, he saw and heard strange things. A group of female cultivators dressed in colorful clothes were swinging under a sea of clouds. Their laughter caused many male cultivators on the ferry to yell at them. They had already brushed past each other this time and would never see each other again, so their words were a bit unrestrained. In the end, a huge flood dragon's head slowly emerged from the sea of clouds, frightening many cultivators on the ferry. The mysterious existence that wasn't a real flood dragon lightly knocked its head against the ferry's tail, causing the ferry to move forward like an arrow. Chen Pinggan memorized this scene and returned to the guest room to continue his usual routine. After arriving at the Tongya continent from the inverted mountain and parting with Lu Tai, Chen Pinggan mistakenly entered the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land and left the Taoist temple with Pei Qian and the other 4 people. Chen Pinggan began to write about his experiences. Relying on his memory, he started from the moment he left the inverted mountain, met Lu Tai, arrived at the Tongya continent, walked through the Fuyo sect's Yaotian Street, and wrote all the way to today's northern continent where the dragon in the clouds pushed the ferry. The paper on the table was divided into 2. Chen Pinggan divided it into a first draft and a copy. The first draft would be erased and modified, and he would deliberate over it repeatedly. It was like a letter that was not sent out. This letter, as he wrote it, it became a little long. The copy after that was copied was clean and neat, just like a homework that a student handed to a teacher. Sometimes, there was really nothing to write about. For a long time, he did not see any interesting scenery or people. He would either not write or occasionally write a sentence, "Nothing happened today, peace and safety." In the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, a flock of birds fought to cross. Trapped in a siege, he fought against the local number 1 person in the world. In an inn at the border of the Great Spring Dynasty, he met a gentleman who could write limericks. His spirit traveled far and met the bad-tempered goddess of the buried river. He visited the Azure Touring Manor and told the water goddess, who admired the old man's knowledge, about the order. He stayed in the dusty shop in the old dragon city and brought Charcoal, who was becoming more and more sensible, to the Qinghuan kingdom in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. That year, on the 5th day of the 5th month, he received the first birthday present in his life. The only time he didn't write anything was when he worked as an accountant at Booksword Lake. In the end, Chen Pinggan had to return to his hometown, Mud Bottle Alley. When he was alone in his ancestral home, He only wrote one sentence after much consideration. The past few years have been difficult, but now that it's over, it seems to be okay. Chen Pinggan finished writing and copying a copy. The 2 stacks of paper on the table were all neatly written in small regular script. It was estimated that in the eyes of an expert, the handwriting was still very skillful. Putting aside the content, there were more than 300,000 words. Flipping over and over again, it was old-fashioned and strict. Chen Pinggan put away his brush and ink, stretched out his hands, and gently pressed on the 2 books that seemed to have not been bound yet. He gently smoothed and pressed them. Without any worries for the time being, Chen Pinggan let his mind wander. After he came back to his senses, he put the 2 stacks of papers into his Fengsuan object and began to practice his fist technique. It was still the same 3-stance combination. Nowadays, the energy consumption of martial arts and qi cultivation was roughly equal. During this period, drawing talismans was his biggest pastime. After Chen Pinggan bought 2 copies of the Landscape Bulletin, he arrived at the immortal ferry of the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven without any problems. The Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven was the same as the Lizhu Grotto Heaven in his hometown. It was one of the 36 small grotto heavens. It was the ancestral property of the Water Dragon sect and was first discovered and occupied by the founding ancestor of the Water Dragon sect. However, this territory was too enviable. After 2 major upheavals with both external and internal troubles, the Water Dragon sect pulled in the Dayuan dynasty's Chongxian Bureau and Fuping Sword Lake to earn a stable income. The Water Dragon sect was an old sect in the North Continent. It had a long history and many stories. The Dayuan dynasty's Chongxian Bureau and Fuping Sword Lake could only be considered as rising stars compared to the Water Dragon sect. However, the latter 2 were far more famous than the Water Dragon sect. Because the Water Dragon sect was built near the water, the passengers on the ferry could not see the outline of the Water Dragon sect's immortal mansion. They could only see the shore of the Great Blasphemy River and the land within a radius of 100 miles. When the ferry passed through the fog formation that was rich with water vapor all year round and slowly landed at the ferry, they could see the magnificent buildings of the Water Dragon sect. Chen Pinggan realized that this was the first time he had taken a ferry from the North Continent. After docking, all the passengers walked off the ferry obediently. Thinking of the domineering behavior of the Dayuan dynasty's Lu emperors and the rumors of the Chongxian Bureau's Yunxiao Palace's Yang clan, plus the female sword immortal Shotsai of Fuping Sword Lake, Chen Pinggan was not surprised. The Water Dragon sect's wooden slave ferry had more than 1,000 immortal orange trees planted by the founding ancestor of the Water Dragon sect. Before the founding ancestor passed away, his last words were that he had lived a mediocre life and only had 1,000 wooden slaves to bequeath to his disciples. Chen Pinggan was dressed in a green robe with a sword immortal on his back and a blade-strengthening gourd on his waist. He held a green bamboo mountain staff in his hand and walked slowly at the ferry with a towering memorial arch. On the memorial arch, there was a list written by a certain calligrapher saint of the Central Plains, Underwater Cave. The Great Blasphemy River flowed through here and the water surface was extremely wide as 300 miles. The Dragon Palace Cave was under the Great Blasphemy River, similar to the Dragon Palace Mansion in Tsungyun Lake. However, there was no need for cultivators to avoid the water because the Water Dragon sect had spent a lot of manpower and material resources to build a long underwater bridge that allowed tourists to enter the Dragon Palace Cave. Of course, they had to pay a toll fee, 10 pieces of snow. After paying the fee, if one wanted to enter the Dragon Palace Cave that was said to have thousands of dragons in ancient times and was ordered to go out to summon clouds and rain, they had to pay an additional fee, 1 small piece of snow. This was clearly a case of slaughtering pigs. When Chen Pinggan thought of the 100-eyed Daotai robe that he had picked up from Yunxiao Palace's Yang Ningxing, he felt that the immortal money was not unbearable. Corpse Beach, Ghost Valley, Yunxiao Palace's Yang family's young heavenly lord Yang Ningxing. At the border of Wuling Kingdom, Fuping Sword Lake's Li Cai's direct disciple, Sui Jingcheng. In the ruins of the immortal mansion, young Marquis John Qing's direct disciple, Bai Bai, of the Water Dragon sect's ancestral hall. It seemed that on the path of cultivation, those relationships were like a mess. Every knot, big and small, was a meeting, giving people the illusion that the world was actually so big. The wooden slave ferry was bustling, so noisy that it did not seem like an immortal ferry, but more like a bustling street in a mortal city. This was because the following October 10th and October 15th were two important days. It was so at the foot of the mountain, and even more so on the mountain. One was one of the three major ghost festivals, and the other was the Water Official Disaster Relief Day. The Water Dragon sect would hold two sacrificial rites in the Dragon Palace cave that was open to the public. The ceremony was ancient and highly respected. According to the different years, the Water Dragon sect's cultivators would build Gold Book, Jade Book, and Yellow Book rites to help all living beings pray for blessings and disasters. This was especially so for the second birthday of the Water Official. Because this ancient god was in charge of many immortals in the water, it had always been the most important day for the Water Dragon sect. Other than the towering archway, Chen Pingan found that the style of this place was a bit similar to the ruins of the Immortal Mansion. After the archway, there were dozens of stone tablets. Could it be that all the places close to the water near the Great Blasphemy were like this? Chen Pingan looked at them one by one. There were many people who chose the same way as him. There were also many scholars in Confucian robes who were studying abroad. They seemed to be from the academy. They were immersed in copying the inscriptions beside the stone tablets. Chen Pingan carefully browsed through the record of the building of the stone bridge by the sages of the Dapping dynasty and the water tablet of the Dragon Pavilion written by the local calligrapher of the North Continent. These two inscriptions explained in detail the construction process of the stone bridge in the water, and the origin and excavation of the Dragon Palace cave. The line was as long as a dragon. Chen Pingan waited for nearly an hour before he saw the cultivator of the Water Dragon sect who was in charge of collecting the toll. After paying 10 snowflakes, he received a seal token carved from an ancient immortal orange wood. It was ancient and had excellent seal script. The cultivator of the Water Dragon sect said that when he reached the other end of the bridge, he just had to return it to the cultivator of the Water Dragon sect at the other end of the bridge. This was the first time Chen Pingan saw the wooden seal of the immortals on the mountain. The seal script was rest, and the side script was fame and fortune, life and death. Chen Pingan asked if these wooden seals could be sold. The female cultivator of the Water Dragon sect smiled sweetly and said that the orange wood seal for crossing the bridge was a token of her sect. It was not for sale, and every seal had to be recorded. However, there was a shop in the Dragon Palace cave that specialized in selling various seals. Not only were there the immortal orange wood seals unique to the Water Dragon sect, there were also all kinds of famous stone seals. When customers arrived at the Dragon Palace cave, they would definitely be able to buy something that they liked. Chen Pingan was just about to ask about the price of the wooden seals in the Dragon Palace cave. The people behind him complained and scolded him, telling him to get lost and stop teasing the fairies here. Chen Pingan could only turn around and apologize. Then, he quickly left the group and made way for the customers behind. Chen Pingan felt a little regretful. Not to mention the expensive items in the immortal shop, the bigger the sect, the harder it was to pick up the scraps. On the contrary, there were still some chances at small crossings like the Aquarius Continent's Qingfu Square and the B-Tail Ferry. The bridge itself was extremely wide and had the effect of repelling water. An arch bridge was still an arch bridge, but this bridge was upside down. It was said that the bottom of the arc in the middle of the bridge was close to the bottom of the Great Blasphemy water. It was undoubtedly strange. Stepping on the bridge was equivalent to walking into the Great Blasphemy water. The bridge was extremely wide, and there was an endless stream of people and carriages on the bridge. It was even more exaggerated than the imperial streets of the secular dynasties. From this, it could be seen that the Water Dragon sect was earning a lot of money every day just by collecting toll fees. Chen Pingan looked up. The Great Blasphemy water showed a clear and faint color, not as turbid as ordinary rivers. The bridge was more than 300 miles long, so one could hire carriages and horses at both ends of the stone bridge. On the other end of the Great Blasphemy and the stone bridge, the Water Dragon sect had endless mansion buildings. On both sides, there was a pure jade realm ancestor overseeing it. Therefore, it was habitually divided into the South Sect and the North Sect. The ancestral hall was located in the north of Great Blasphemy, and the predecessor of the Water Dragon Sect's ancestral hall was one of the 3 ancient ancestral temples of G Blasphemy. Therefore, it was said that the disciples of the North Sect had always thought highly of themselves. There was an invisible boundary between the 2 sects. Chen Ping'an could understand. As long as it did not involve major matters, this kind of normal mentality was inevitable. In the future, once Lu Baixiang spread his influence outside Luopo Mountain, he might be the same. If Lu Baixiang's direct disciples came to Luopo Mountain's ancestral hall, they might also be uncomfortable. How to prepare for a rainy day was the most important test of a mountain's reputation. Flipping through books to understand the stories of the ancients, and observing others on the road was to observe oneself. This was probably the purpose of reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles. There were many things that one had to rely on oneself to think about and work hard. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.